Alrighty, I think we are live. Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all having a lovely day today. And welcome to the annual, Forge of Fiesta opening race. This year we have with us Racodactylus, Dragondark, and El Magus. Actually, probably just say, in the top left we have Dragondark. Say hello.
Good morning, something thing.
It is about, 6 a.m. for you guys now, so they had to get up really early. We have El Magus in the top right.
Hello, hello.
And we have Racodactylus, who is new this year, but certainly well prepared, I think.
Well, I'm certainly new this year. Hello, everyone.
Alrighty, and, well, I guess there's me. I'm Yagamoth in the bottom right here. And we have Riesliu, who is doing the restream this year once more. And once again, I would like to also thank him especially, because that is honestly quite pleasant to have somebody who's dedicated to doing the restream rather than us having to do that at the same time. But if there's any audio issues or anything like that, let us know, because, well, we're trying our best. We might not be necessarily the most well versed in this.
Yeah,
but
if there's audio issues, just yell at Riss. He'll fix it.
or he'll try to anyways. Alrighty. So I would suggest we just get started, because the intro is going to be quite lengthy anyways. So everybody ready?
Ready as I can be.
Ready?
Yep.
Ready?
Alright,
No, but
I'm
yes.
gonna count down on go. 3, 2, 1, go. And my screen, of course, just switched back to the normal thing. Good start. That is a fantastic start. Alrighty, welcome everybody. This is Final Fantasy V. If you're not familiar with the game, it basically is a RPG with a job system attached to it. In fact, the job system is with a job system attached to it. In fact, the job system is its highlight, which is why we are playing the Forge of Fiesta here. The Forge of Fiesta basically makes us do a sort of a challenge run, where randomly, or in our case, jobs exclusively. As soon as we unlock any of the jobs available, all of our characters have to become that job. This year we are playing the Sirocco Geyser type, I believe, which is why we have a focus on water and fire jobs. And as such, we actually do not start with a wind job this year. So we will technically unlock the Berserker at the Wind Crystal, but because we cannot select it yet, we will not be able to use it. And aside from that, we are just... Basically, we had about 1 week of routing that we were able to, well, try our best to get a route together. And, well, we'll see how that's gonna go. But, as some of you might know, having Berserkers exclusively for certain fights might make things a little bit unpredictable, to say the least.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
But hey, the viewers finally get to see quad zerking, so.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, in a sense, it's not that unpredictable, because statistically, we are going to lose that fight 90% of the time. Like, if you have to place a bet on it, place on us to lose.
It's very true, isn't it? But yeah, I don't know if I have much time to go into the story, because there's gonna be a lot of things that... Because it's only 1 week of routing a game or a run that takes us, 8, 9, 10 hours? I actually don't even know how long it's gonna take in the long run. But here's a fun fact, everybody. You can make us go even longer if you donate to the Forge of Fiesta stuff. I have to admit, I forgot the charity in question.
The charity that we're raising money for this year is the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, and there are donation incentives, some of which have already been met. So we will be, as of right now, we will be taking all of the extra Gilgamesh fights as an example of the donation incentives. You can donate to get us to have to fight the last save point boss, Necrophobe. You can donate to get us to collect all of the tablets in World 3 and all the legendary weapons. And there are a few other donation incentives along the way. So if you want to see us play more Final Fantasy V, that's the way to do that.
Indeed. It is worth noting that currently as it stands, we would reach World 3 and more or less go straight into the end game rather than doing any side content. So, well, that's the current status of affairs. We do have a strong enough team to do that without too much trouble, but generally speaking, from experience, people tend to prefer seeing a bit more of the game rather than less. Alrighty, and go ahead.
I am so glad that I spent the time just setting up my route to work with to do all the extra content just in case.
Yeah. I basically kind of did 2 runs in a sense at the end game. One in case it doesn't get met and one in case it does. Alrighty. Since I'm a little bit behind the others, the first thing we're going to do is probably all set up the configuration menu as soon as we get the opportunity. I think most of us will just set our characters to be also in line with whoever we, I guess in this race, represent. So, let me do this real quick before I try to commentate more on it, because I'm gonna mess it up otherwise. Okay, I think I got everything. Alright, so the short version is basically the battle speed. We set to 4 or 5, depending on person preference, I guess. Battle speed in this game is more of a, well, sort of difficulty slider, because it mostly represents on how fast the enemies move as soon as you get your turn, as in how much of a grace period you have. At battle speed 4 or 5, you have a decent amount of time to input your commands before time effectively advances. If you have played the Pixel remaster, that one actually just entirely omits that grace period entirely, so I'm actually not entirely sure what battle timer even does in that game. Anyways, in this game, of course, we also set the text speed to the fastest possible, and I'm just inputting the name too. And yeah, this is a race, so we are all trying our best to go reasonably fast, at least to the best of our ability. How much or how well that's gonna go is gonna be, to a large degree, reliant on how good luck we get in these runs, and especially with Berserkers on the horizon, it's gonna be quite a challenge, I would say.
I just want to point out I did not practice the configuration menu.
Yeah, that's very understandable. It's one of those things where, at most, because it's such a long run that we have 1 week to route things, we have like 1, maybe 2 full runs we can do, and in these you often don't necessarily get to optimize all the little things. So it is difficult to just kind of get everything right, especially if you look over to your notes and then you realize you forgot something, because you might not have changed a job, or you switched an ability or didn't switch an ability. It's always quite a challenge to get things set up properly, especially in a game like Final Fantasy V, where it is not necessarily easy. The 4-job Fiesta is a challenge run, and the nice thing about the jobs in this game is that pretty much every single one, technically, by itself can beat the entirety of the game, with more or less trouble depending on the job, I suppose. But basically, the 4-job Fiesta enables us to have different opportunities to route for the entirety of the game, effectively. Since, well, different jobs require different approaches entirely.
And also, if anyone's going to know that all jobs can beat the game, it's going to be Yagamoth, who has actually done that challenge.
Technically, I'm missing the freelancer.
Oh, really? I thought you had done that one.
Nope, but
Oh,
yes,
okay.
I mean,
I mean,
except for Berserker as a solo
you've done
character,
mime, and it's basically the same thing.
I suppose. Alrighty. Also, in the beginning of the battle, all we do is just hold down the A button as soon as the battle screen pops up, and we attack as soon as possible, which is, you know, our way of more or less auto-battling, except that it only ever selects the previous commands that we have selected as well. The goblins are actually gonna get butts to level 2. These are mandatory battles, you couldn't even run for them if you tried. And afterwards, we're gonna get some more cutscenes and into a cave eventually. It is worth noting that there is the potential for step routes in this game if you were to be so inclined to go that far into routing it. And especially the Game Boy Advance version here that we're playing has actually a very nice feature for us, because the quick save and reload on specifically the US Game Boy Advance version allows us to effectively reset our encounters and be able to predict which ones we're gonna get next. However, quick saving and reloading takes quite a long time, and trying to stay on step route also can be quite challenging. So at least for me, I do a tiny bit of manipulation, but for the most part, I'm just kind of winging it. So I'm not sure where you guys stand with that.
For this particular run, I use it a few times, but it's mostly just to set up better grinds and to get the elf kit and to get the elven cloak in Waltz.
Yeah, I do it for the Elf Cape in Waltz and after the Liquid Flame fight, going through with Karnak, because when you quick save, first 2 encounters are just going to be the regular 1 knack instead of the 3 knacks and the Sergeant, so it is easier to navigate to get the main Gauche and Elven Mantle there too.
Yeah, that's actually an excellent point, because I also learned that if you just go from the previous save point to Liquid Flame and try to just continue, you get like 3 or 4 encounters in the cast, which is
really rough. Yeah.
Yeah.
With all
Also,
Berserkers, it's rough.
Yeah, I think everybody on the overworld is going to do a little wiggle just before entering the cave, and basically this more or less skips 1 encounter inside here, and since every time you start a new game, the encounter randomness is effectively just reset back to its basic amount. This is probably the easiest form of manipulation anybody can do. That way we just survive a few attacks and such. This is not the encounter I was supposed to run into. Or at least my notes are just wrong already. That's a good start. Yeah.
Also,
Okay, I got back attacked already, so it's fine.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah.
See-
My GameCube controller's already giving me phantom direction inputs. That's great.
We'll see if anybody can break my record from practice of 4 back attacks before Wing Raptor.
That's gross.
I'll see what I can do.
First practice run, like, cool. This is looking great.
Oh, preemptive, unfortunate.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure whether you guys are gonna fight anything here or just run away.
Nah,
Basically, yeah, that's fair. Basically, if you're running, it is guaranteed that you can run at the earliest possible opportunity in these encounters, because the enemies are weak enough, the encounter formation, let's put it this way, is simple enough that the game just allows you to run if you want to. However, there's a 1 in 16 chance for back attacks, and I think a 2 in 16 for a preemptive strike, if I'm not mistaken. So technically, it's more likely to get preemptives. And back attacks are basically just flipping your rows, where your characters that are in the front row in the back row, and vice versa. And being in the front row is quite important in order to deal full damage with your physical attacks. Because if you're in the back row, generally speaking, the physical damage you deal, and take for that matter, is gonna be halved. In my case, I actually take a few encounters inside here and actually fight them instead of just running through. Because this sets it up just a little bit nicer to grind a little bit just after the Wing Raptor as soon as we are about to face Carl Boss. Because I think, well, actually I don't know about you guys as well, but level 5 is going to be my first goal, because that is when we get a bit of a damage boost, so to speak. Because
Unless
in Final
you're
Fantasy
Lena.
5... Yeah, I guess. She throws potions, she's useful. It's fine. If you don't actually gain more damage, let's say with your sword or dagger attack each time you level up, it's effectively a certain threshold you need to reach in order for your level times strength or whatever multiplier it is to get over the next bump where you get an additional, basically, attack multiplier. So initially our damage is going to be like 20, 30, and as soon as we reach those thresholds, it's going to jump up to 50, maybe even 60 at times. So that's kind of those little thresholds that we're trying to aim for. It is especially relevant in the early game because it is, relatively speaking, so much of a bigger boost in terms of how much extra damage you gain from these. Here it's also worth noting that in other versions of the game you can mash through text with any button. Well, I actually don't know the Pixel Remaster, but in this game it's just specifically the A button, which is kind of inconvenient to just mash through text. At least for me.
Yep.
This is when I just take my left hand and mash the A button with 2 hands.
Full controller.
I just drink some water, because I have the opportunity.
I just
I gotta
quietly
smash.
wish for a turbo controller.
Yeah, that would be convenient.
Oh, I guess if I say it out loud, I'm not quietly wishing, am I?
Well, not anymore.
You are quiet. You didn't scream.
I could if you want me to, but only if you want me to.
Mm,
We'll save it for later.
oh, there will be screaming. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah. Atomos, for instance.
Ah,
I felt that so deep in my soul, Magus.
Atomos, Soul Cannon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Soul Cannon is gonna be...
yeah. I used my perfect luck yesterday for that one. I got 0 ults. I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
same here. I was very sad about that, because that means today it's not gonna happen.
Eh, never say never. It'll be fine. But yeah, for now, we are just mashing through cutscenes, basically. There's a bunch of story. Final Fantasy V has a decent story, I would say. It does have its moments. Although I would argue that for the Forge of Fiesta, that's not necessarily why most people play it. Although I will say how the screens are arranged is actually kind of neat because the ships just like form a full ship on the sides of the screen of the stream. So, that was neat. Yeah, we're
one
gonna
thing
get the... Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, one thing worth pointing out, despite it being very early, is we did our routing more or less independently of one another, so there are going to be some divergences in our strategies, and it's going to show off, one, just kind of different approaches that we can take to this, and some of us, well, me in particular, I'll probably be doing things that the others won't be doing for consistency's sake, rather than knowing how to efficiently play this game. So yeah, be on the lookout for where we are diverging. It'll be interesting to learn a little bit more about the game.
Yep. We're also gonna pick up the save point here. There's a little bit of a tutorial text where the game introduces you to the concept of these save points as to what you're supposed to do with them, that you can rest in those locations, etc. And it is kind of worth noting that we have to get that tutorial at some point, so there's no reason for us to just walk around it. Anyways, I would imagine that most of us are going to rush for the mini-boss or boss in here, whatever you want to call it, the Wing Raptor. It has 250 HP, and it is not particularly dangerous for the most part. Its Wing Breath ability, or whatever it's called in this game, inflicts 25% of the player's maximum health in HP, so you actually don't necessarily want to level up before you encounter that thing. We also pick up a broadsword, and you can switch weapons in combat, so it's actually reasonably efficient for us to just briefly equip like Lena with the broadsword, at least that's what I'm doing. And then I'm gonna give Galuf, who does not have a weapon right now, the knife that Lena was using. Because Galuf, generally speaking, is gonna be the slowest character of all of the ones around here, so he's usually gonna go last. So let's see. If we're lucky, we can actually get the Wing Raptor to, well, go down before it closes its wings. This is basically Wing Raptor always does the same thing. It either attacks or uses Wing Breath for 2 turns, and then it closes its wings. When it closes its wings, it has really high defense, so it deals 0 damage, and it would counterattack us with some extra damage. So basically, if we can manage, we would hope that our damage rolls are just good enough to knock out the Wing Raptor's 250 HP. Ah, and I got lucky. Before too long. Alrighty. I think that went well for me.
It's mostly about the turn order. If you get 2 characters to go before Wing Raptor, you're pretty much guaranteed to kill. But if like only Ferris goes before it, it can be a little dicey.
I got him. Yeah. He got into his thing.
That's unfortunate.
Yep.
But yeah, it can easily happen. The way speed works in combat is a slight variance to it. So effectively, your character's agility minus your equipment weight divided by 8 is what your speed is. Basically, for the most part, your agility is your speed. And for the beginning of combat, the game just rolls +1 or -1 to your speed, and then just goes for the entirety of the battle with that number. So if you're lucky, your characters can be slightly faster and the enemy can be slightly slower. I think I had it where I had 3 characters go before the Wing Raptor, so it's pretty much guaranteed that you knock it out before. But as Dragon Dark said, sometimes you just get Ferris, who is, well, the character with the highest agility in her team by 1 point over Lena. So she usually goes before Wing Raptor. I actually don't know if she can go behind Wing Raptor.
She can.
Yeah, I only had Ferris go before Wing Raptor this time.
Cool back attack.
But yeah, here is also where we're going to get the Wind Crystal. On the Wind Crystal is normally where you get your first job, but because our selected jobs for this year do not include any wind jobs, well, we're just gonna stay freelancer. The basic 4-job Fiesta rules are that as soon as you have any job available that you can select, your entire party has to become that job. But before that, well, we just stay as a freelancer, which is actually not that big of a deal. In fact, it is pretty good because you can equip literally any type of equipment, which is very, very helpful in a number of situations. It is actually significantly easier to get to the second shrine with just freelancers than it is with, for example, thieves or white mages.
I mean, realistically, none of the starting jobs, like if you get a Wind Crystal job, none of them are bad by any stretch. Some just take a little more work to make some of the bosses happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Also, I'm not sure about the others, but I'm going to walk outside. There's a warp behind the pedestal where the crystal was, and it basically gives you a quick tutorial on how jobs work. If you want to get that, you can deny the tutorial, and you also get a full heal. I'm going to be walking outside in order to get a little bit extra training along the way.
Yep, I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah, my goal is to get to level 5 with everybody, because that is where everybody except Lena gets an additional attack multiplier. And especially for Ferris, who has currently a dagger, that is actually kind of a big deal. And I gained some levels already. I'm gonna be taking 4 extra battles, I think it was, in the area here. I also got lucky against Wing Raptor. He didn't use Breath Wing too much, because, well, he could have used it a lot more than that. Also, if we're lucky, those Mold Wind enemies, those weird aerial snake thingies, whatever that's supposed to represent, they have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us a elixir. So, sometimes we can just get lucky. Generally speaking, if anything is a rare drop, it's a 1 in 16 chance. So, There's nothing that is more rare than that, for that matter.
Actually, it's
Aside
not,
from...
it's not 1 in 16. It's 10 in 256, according to the algorithms thing.
Is it?
Yep. It's more like a 4. It's like a 1 in 25.6. So it's like 4% or so.
Really?
Oh wow.
I thought it was much more common than that.
Yeah, I thought it was 1 in 16 as well, but I was just going through the FAQ, and it's just like, huh, that doesn't look like 16 in 256.
No.
Huh.
Wait, that is the rate for the rare steel. Are you sure that's not the rare steel?
Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't have the thing open right now. Maybe I'm confusing the two. I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, I thought
definitely
the rate
the
dropped for
rate for the rare.
6.25%.
Yeah, this is definitely the rate for the rare steel. That one I know for certain. But, anyways, usually you don't get the rare drop unless you get lucky, or you are grinding for it, which we might be doing at some point. Also, we tell the lady here that we are beginners. So, because we are of course beginning our journey into this entire thing, we are beginners. We are beginning this route here. If you tell the lady, by the way, that you're not beginners, then she just jumps on top of the desk and kicks you out. Like literally kicks you out. It's quite funny. I guess I have to talk to her in order for her to open again. I'm also buying some very basic equipment. So, generally speaking, 1 defense is not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things for this game. However, in this instance in particular, 1 defense extra compared to not having it is actually kind of a big deal. Plus, I'm also buying leather shields for everybody. Those give us a 10% chance to block physical attacks, which, you know, 10% is not much, but it can help. And especially
6%.
since... yeah, this is more of a marathon type of run rather than a hyper-optimized speedrun. A little bit of extra safety precautions definitely can help. And speaking of safety, we get these Phoenix Downs from all over the place. They cost 1000 gold and are normally the item that allow you to revive a character in battle or also outside of battle. And, well, they're pretty expensive, especially at this stage of the game. The leather shoes are an accessory that just give you 1 defense. I think it also gives you like 1 magic defense. I'm actually not sure about that part.
It does.
Yeah.
Might have been
Basically, it's
3%,
just
I don't
a
know.
tiny bit of extra defense. I fought the goblin in the beginner's house too, just so he would give some extra defense as well. Or like the leather shoes. Because it just slightly benefits some calculations against specifically Carl boss coming up, where most of my characters are gonna be guaranteed to survive at least 2 physical attacks. But at the same time, for the most part, it's kind of unlikely for the character to take more than 2 physical attacks anyways. And it's also worth noting, unlike other times, it actually is not going to be a big deal if any character is knocked out during boss fights as long as we still win the boss fight, because boss fights just give you ability points normally, but because we don't have any jobs selected, we are still using the freelancer class, so we don't gain any ability points anyways.
Later on, that'll be a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of where the contingency plans kick in for me.
I am just now getting to Tool because of that Wing Raptor situation.
Yeah, that's...
This is pretty bad. Great start.
Don't forget the piano, because I already forgot it when I entered.
I
I
get it
just
on
did
the way
do that
out.
immediately.
But yeah, one of the incentives that were met, so we are supposed to piano flex. So everybody has to play all the pianos, which to be fair, we have a bard, we will probably do this anyways.
I was gonna
But-
say, like, I mean,
Yeah.
it would be kind of funny to like not do that, because you know, then you don't get any fun stuff at the end.
Yeah. One of the preview...
flex.
Nice.
I just did that immediately. So I don't forget, because I have been forgetting a lot in practice.
Yeah.
I've done this opening race so many times now that it's just ingrained in my head to just grab the piano even if I don't need it.
That's better that way, I would say.
I've done enough fiestas, and I just choose to do that anyways. But because we don't do I have speedrun this version of the game, and we don't get the pianos in that. And I am kind of in a speedrunner mindset instead of a fiesta runner mindset, so I guess that is overriding my impulse to do the piano. Because I am silly like that.
I mean,
Sometimes NPC just slowly walk in your way.
I mean, you could route all the pianos into the speed run. There's nothing saying you couldn't.
Piano flex.
I mean, it would be out of the way. You don't have to go to Jekyll or Mirage in the speedrun for this version, at least. So those two you'd have to route in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the ones you forget, usually. Like, at least I do.
Yeah.
Because you don't need to be there, technically.
Mm-hmm.
I also just was reminded that I should put Galuf in the front for me.
Oh, the one in Regol is kind of easy to miss, too, because you usually are just going in to buy some stuff and then run out, like high potions, and instead of going all the way to the back to the pub and then going behind.
Sometimes I don't even go in there in Fiestas. Like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I always pick up a holy water. Alright.
Yeah, I mean... Shouldn't need it before, you know.
Yep, Gallowflex.
Gallowflex, dang.
Yep. Alrighty. Coming up is gonna be the Torna Canal section. Notably, the random encounters there specifically only ever attack Ferris and Lena. So, generally speaking, Butts and Galuf can be at 1 HP, and they are mostly fine. Unless some enemies double attack, but that's an edge case. Anyways, I need to find some more encounters, not too many, but some more, in order to reach level 5 for my characters.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
He's
because
zooming.
they're on the way anyways, so I figured I don't have to do the entire thing in the Wind Shrine.
Piano
Yes,
flex.
Nice. They're technically slightly less efficient in terms of experience and money, but I figured I'm gonna usually get 2 encounters in the canal anyways, so I might as well just take those in.
But you need to grant your chicken knife.
Ah yes, that's gonna be a great weapon if we're allowed to use it.
The way I've routed, I'm really only using it for the agility boost.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, which is, I mean, it's a substantial agility boost.
Yep. I mean, I'm actually using it because my Geomancer in a bunch of encounters has nothing else to do, so I just put him in the front row and start whacking with equipped bows. So I think I saved. I'm pretty sure I saved. Even if I didn't, it would be a little bit embarrassing to die against Carl Boss. Just a little.
You just need to pay attention. I'm assuming everyone bought potions, like...
Yeah.
Surely.
That would be tragic if somebody forgot.
Surely.
I definitely have potions, but I do need to remember
buying
this
them
like
as you
every bit.
spoke.
I somehow accidentally put Ferris into the back row. That would be a bit awkward.
Yeah, you can front row and fight. It's fine.
Yeah, just slightly awkward. Oh,
You said it embarrassing to wipe at Carl Boss. I have actually wiped at Wing Raptor before in a speedrun attempt, and I still do not know how that happened.
yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Also, I accidentally equipped the dagger on Galuf, so technically speaking, the dagger has less attack power than the broadsword. But because of a weird quirk of the daggers and how their damage formula works, occasionally daggers get 1 extra damage point, so to speak, compared to swords. Or, well, extra multiplier, to be more exact. So daggers actually early on or actually in general across the entirety of the game, are often strictly better than swords, even if they have less attack power. Although, aside from the chicken knife, it needs to be not a big difference in attack power, I suppose. Anyways, welcome to Caraboss. Magus is already fighting it. Actually, never mind, Magus already beat it. This thing has no defense, 650 HP, and it can only do 3 things. It can do a regular attack that just deals damage, it can do an attack that paralyzes and deals damage, and it can use the tail screw, which puts the character into critical HP, which means 9 HP or less remaining. Usually you will well, probably want to heal that character unless Caraboss is already close to being dead. The feeler attack is the one that paralyzes. It's a 2 in 3 chance for him to do that on the very first turn, then a 1 in 3 chance on turns 2 and 3, and then the song and dance just repeats. On the bright side, he does not actually have any chance to use Tail Screw on the very first turn, so you don't have to worry about healing on turn 1. Generally speaking, enemies just decide between one of 3 possible moves. Oops, I accidentally used a potion, because I was just holding down the A button. But yeah, we also use Memory Cursor, which means anything I have selected in combat, the game just remembers what my last option was, and it's just going to reselect it. So right now, for me at least, I can just hold down the A button until I need to do any healing. But also, I'm at this point far enough into the fight that even if one character was going to be at critical HP, I would still probably just attack, because it's not really worth the effort to potion up if I'm winning out anyways in like 2 or 3 more rounds.
Yeah, my Gallop didn't see the end of the fight. Unfortunate.
Rip. Yeah. Usually I like to have a calculator open on the side to see exactly how much HP that has, but it's kind of difficult to do while doing commentary.
I do
It's
most
going
of my
to be-
math in my head. Like,
Yeah, approximations are usually fine.
yeah. Until you make a mistake, and then, you know.
Yeah,
And then no math.
no math.
No, that was an okay loss.
Yeah, I only healed twice, once by accident.
I think I had to
I think
heal
I got
3.
2 blocks with Mash Shields. Play plus with 4 white mages is a pain. Yes, that is very true. I do not recommend 4 white mages on Biblos if you can somehow avoid it. 4 thieves is equally terrible.
I've done 1 thief before. That was fun.
Yeah, that takes a while, because you have
If you
to
ever have an
unlock
hour to
the-
kill, I recommend 1 thief. That's definitely very cool.
And you need to make sure to stack up on high potions and a bunch of levels probably, so you have enough maximum HP to survive. It takes a while. Alrighty. Coffee.
My Carl boss is being mean.
Tell him to be nicer. Maybe that helps.
Yeah, I apparently got all my good luck out yesterday.
It'll be fine. He'll
Yeah.
just get to Liquid Flame and immediately breeze through. They're all-
I doubt it.
That's where the race really starts.
Yeah, yeah.
That's true.
Welcome to the ship graveyard. The random encounters here are, generally speaking, pretty much all undead. We don't really have anything that can take advantage of that. Theoretically, we could throw potions at them, but at least for me, I don't really find anything here. The most I pick up here is a few chests along the way because it's a bit of extra money. Flail is also a weapon that deals full damage from the back row, although with a 30% chance to miss, as well as high damage variance. It's not the greatest of weapons. At the least, it pierces enemies' defense, so I guess that's something. But mostly you may want to use the flail because it gives you a little bit of safety from the back row where enemies' physical attacks are going to deal half damage. But at least for me, I'm just skipping all encounters here because I don't need anything from here. And the subsequent enemies and bosses are relatively easy to take on with just freelancers because, well, we can equip everything.
Yep.
Notably, the skeletons could throw a drop a dagger with the rare chance, whatever that is. And daggers
had
would
debated,
theoretically be
like-
better.
Yeah, I had debated and initially routed just take just skeleton fights, and if a dagger drops, then take fights until, you know, one other person is level 6, so that it helps for the siren fight. But that really is not worth it.
I'm actually going to level 6 here. This will be the last little bit of grinding I do before we switch jobs.
Oh,
Right.
Good luck with the dagger drop, Chance.
Good luck to you, indeed.
I almost just skipped money.
Whoops. Yeah, for the most part, because we don't have that much time to route, like 1 week is honestly really not that much for such a lengthy run. We're just kind of trying to do our best judgment as to what is going to be reasonably consistent. So reaching certain level thresholds for extra damage multipliers, so the boss fight is over more quickly, so you have less chance of it going really wrong, is probably desirable. Although in certain instances, we are not going to be able to do too much about it, I guess.
We can cheer. That's what we can do.
Indeed. I can actually get up and probably get my water filled up again.
That's what I do. It's routed in, actually, in my notes. Get up and get some water.
Seems reasonable. Yeah. Here you might also notice that the cutscene that Magus is currently in is kind of slow. That's because this game was originally released for the Super Famicom, aka Super Nintendo. And the thing about that is, the Game Advance, I think, doesn't quite have the same capabilities as a Super Nintendo console, so it's quite laggy in some instances, and it's particularly noteworthy in that boss, well, the cutscene before the Siren boss fight. That one is just... it takes a while longer because of the lag.
It's those little like flame sprites. Those are causing all the lag. If they're not on screen, it's actually fine. As soon as those pop up, the game lags to nobody's business.
And the sheep and Istery. There's just so many things, so many moving sprites that going to get the Romeo's Ballad and Istery is a tiny bit laggier as a result of all the
enjoy
sheep.
my 5 FPS right now.
Do you want to tell me that it's actually efficient to go and eat the sheep?
That's in Kelb. So,
Ah, it's
no.
not the same place.
Yeah, no, Istery is where we get Romeo's Ballad. But yeah,
Ah.
so Dragon Dark is referring to a scene later on where a forest is burning, and in the speedrun, there's a menu that is routed to take place there because the game actually runs faster in the menu because it's not processing all the little fire sprites. And that there are a lot of actually cutscenes in this game that only proceed after a set amount of time has passed, and then you can interact with something to progress through the story. I think this has changed in the Pixel remaster in some places.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so a way to be a little bit more efficient in the Game Boy Advance is to be in the menu at those places.
Yeah, Pixel Remaster literally has no waiting time. You just interact.
With things.
Mm.
Anyways, the Siren boss fight has two forms. And the Siren at the beginning of the battle either casts haste on herself, slow on one of your characters, which is arguably the worst part, and I don't even remember what the last one is.
Libra.
Anyways, she uses basically 3 spells in her humanoid form, having effectively 0 physical defense, then switches forms to her undead form. Having a ton of physical defense, but being undead, you can actually just throw potions at her until you win. However, in her undead form, she will whack you pretty dang hard with physical attacks, so at least for me, I tend to just scooch some of my characters into the back row, except for Ferris. Ferris has a dagger and she deals, generally speaking, good damage, so I just hope she doesn't target Ferris.
Yeah, I scooch everyone. Yeah, pretty bad start here with haste and cure, but yeah.
Yeah, Cure would also be kinda mean. Generally speaking, what you're hoping for is like Mute turn 1, Scan turn 2, and then Bolt turn 3. That's probably the most desirable set of outcomes. Siren also has 900 HP, And both forms, by the way, have the same shared HP pool. I'm not sure if that's relevant. You do get different item drops depending on which form you kill. For what it's worth. Silence, that's pretty good. So that's a good start for me. I also
that is
forgot
a
to
very
equip
interesting
the
thing.
flail.
Oh, go for it.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going
forgot
to say,
to
that's a
equip
very
the
interesting thing. Oh, okay. We're just going to do that.
Yeah, sorry. Just go ahead. I mid the fight.
Okay, I was going to say that a lot of bosses actually do have different forms. So Siren has a living form and an undead form and has a different item drop. The liquid flame that we'll be fighting later also has multiple forms, and depending on which version you defeat, you get a different drop. So it's another kind of like neat thing about the game is that additional variability in the boss fights. I don't know how many of us maybe care about any of the particular drops from any of the boss forms with how we've routed, but if you are just playing casually, you may get lucky or unlucky with a favorable drop from some bosses.
Indeed. Well, at least for me, the flame bow actually stays in my inventory if I get it from Liquid Flame. Specifically for Emergine. Alrighty, I'm getting pretty good luck so far, so I'm not complaining. For me, Siren use...
Is this surprising?
I got pretty bad luck so far.
Yagamoth with good luck? That's weird.
Yeah. Siren used Protect, which halves all incoming physical damage, so I just moved all of my characters into the back row because there was not really much of a reason to stay in the front at that stage.
Thankfully, her Protect status is actually removed when she goes to the undead form, and it's not there when she comes back into human.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. The haste as well, for that matter.
Is that different in the Pixel Remaster as well? That whatever buffs she's cast in the living form, when she comes back to the living form, are they preserved, or am I mistaken?
I actually don't know.
Don't know. I've only played it once, and that was the one race we did with this. Back when Dancer was like god tier.
Could have been
Yeah, you
patched
could
too
just...
by this point.
Yeah, you
I
could
know
just
that there are
flip with
some
X
things
there.
like they refill their MP when they change forms, like Liquid Flame. So I wondered if that was also true for the buff spells.
All right, Ferris got slowed.
Oh. The slow is actually a pretty nasty status effect in this game because it really slows your character. Like, it's a pretty dramatic speed difference, to say the least. So, and the thing is, slow also never wears off in this game, so either you can counter it by haste, or you can counter it by having the character take a nap, aka dying, and then reviving them.
Oh wow!
But there's a few status effects that you cannot really do anything about unless you have the tools. Nice.
Oh, I was
Those are
saying
going to
well
the back
because she cast slow and it missed.
Oh,
Wow.
that's pretty
Yeah.
good. That's probably best case scenario aside from...
That's Yaga luck right there.
Well, you did get unlucky on Wing Raptor, so you gotta make it up somewhere.
Indeed. Piano Flex. So, we're also picking up some money in this town over here. The only reason why I go over here to begin with is, I guess 1,000 gold are nice, but more importantly, that ice rod. That ice rod is probably one of the biggest reasons as to why Freelancer is relatively free early on in this game, in a Fiesta sense. Because, well, it's an okay weapon, I guess. If you equip it on a Black Mage, it boosts your ice damage by 50% that you use with spells. However, more importantly, if you use the Ice Rod as an item in combat, which you can only do if you can actually wield an Ice Rod, so Freelancers, Black Mages, and Red Mages can do that. Actually, there's no Red Mage here, Blue Mage. So you need to be able to wield it in order to be able to use it as an item in combat, and it effectively... Well, let's put it this way, it guaranteed knocks out certain things.
Oh,
That's a
Blue's
short
now
version.
slowed.
Ah,
He was asleep earlier, now he's slowed.
good night, mister.
just got knocked out.
I do want to apologize to the stream, by the way. I'm still poisoned.
Ah.
Oh,
I
don't
actually-
worry. I'm about to do the same.
I actually specifically go down into the ship's basement just to get the antidote so I can remove that. That's
Yeah,
my reason
same.
to get those.
I have the antidotes. I'm not using them.
Wow.
Yep.
It'll be fine, right? Also, we are avoiding... we avoid stepping on these flowers because they also poison us. Well, at least I avoid it.
I do, yeah.
Theoretically.
Just
You
to be
could
safe.
just run through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just got back attacked, so yeah.
Yep, that definitely would be one of the reasons. Normally you would also want to heal before boss fights, which you can do with tents, but there's just no reason to do this here. Because I don't really care if any of my characters take a nap in
Yeah.
this boss fight coming up, because we're just using the ice rod here. At least I assume everybody does that. Theoretically, you could keep the ice rod and try to use it in Galura, but at least for my route, it just makes more sense to just use it here.
Yeah, if you do that, you gotta kind of get levels. Like, you don't have to, but like, it's not worth it.
Yeah. So, specifically the next boss fight here is gonna be normally Magiza and Forza, but we're just gonna only see Magiza. Magiza has 650 HP, and she basically has a very simple attack script.
What?
Nice. She just casts a spell at turn 1, and then turn 2 she has a 1 in 3 chance to use Drain, which is pretty dangerous.
We used an ice rod to kill her. I mean, it's just like...
Yep.
She...
You also get the whip as a drop, which is actually kind of unique in that you don't get to use the whip normally in a 4-job Fiesta if you have any wind jobs, because none of the wind jobs can actually equip that thing. But it's actually a pretty good weapon at this stage in the game. It does have a 10% chance to miss, but like a
Tell me about it.
50% chance to paralyze wild animals and such. With good damage, full damage from the back row.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
It
for
also
how
has a
early you
dagger
get it,
from
it's extremely good. It's just, if you're actually using jobs, you don't get to use it.
Yeah. And the game kind of does that throughout, is it introduces like equipment, usually, at least for World 1, before you get jobs that can wear them.
Indeed. There's technically the optional thing where you can go over to Tycoon Castle and I think get a samurai sword. That would also be pretty decently strong at this stage. As well
And
as
I do
a
that.
bell. Yeah. It's like the weapons are pretty good, but it is also quite a lengthy cutscene. It does give you extra safety with extra high potions as well as elixirs along the way, so it's still a fine choice to go there.
Yeah, I have routed that in for safety and consistency, and then also because after we get the water crystal, we turn everything into a Berserker, and then I can sell all that extra stuff for more money so that they can be completely decked out at Karnak.
Sounds pretty
Like
good.
from jump.
Worth noting that our little flying dragon buddy here cannot fly across mountains, so we're kind of still locked in as to how far we can go. Because you might be wondering, wait, why are you going here rather than just go, I don't know, to the final boss or something? This is why. We literally cannot go across mountains with this dragon.
There is one exception to that, though. And that is when Kryl is riding the dragon to get us from the Moogle village. And then we go back to Bale. It does fly over some mountain tiles that you can't fly over when you're flying it around.
You know, I never thought about that. That's true.
It cheats.
Yeah.
Maybe Cryo has special powers to lift the dragon higher up in the air. Or maybe the dragon is just shy or something. I don't know.
I like to think of it as it can't fly that high when it's carrying 4 people, but it can when it's just carrying 1.
I guess that's the logical explanation. Also, Magus is doing a bit of quick resetting. And the short version is, in the castle basement of this place, there's enemies that guaranteed back attack you, unless you have a thief in your party to prevent back attacks. And they basically hit like a truck, they will one-shot any of our characters if we get into encounter, as well as well, it's really difficult to run away from them from combat for what it's worth. Generally speaking, there's like a rating almost on how easy or difficult it is to run away from various encounters in this game. These guys definitely are in the category of most of the time you cannot run away from them. So we just use the quick save feature of the Game Boy Advance, which normally, because this is supposed to be portable console, the quick save is supposed to be, oh, you are at the end of a car right now, you have to go and do other stuff or whatever. And so it allows you to just have that one-time save and then continue from there afterwards. And for us in this case, it's quite convenient because we can go through the basement here without having to encounter any of these honestly pretty dang strong enemies. So that's very convenient.
You get 33 steps in the basement with no encounters guaranteed, and then your 34th step will be a guaranteed encounter.
I've
So
actually
you
never
can-
counted it.
Yeah, you can plot out like where you can step to, and then quick save from there.
That's pretty neat.
Oh.
Yeah, I just picked up the 2000 gold as well as the Elven Cape. The Elf Cape is nice because it is an accessory that gives you +1 agility and +1 magic power, which can make a difference, but for the most part, the reason why you want it is because it gives you a 1 in 3 chance to just outright block any physical attacks. So that can be really nice. Alright, I need to do shopping.
Oh god, this guy got in my way. What? I'm gonna steal the glasses.
I also steal the glasses.
I have to steal the old person's glasses.
They give +1 defense.
But yeah,
They do.
I'm taking a roughly 4.5 minute detour to Tycoon to get some equipment, and it's 4.5 minutes because there are several cutscenes in which it is revealed that Lena and Ferris are sisters, long lost sisters.
So I would like to point out that after the Hear You cutscene, Lena gets cured of poison, no one else does.
Yep.
Yep.
I thought that cutscene healed everybody of poison. Nope, Ferris was still poisoned.
Yeah, Lena's the only one who walks over the poison to get the grass to feed the Hear You. So hers is the only one whose flag gets flipped. Oh yeah, sorry for spoiling that, chat, about the plot.
Wow.
Lena getting poisoned is not that much of a secret point.
Oh, I meant Ferris and Lena being sisters.
No, the real plot of this game is that Lena really likes to be poisoned
Yes.
It's very tasty.
and or dead.
Also, I do a tiny bit of a manipulation in the water tower here. When you quick save and reset, or actually just save and reset in general, on this version, the US Game Boy Advance version, you're guaranteed to get the uncommon encounter and afterwards the rare encounter. And specifically on floor 5, is it? No, actually 6. There's these Ricard mages that have a rare chance, maybe 1 in 16, to drop you a fire rod. So I'm basically just gaining 1 extra level in here, hoping to get one of these if I get lucky. But also it gives me 1 extra level, which is just a tiny bit of extra insurance against the boss coming up. So it's basically, I'm giving myself the option to get lucky here, if you will. Let's see. Each one of these has a 1 in 16 chance. At least I think it's 1 in 16. We'll see.
We aren't
Oh,
sure
like-
anymore.
No, we are not sure anymore.
We used to be sure, now we're not.
It's more than 0 and less than 100%.
Yeah, pretty much. I also forgot to heal my characters, I only just now noticed. Whoops.
Yeah, you do want to heal. I got a perfect.
And yeah, like I said, Tycoon Castle, you can loot it for a lot of stuff, and I will be taking, well, hopefully I'll be taking advantage of that in the Soul Cannon fight, having these extra high potions and elixirs. Though it depends on how mean Soul Cannon wants to be.
Nice. Easy money.
You got them already?
Yep.
Nice.
Didn't miss a single paralyze. Hooray.
Now you can be 4 Berserkers.
Yay!
Congratulations, you have unlocked the fun.
That
I
is your
didn't
reward.
I did not get a fire rod, but that's okay. Probably should
Yeah.
finally heal, huh?
I was thinking about doing like a fire rod grind, because it does significantly speed up the fight, but yeah.
Yeah, it's basically, I figured since it also just gives me that one extra level, might as well. Alrighty, Galura, by the way. Mag has already passed it because I forgot to introduce you to that guy. Galura is an enemy that has a relatively low base attack stat, but pretty high attack multiplier. What this means is your defense is even more important than usual. This is why, at least for me, I gave Ferris as much physical defense as possible. She should have 15 defense, so that means most of the time she's not going to take any damage at all. And that's kind of relevant against this guy, because for the most part, all Galura does is just physical attacks. It's a mammoth kind of thing that has 1200 HP, a bit of defense, so your damage is slightly reduced for what it's worth. And once it drops below 800 HP remaining, it would normally counterattack twice per turn every time you deal any damage to it, which is honestly quite dangerous and devastating for a lot of characters, especially low-level characters. But if you equip the whip here, you have about a 50% chance, roughly, to paralyze Garula every time Ferris attacks here in particular. And paralyzation in this game effectively means that you don't get to do anything for about 2.5-ish turns, give or take. And as you can see, Lena just took 2 counterattacks right there because I didn't continue getting paralysis. But here I got one more. It's not really worth for me to revive Lena, because for the most part, even if I get really unlucky with no paralysis at all, Ferris has enough defense that she just takes absolutely no damage from Garula, aside from the rush attack. Rush also inflicts the HP zap status on you, which effectively continuously reduces your HP. It's like very fast poison, if you will. And especially at low HP values, that is actually quite devastating, which is the main reason why I went to level 6 rather than just straight up going with level 5, because that can be a bit dangerous. Plus, Garula is not guaranteed to deal 0 damage to Ferris with 15 defense. It has like an attack variance of 15 to 17, so it can deal like 15 or 30 damage in one hit sometimes.
Yeah, and Rush, even if
Actually,
it hits for 0, still inflicts HP zap, so like, I mean...
Yeah. And Magus gets to say goodbye to Sildra. Bye, Sildra.
It's okay, I got to say hello to Berserker. I accidentally equipped
yes.
Mystic Knight, actually, on one person. I was like...
Whoops.
Wishful thinking!
I suppose so. Also, do you use a tent in order to revive the character to...
Nah. If a person would be dead, I would wait until we start actually grinding to revive them, and then put Berserker on.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering, because in practice I just use the tent to revive dead characters, but most of the time, at least one person dies against Galura for me.
Yeah, I wanted to keep them for practice purposes, but like, I mean, you technically have like 2 or 3 tents that you can use whenever, but I wasn't sure about that, so I didn't.
Indeed.
Wow, Ferris, would you like to hit?
It's a 10% chance to miss with the whip, so...
Well, she's not missing with the whip, she's not getting the paralyze. I got one at the start, and I've gotten no more. Gloof is dead.
Unlucky.
Come on, hit.
Yo, spoiler.
There it is.
Yeah, and these kind of outside chances are part of why I went to Tycoon as well, because getting the Ashura, the Katana, and the Diamond Bell, and the Healing Staff does make it a little safer in that you can have more people in the back row. You have a high crit chance with Katanas, and the Healing Staff can, well, heal.
Yeah, all of these
So-
weapons are actually really good at this stage in the game.
Yeah,
They're just really good periods, mostly, honestly.
yeah.
Alright, got him.
Nice.
That was... Ferris just did not want to paralyze him.
Sounds like my practice run.
Cool, great. Back attacked and Lena died.
Oh, taking a nap again.
Yep.
What's here? Alrighty, don't forget to Berserker. Everybody gets to Berserker. You get to Berserker, you get to Berserker.
Everybody gets a Berserker.
Indeed. So, the most notable thing about Berserker is that you cannot control them in combat. Berserkers just attack, attack, attack. That's all they do. And the other notable thing is that they're really slow. So generally speaking, at this stage in the game, normally you're faster than most regular enemies in random encounters. And even if you get into random encounter, you can generally just run away before you take a whack or two. That is not true for Berserkers. They are notoriously so slow compared to anything else.
There's also like a minor... It feels like there's a minor bug in that Berserkers don't start the battle with proper speed. I believe they start with like 0 is what it feels like. Because they're slower than enemies with like... that are like really slow. And...
Yeah, I agree.
Yes,
think
they start with their ATB more or less empty, so to speak.
Yeah.
Which is not what it should be in this game in particular. Because normally the higher speed you are, the higher up you start your ATB from immediately. But yeah, I don't really have any reason to fight anything right now because I don't have any good weapons. In particular, I bought a bunch of longswords for the Garula fight to speed it up slightly, although I guess it was not technically necessary. I actually don't know if it's faster or not to buy them, but Berserkers cannot equip swords. Berserkers can equip daggers, hammers, and axes. Hammers and axes are also kind of notoriously, unfortunately, rather terrible weapons in this game. Their main useful trait is that they pierce defense, as in ignore 75% of the enemy's defense, but most of the axes just have a horrendous chance to miss, like 30%, 20% chance to miss. And then they also, on top of that, have a really high damage variance, which just makes it even less pleasant. Also, worth noting about the city we are about to visit, the first time you enter, there's that weird, 8 times discount or something like that you get, and you can buy one item at an 8 times discount before the cut interrupts you. So I just buy a mithril armor because I plan on giving everybody like a full set of mithril equipment.
Right, done with Garula finally.
Nice.
Can we see some more Fs in chat for Sildra?
Goodbye.
So that discount, the very first shopping trip you get to Karnak, in the defunct sort of mobile Steam iOS version that you can't get anymore, the way that you can shop in there is you don't buy items one at a time, like equipment and things like that. You buy them in stacks, so you can actually buy like as much gil as you have, like fire rods or mithril armors or whatever the first time. And since you are getting them at a huge discount, you can then sell them for half price because you're only buying them for a quarter price and make a lot of money as a result, which is kind of neat, I guess.
I mean, I think it's neat.
So what you're telling me is that you should farm dogs until you can buy 99 rods, buy 99 rods, and then just have rods for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and with that version also having, auto battle and everything, you can just kind of mindlessly do that if you want.
Just watching some cutscenes.
Yeah, it's just one of those little quirks about that version of the game, because every version of this game is, it's still Final Fantasy V, still one of the best RPGs of all time in my opinion, but each version has its own little quirks, some positives, some negatives, that gives each one its own individual personality. I like them all.
Yeah, I think at least every version has some redeeming factors, even the PlayStation version and the old PC version.
The redeeming factor of the PlayStation version is the translation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if you have not experienced the PlayStation 1 localization, you should give it a go. It is just chef's kiss.
Mm-hmm.
Why burns?
Why not?
Oh, that's where he got the name from.
Yep.
Yep.
Kidding. Yeah, no, there's a lot of just so bad it's good kind of translations in that version.
Oh right, Princess Salsa.
Princess
That's
Salsa.
another great one.
The victory text box at the end of battle is just yes with like it's all in caps and then like 5 or 6 S's and then exclamation points. It's really good.
It's great, and it's for a PS1 port. It plays pretty decently too with load times and stuff. Like it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Looking at UFF6.
And by Sildra, the saddest boy.
Yes, what's the bringing up bald money?
Yeah, there's the Derecho enemies in this translation are translated to bald money. Because I think in Japanese it's borado money, and they just sort of phonetically translated it.
I also like to point out the enemy that they called Soccer.
Yeah, the sucker enemies in Torna Canal. Although, you know, one of the better, I mean, aside from everything, one of the better translation elements of this version is that Sage Guido is much, much sassier in this version than in the PlayStation 1 version.
Oh, yes.
Alrighty. I have arrived at the grind. So the initial part of the grind for me is going to be over at these wild knacks. Those wolves always come in packs of 5, guaranteed in the forest near Karnak. And they have about, I think, 96 HP. They do have an attack that deals damage equivalent to however much HP they are missing. So if I get unlucky, the Berserkers attack the enemies in the back row, dealing half damage, because that's what you do into the back row. And then they might take extra counter damage because of it. I think I didn't buy enough Mithril Daggers by accident. Oops.
Looked fine to me when I watched your stream. I don't know why I have time to watch your stream, but you know.
Oh, it's not like you're being very input heavy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, up and down is tough.
For some reason, Butts didn't have the Mithril Dagger equipped. Now I just bought one too many.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's weird. Anyways, the wild knacks here are not the best experience-wise, but they do give a ton of money, which is the nice part about it. Also, I probably should have healed Lena in hindsight. Whoops. Okay, we don't really have much to do with the Berserkers. We literally get into combat and then we just observe. Berserker targeting is entirely random in this version. I believe other versions have Berserkers always attack the first target, but that is not the case here.
Yeah, the Restreamer, I believe, does.
And the defunct
Oh,
other PC version.
That one too. That's right.
Yeah, makes it much more predictable and less of a hassle because, again, if you attack into the back rows of enemies, you deal half damage, basically. Sometimes less than half, because of
Makes no
rounding.
difference for the sandworm fight, though.
It's true, I guess.
I just realized I can't unequip Gloof from when he was from before Garula because he's still dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Guess I'm going to the inn.
Remaster recently patched Berserker.
Berserker.
Oh.
Wow.
I mean, it was in dire need of a patch. Let's be real here.
What was wrong with it?
It's random now. It wasn't random before.
Oh God.
Absolutely necessary patch. I mean,
Oh dear.
I mean, if they're gonna patch something that has to do with randomness, it needs to be the Moogles walking in Moogle Village, because, I don't know, I really feel that it lost something with the Moogles just moving randomly instead of, like, towards you randomly.
It's true. It's one of those things where, unless you just play the game a lot for whatever reason, there's not much of a chance you're gonna notice that one when you're trying to remake the game, I assume.
I do actually take advantage of that in the Pyramid of Moor to avoid the mech head fights. I kind of leash them to an area and then sneak
Right.
past them.
Oh yeah, I guess it makes sense that those would be the same type of movement.
Congrats,
Actually
guys.
never thought
You
about
attacked the
that.
back row 4 times. Fantastic.
Yeah.
They're smart.
Once I can afford the equipment, I'm also immediately going to the planes because that's just on average better experience per encounter, also based on how fast it is.
Yeah. I go to level 8 for money, and then I switch to the planes.
Oh, no, that's not good. The NPC, when leaving the jails, usually steps to the right. Sometimes he'll step down and just get in your way as you're walking up the stairs. And
Yeah.
he just decided to walk down and get in my way.
Yeah, I actually had to walk around him today as well, which seemed a bit unusual.
Of course, all of this happens during the run and never in practice.
I mean, why not?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
what I
they
will
were-
say... Go
They
ahead.
were smart for a second because they attacked. They both attacked the back row one, killing it, but then they attacked another back row one. Oh, Lena finished that one off. Cool. This shouldn't be too bad.
This grind takes about 40 minutes, by the way, from starting. Plus minus whatever variants with back attacks, preemptives, targeting, you name it, you have. But it is about 40 minutes. I don't actually know if we mentioned it, but our target level is level 17, I believe, for everyone.
Yes.
Yep.
We do get an attack multiplier in 17 for everybody, and it also turns out that the HP value we have on level 17 is pretty good for the liquid flame fights. So there's not much reason to go further beyond that outside of, like, you know, because it would take like a really long time to get levels after 17. It would be safer, of course, to go higher. 19, I believe, would be another multiplier for one person, but hardly worth the effort.
Butts gets one at 19. I think Ferris and Gloof both get one at 20.
Yeah.
Is what, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so Berserkers get one attack multiplier roughly every 2 to 3 levels, depending on who you're looking at.
Immediately start out my grind with a back attack.
Perfect.
Well. So, welcome to the grind. Let me introduce you to the various enemies. This is a big bird. It's called a zoo. It has a 1 in 16, well, probably 1 in 16. It's now I'm questioning it. It has a chance to drop an elixir if we get lucky. Because of how long the grind is gonna take for us to get to level 17, on average, I would say we should expect like 1 elixir. If we get lucky, maybe 2. Kind of depending on how many of these encounters we get, of course, as well. And aside from that, it is just running back and forth, grinding. I tend to go south of Karnak. I don't even know if this is the best location to grind. Again, we had like not the longest amount of time to route this, so I'm just going wherever I tend to go casually, I guess, for longer grinds like this at this stage of the game.
Yeah, so
You can also-
based
ahead.
on experience alone, I would say single zoos are the best one, because they take up the least time with getting their turn, and then do give 90 experience for the entire party. which, for comparison, 3 Aegis do the same, but they attack 3 times, so...
Yeah, and your Berserkers are not guaranteed to one-cycle them, unlike the Zoo.
They are actually, but they should anyway.
Well,
They can.
once you have a high enough level.
Yeah.
Which is level 9, so you should.
True.
But yeah, I mean, on average, the fight takes longer.
Unless you get aged. I present to you my counterpoint right now in this encounter.
Yeah, I mean, okay. But even then, you should still do a 1 round.
Most of the time, yeah.
More.
Zeus, I think, have 850 HP, so all my characters doing the low roll of about 200 just does not quite knock them out. Hey, an elixir. Number 1.
You get 1 more than me.
In the meantime, I'm just gonna try to look for drop rate. Because I have time, now I'm curious.
Alright, now I can go do the rest of a little bit of shopping here, namely just restocking some supplies.
The drop rate is clearly 50-50.
I was going to spend the grind watching your average length YouTube video essay, you know, because we've got the time.
At a quick glance, I'm not finding it. It's okay.
Tent back up. So I do things slightly differently for the grind. I'm actually going to be cherry-picking encounters between 2 encounter regions. I'm going to do a save and reload.
Yeah, if you go over to the east, the Meteor, you actually, on average, get a lot more turtle encounters compared to around Karnak instead. So, especially if you have a chemist later on, it's kind of nice to get extra turtle shells, but, well, we don't really have the chemist in this situation. At least, well, probably not.
Yeah, turtles do give you a lot of experience, though.
They do. The main downside is if 3 of the Berserkers attack the back one.
That is very
Well,
correct.
I guess once
you
you
reach...
shot them, it's fine.
Yeah, once you reach 14, roughly, they are very good, actually, because then they can actually do damage, like real damage to the back row one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good job attacking the back row, everyone.
Yeah, that's gonna happen a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
At least we can run away from encounters. If you play the Super Famicom version, aka Super Nintendo, if you have 4 Berserkers or all your characters Berserk, you cannot run away from combat. It is not an option. Making a bunch of things, if you, for whatever reason, do Berserker, kind of tedious, and occasionally random encounters can even be dangerous because of it.
It's true.
Yeah, so where I'm standing right here, there's a zone line. The Karnak zone region is directly to the left of me, and then I'm in the Meteor region here on the right. And I'm just going to be cherry-picking encounters between the 2 of them. Wow, you almost just ruined Ferris.
Yeah, so the Meteor region has a bunch of encounters that are a lot more experience, but they are also a bit nastier than the South Karnak region.
Yeah, maybe a quick introduction to the next boss as to why we're grinding to that degree to begin with. Of course, we cannot control the characters, but you would think with enough levels and enough brute force, you should be able to punch through anything relatively easily. The main downside here is that the next boss is a little bit of a difficulty spike if you don't have a way to take advantage of its elemental weakness. And well, with Berserkers we definitely do not have any elemental attack, so there's that. And effectively, the boss coming up has an attack that hits the entire party for 25% of their maximum health. So if it uses it 4 times, well, characters are probably dead. Or at the very least, if they don't have an HP divisible by 4, very close to it anyways. So we have a very limited time to knock out Liquid Flame. And at 17, we just get some nice extra damage multipliers. It is still reasonable time-wise to grind out. And the probability of success is, well, for 4 Berserkers, I guess, okay. I think we figured out it's like 9 or 10 out of 50 on our tests or something.
It's like about 15% or so.
Yeah,
Is what our chances are to win.
it's not the greatest odds, to say the least, but at the least, it is reasonably doable.
Reasonably, you say.
Yeah, you just need to get a bit lucky. I don't see a problem.
I see.
In my practice run, I went 10, and then just still nothing.
Oh yeah, I need to remember to buy ice rods. Good that you mentioned it. We do have a contingency plan. Like we take 10 tries, like real tries at the boss, but like in terms of like, we can't be here forever. So if we don't get it in a 10th try on the boss, we are allowed to use the freelancer with ice rods to just get past it. Because like otherwise, we might be here until tomorrow, and we don't really want to do that.
Yeah.
We do have good odds to get there beforehand. In fact, I think if you assume a 15% success rate with 10 tries, on average, everybody should make it past before that happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of...
Does anybody on this call think that they're average?
The average
I
bad
mean-
luck, maybe, yeah. So, I mean,
people in general feel like they are getting unlucky than they actually are. That's just how it is.
Is that so?
Yep. Because, I mean, in a lot of cases, the bad luck is more memorable than the stuff where you just get average luck and it's just normal. That's just how it works, I suppose. At least in my mind.
I must say,
It is.
I did 3 practice things, 2nd try, 4th try, and 8th try. So like, it wasn't bad. I'm expecting to not get it today, of course, but you know, when it matters.
Yeah, in
So
the
I can-
practice runs that I've done where I've actually done the fight as opposed to like just do the sort of contingency plan just to get past it, I've gotten it usually within 6.
I think my longest streak was 23.
Jesus.
That's impressive.
Tasty. There's one thing with like how RNG works that you do need to pay attention to. If you keep doing the same thing, you will get the same results. Like, so.
Yeah, this is pseudo RNG,
Yeah.
so you can get stuck in loops.
Yeah, and especially Final Fantasy V is kind of, at least if you've played it a decent amount, it is actually notable on how limited the RNG can be. When I've done a few solo character challenge runs, often the character's only option is to run a later game boss called Omniscient out of MP, so you just wait until he casts his spells. And actually pretty much every time he just falls into a pattern where he uses the same abilities and spells over and over again until you break that rhythm by doing anything as a player. So it's kind of interesting in how it just often gives you similar results. So I don't know about the Game Boy Advance version, but at least on the Super Nintendo version you can shuffle your inventory around, then save and reset, and it will usually give you like a different RNG seed. But I did not notice anything useful like that in this version. Because when I shuffled the inventory, trying to get a different encounter set before Liquid Flame, it just still gave me the same stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah, because the quick saving works. It would do that, yes.
Yeah, now that you mention it.
In the SNES version, it just advances when you save and reload. Here, it just puts you back on the same thing every time.
That's true, that actually makes a lot of sense in hindsight. Huh, I know so much, yet so little apparently.
Oh, there's a back attack.
I think I had only about 3 so far,
I had
so that's pretty decent.
2 doggies were back attacks for me, and that was not very nice.
Yeah, especially early on, that can be quite annoying. One thing that actually might differ a little bit is our approach on how we equip our characters for the Liquid Flame,
Nah.
because I'm gonna go full armor.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, same.
I'm not.
It's mostly the armor thing is mostly really good for the grind. I have noticed because you do end up losing a lot of time if you take damage here.
Yeah. And notably, the accessory, the Mithril Glove, usually I just completely ignore that thing because buying something that is reasonably expensive just to get a bit of defense at this point in the game usually is not really worth your while.
And
With the
has a lot
exception
of weight.
here. Yeah, the weight actually is quite notable, I guess. Speaking of equipment weight, every 8 equipment weight you effectively lose 1 speed in combat in this version. Unless they patch it in the Pixel Remaster, you lose 1 speed per each equipment weight. The Pixel Remaster, which is ridiculous, because it makes you so much slower.
Yes, but the ATB does work differently in the Pixel Remaster, so as an addendum to that.
That is fair. Doesn't make me like it anymore.
That's very true. Not my FF5.
So there was,
somebody
at least for a
apparently-
brief period, a really, really cool thing about the Pixel Remaster that they did end up patching out, and it's if you cast Return during the Neo X-Death fight, you go back to fighting the tree form of X-Death, but with the Neo X-Death background, and they patched it out, and that's really sad.
That is a
Aw.
big boo, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I think that I did this on my first Pixel Remaster playthrough. By the way, I just want to say, I like to harp on the Pixel Remaster occasionally because, you know, it's just the little things that irk me, but overall it's a great version to play.
I
Oh
agree.
yeah,
I would
every
say.
version of Final Fantasy V is still Final Fantasy V and worth playing.
Yeah, it is also worth noting that one of the biggest advantages of the Pixel Remaster is it's accessible. Like,
Hmm.
I would argue most people probably don't have an easy way to play Game Boy Advance games these days, so there's that. Or even Super Famicom for that matter.
What do you mean, you don't have a SNES on, like, just like that? I mean,
It's hooked up to an HDMI thingy and all. I thought everybody has that, right?
oh, yeah. To be fair, a lot of people do have Super Nintendos, but they're in the attic somewhere at this point.
I suppose. I actually recently got to dug out my old PAL SNES
Ah, I did the same.
just to
actually.
see if things work, and
Yeah.
I found a bunch of games.
I
tried
forgot
to
that PAL is
play-
the
go
name
ahead.
of the region, and I thought you were just saying your old friend, the SNES. And I just for a moment was like, oh, that's very sweet of you, Yak. It's like, no, it's the region. I'm tired. I'm sorry.
Good morning and welcome. I mean, it is kind of an old friend, really. But when I tried to play it a little bit, because I'm used to the 60 FPS,
Oh yeah.
it was playing really slowly.
You definitely,
Like
it's insane how you notice the difference, especially like, you know, compared to like, in your youth you didn't even notice. Like now we're playing NTSC and all of a sudden you go back and say, oh my god, how could I play this? It's so slow.
Right. It is really kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
Like, for me, I especially noticed it when I inserted Mega Man 4 into my old NES.
God.
Just like suddenly everything was so slow.
Yeah.
On the bright side, it was slightly less laggy, but that's
They did
that's a
start
trade-off.
in the Super Nintendo era. They did start to like speed up the actual games instead, to compensate for it. Like for instance, Super Metroid, the PAL version, is like sped up. It's still 50, but like the game itself is sped up, so you can do some fun stuff in that version that you can't actually do in the NTSC version.
Yeah, I believe Mario Kart also has a similar case.
You can tell we're very engaged with the video game right now.
Demanding so much attention, yeah.
This is the portion of the game we call Game Plays Itself.
I mean, to be fair, it is
This is the
enjoyable to some
podcast
degree.
version of the run.
It is.
I do need to pay attention to what level I am, actually.
Yep. I can actually just see whenever Magus is done, and then I'm going to be done about 2 minutes later.
Cheating! Hello!
Stream sniping.
I should be like 3 levels off based off my HP. I actually, when I did these grinds like for practice, I could tell time-wise, like level 14 to 15 takes 5 minutes, level 15 to 16 is 5:30, and then the last one is 6.
Just remember you voted for this. Yes, people voted for this. Which, by the way, is maybe also a good opportunity to plug that this is also for charity. So, if you see the bar on your screen, I actually don't know if we have a donation link for the thing somewhere.
We have. I know we have a link to the 4-Job Fiesta site, which has a link to the to be able to donate.
Yeah. Basically, as it stands right now with the current incentives and donation totals, we're gonna get to World 3 and immediately go and end the game. If you don't want that to happen, you might need to just kind of, well, reach certain thresholds, let's put it this way. I mean, to be fair, this is gonna be a reasonably lengthy run, but at least for certain incentives like the get all the summon stuff, I guess we would be missing out on potentially Shoten Carbuncle if it gets met in an awkward location.
And Shiva.
Yeah, Shiva too.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Shiva exists.
Who needs
She
Shiva?
sure does.
I genuinely forgot that Shiva is a thing.
Yeah, I thought you could get Shiva in the Void, but it's just Rama and Golem that you can get in the Void if you didn't get them in Worlds 1 and 2 respectively.
Yeah. Okay, Shionobi just posted the donation site. Thank you very much.
Alright, what level am I? I need to pay attention to 14, okay.
My characters are pros at attacking the back row.
I mean, they're consistent in their targeting at least, I guess. My characters have reached a point where they just 3-shot the zoo, which is nice. Less of a chance for them to not knock it out in the later encounters.
Oh, I'm level 50.
Sometimes the music seems to bug out for me. Oh.
Yeah, I was noticing that during practice as well.
Yeah, it'll do that when it's trying to call like multiple different audio things at the same time. It'll bug out for just a moment. Usually you just need to like change the songs. You like go in or out of town or in or out of battle and it'll fix itself.
Yeah, it was just missing the bass line in this encounter. That was weird. Yeah. Speaking of Berserker synergies, what is your favorite other job class to have alongside a Berserker to make the Berserker less questionable?
Knight. Easily Knight.
Knight
Yeah,
with
double
two-handed
grip.
is real nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, two-handed is amazing on Berserker. It actually makes hammers like worth using.
That's true. I personally do actually like the Berserker, like Ranger plus Berserker combo, giving the Berserker a bow where it doesn't matter what they target, they will still always deal full damage, and it gives them a good chunk of agility on top of it. I actually kind of enjoy on how weirdly strong it seems, compared to like the other weapons or options the Berserker normally has access to. You can do some nonsense with Equip Harp. Yeah, Equip Harp on Berserker is actually potentially useful because it gives you the magic power as well as agility of a bard. So if you're using a weapon that can proc, let's say, Earthquake, then your Earthquake deals more damage and the Berserkers are faster, so it can be useful. Not sure about dealing damage though, because Harps unfortunately don't benefit at all from being Berserked.
Yeah.
Monk Berserker, that's a fun one.
I don't know. I think my favorite synergy with the Berserker is knocked out.
Naps. Well, except for Soul
Which I
Cannon,
guess would
I
mean
guess.
Dragoon, because, you know, floor tank. But I mean, I do like giving it some sort of magic boosting ability in the end game. You know, the Rune Axe or the Gaia Hammer does, you know, does help a bit.
That's true, actually, scales with the Rune Axe. And I think unless you have the Titan's Glove, you actually cannot underflow the Rune Axe magic power, because it gives you like +3 or something. That's kind of a niche thing, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't think the underflow works in this version. I think that's just for the Super Famicom and PS1 versions.
That is very
Yeah,
true.
it does not work here.
It works on the PlayStation version. Which
A
I think
lot
is
of the
quite
glitches
interesting.
that you can do in the Super Famicom, you can do in the PlayStation 1 version. I don't think there's a... I don't know of any, I guess I should say, of something that is unique to the Super Famicom version. But I'm
Well,
also not one who plays that version that much.
you can run away in the PlayStation version with 4 Berserkers. You cannot do that in SNES. That's the one
Oh, okay.
difference.
Oh,
Basically,
I
I
guess
think-
you've got the chicken knife. You can actually end up soft locking if you have that equipped then.
Yep. That is indeed a thing. And the PlayStation version should basically fix that part. I guess most notably, there's some enemies that berserk your entire party, and if one of these characters has the chicken knife equipped in the Super Nintendo version, you could just soft lock the game because of it. The Thor's Hammer is nice because it just ignores the row completely as well. You can deal full damage from the back row, which funnily enough you can do with the Earth Hammer as well, or the Gaia Hammer, which might not be intentional, but it works.
Yeah, the Berserker has a reputation as being like a really bad job class, but it's really not. Like, there's a lot of utility to just a really big, strong character who just does damage automatically. Like, there is a really nice kind of contribution that it gives to any team. So I don't, you know, the reputation I think is mostly earned because of situations like this, where you really just have to grind out because all you have is Berserkers. But
Yeah.
by itself, it's a fine job.
Berserker is only bad when you start stacking.
Yeah.
That's really it. I mean, 2 years ago, I started with Knight and then got Berserker after it, so I had two-handed as soon as I got the Berserker, and holy crap, could that do some damage.
That's pretty good.
Like, you can buy a hammer, you buy one of the hammers in Karnak, and you can be hitting for up to, like, 700.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, we just have 300s with the dagger, which actually might be also a point worth noting. The reason why we use daggers is because they can't miss, and daggers in Final Fantasy V specifically are actually, on average, some of the strongest weapons. They are reliable, aka never miss, and on top of that, there's actually an additional benefit. You don't just not miss, at least on enemies that have no evasion. If an enemy has evasion and you use a dagger, it actually cuts the enemy's evasion in half. So the upcoming boss, Liquid Flame, has 10%, 20%, and 30% evasion depending on its form, and Dagger just ignores half of those evasion. Well, half the evasion, which is very handy. There's like niche cases where you could argue that on Liquid Flame, because it always counterattacks, with hammers, on average, you might actually have a higher percentage to win. But because you have a much lower chance to hit, and the damage is so variable, you would need to run a lot of trials for that to be the case in the long run.
What's the hammer hit rate? 70%?
80 on the Mithril
80
hammer.
on that one. Yeah, I mean, even then, that's like 30% evasion and then 80% to hits.
Yeah,
No,
it's not
thank you.
It is not good. But I would need to run a lot of sample size. Like, my initial tests were with 3 hammers and 1 dagger. Gallop with the dagger because he still gets the agility boost, whereas the others lose it at level 17. Wow, they do not like my butts in this game. Everybody else at 400 HP and just butts at 84.
Yeah, the Zeus critical attack actually still does a ton of damage, even if
Indeed.
you are fully geared out.
Which is quite interesting. A lot of critical attacks don't actually deal more damage from various enemies. But
Nope.
these ones do.
For me, it's Lana.
Also, the players...
90.
Go ahead. The player's critical hits ignore defense, but enemies' critical attacks usually have like just an attack multiplier of 1.5 or 2. Sometimes just literally the same damage as a regular attack, which is quite funny. Well, I'm at level 16, so it's just one more level along the way. And this time I don't have Lena, I've just died twice early on and lagged behind. So that's nice. Only one elixir though.
I got 2.
That's pretty good.
I have none.
None.
You guys should get elixirs.
I
Right,
will
they're
during
pretty
the
I
hard.
would
Karnak
love to.
Yeah, I will during the Karnak escape, I guess.
Yeah, I pick up all
Yeah, I'll
of
be
them.
getting those.
Like I was initially in my first test run, I was like skipping 3 or 4. Then I got to Soul Cannon and it's like, I'd like to have more.
I'm sad now.
Yeah. I think my first practice during the grind, I ended up getting 6 elixir drops, and I thought, oh, well, I guess, 1 in 16 over however many fights, da-da-da-da-da. And then, since then, none. For all of my practices, no elixirs.
Rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you should share your elixirs. I
Share
think it will
mine.
only be fair.
Only if you share your death sites. Yeah, I guess.
You got a link cable?
Actually, I
do, actually. That might not be long enough, to be fair.
Well, you can't stretch it across Europe?
Yeah, it's a bit slightly too short for that, yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know about you guys, but occasionally it's actually quite relaxing to just grind for a while.
Occasionally, yeah.
Occasionally. Not all the time.
I don't
wouldn't want to
don't
do this
hate
run
it.
all the
I
time.
will say, when I do Fiestas and this happens, I don't necessarily hate it. Like, it's definitely sometimes a nice change of pace. But
This is definitely giving plenty of time for the coffee to kick in, so I do appreciate that.
Coffee.
If,
I have
what
one more
what
book.
it's doing is it's giving people more time to make us play more of the game.
It's true. Unfortunately, I don't think we have access to any donation tracker, so we just see the bar slowly rise, hopefully someday.
I have
Alright.
it open, and I can check it pretty easily.
That's handy. To be fair, the only time I see it is in a tiny corner of my screen when I have like the entire stream open. Which is a bit too small.
$212 until we fight Necrophobe.
Alrighty. That's
And then
pretty
it's
reasonable.
1,000 past that to do all tablets.
Yep, that is basically the threshold of doing more in World 3. In case anybody's curious, rather than just going straight for the end. And believe us, we have a bard, we don't need to do anything else.
Yeah, like my notes have I have in my notes where I do some slightly different shopping, and there's just like, all right, if all tablets is not met, go to Void. We're done.
Yeah, I buy 2 Hermes sandals if we go straight to the Void, 3 if I need to do other stuff. That's
I
the
buy
only
all
difference.
4.
Yeah.
My route actually has the money when it gets there to buy all 4 of them.
That's crazy.
Yeah, same. I just buy it all 4.
It's not that crazy. Like, you can definitely get like all the money. I just tend to ignore a lot of things on the way, for the most
Right.
part.
And Yeah. Probably, in the end, more efficient to do that, but maybe safer and more consistent this way.
Yeah, especially again, this is a marathon length run, really. So consistency is very, very valuable. Which is also why we just hope that nobody gets stuck in Liquid Flame, I would say.
Oh, look at that. I'm level 17.
Congratulations. First one to red there.
Yeah, guys, I think in
I
2
just
minutes
got
from
to
now you
16.
can probably stop grinding.
Thank you. That sounds about right.
Don't forget your frost rods, guys. Just in case, you know.
Oh, that is an excellent point, thank you. I was probably just gonna buy the Mythical Gloves and forgot the Frost Rods.
Yeah.
I'm actually I'm gonna do that now.
I bought my first frost rod at half price, so I just need one more.
That's fair. I bought the armor. Oh, also, I need to remember to shop for magic.
Yeah, buy your time magic now. Whatever you need of that as well.
And in my notes. Maybe?
I think the only thing
Because it
that
might-
really matters is slow, but yeah.
Yeah, well, haste is nice to have.
It is nice, but I mean, Heiska does the same thing, and with a gold hairpin, which I assume you're
I think
getting.
I buy that later when I come back.
Yeah.
Slow
I
is
mean-
better than Sloga because it has a higher chance to hit, and since a lot of bosses are just one enemy,
No,
I
I didn't
prefer to
do
have that.
Alright.
I only get time magic level 2 on a secondary character, so haste and slow is very useful for that.
It's true.
Gain the levels. Alright, let's go.
Hey, I got an elixir.
Nice.
My first one.
Da-da-da-dum.
I do enjoy getting into the enemy formation with the Zoo and the two Agers, and the Zoo dies first. That's always enjoyable.
Oh, I've had that happen as well, yeah.
It takes so long because of half damage.
Yeah.
Oh, I did have a note. I'm looking at my notes, I'm like, oh, I didn't actually put in buy slow and haste, and it's sitting right in my notes. I can read, I swear.
Sometimes I can read.
It's too early to be reading.
I'm a dingus. I just bought so many tents that I can't afford haste and slow anymore. Well, hopefully I remember after Karnak. I did, for some reason, sometimes I just change up the order of where I go first. And this time I apparently decided to go counterclockwise instead of clockwise.
Alright, I'm gonna get ready to grab some water here. I'm about to go into round 1.
Good luck.
Thank you. I won't see it, so...
Alrighty. Introduction to Liquid Flame. Liquid Flame has 3000 HP. It is most of the time weak to ice, except for the hand form for some reason. That one is immune to ice. And it always counterattacks whenever it takes damage and switches forms. So, effectively, the humanoid form has the most devastating counterattack for our troop because it casts Blaze, dealing 25% of our character's maximum HP in damage. And that's a lot of damage, let's put it this way. It also has a regular attack, I think, and a rush attack. The rush attack actually punches or deals enough damage to punch through the armor we have. The regular attack deals no damage thanks to us having full armor on everybody, except I think Dragon Dart.
Nope, I will not have full armor.
Yeah. Effectively, we just want to see the humanoid form the least as we hopefully can. The tornado form, the only thing it does is cast Fire 2 on itself, or Fire. And Fire 2 on itself means that it will just heal for a bunch, which is not desirable, but better than the humanoid form counterattacking and reducing your maximum HP by 25%. And then we have the hand form. The hand form basically only has physical attacks. The worst thing it can do is paralyze a character, but if you have full armor, it will actually deal no damage beyond that, which is very convenient for us. So the hand form, however, does counterattack with Fire Ra, single target, which
first
does a
elixir.
lot of damage. Oh, nice.
Well, my first elixir dropped since I got one from Tycoon.
I see. Yeah, you also get high potions from there, which are very handy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, thanks to level 17, we actually just barely, for the most part, survive one Fire Ra counterattack plus like 2 blazes, I think it is, or 1 blaze. Anyways, yeah, it basically, level 17 with the HP works out just nice enough to have a reasonable shot at surviving that specific combination of attacks. But in the end, we just need to get lucky and hope that our Berserkers both don't miss, because each form has a evasion, the hand form 10%, the humanoid form 20%, and the tornado form 30%. Did you just win?
I just won, yeah. I was like coming back, was like getting ready to reset. I had a first turn blaze, so I was like, yeah, it's not gonna work out anyway.
Wow.
That's wild. GG, nice.
Okay.
Well, that's 2 frost rods you get to use later.
Very true. They'd be perfect for Necrophobe. Hint, hint.
It'll be fine. But yeah, that is kind of the hope that we luck for everybody, sure. The luck we hope for everybody. So, well, we'll see. We did basically our preparation. We have a okay chance to win. Well, okay for Berserkers, really. It's just not a good chance to win. It is very relevant for me, at least, to heal up my cactus all the way to full before engaging combat with Liquid Flame, because even just missing 3 HP on a character is the difference between surviving 4 blazes or not, because at level 17 our cactus HP is not divisible by 4. So that's actually a good thing, because that means we survive more blazes, so to speak. Or well, 1 more than we otherwise would. Alrighty, my first attempt now.
Good luck. I wasn't ready for this.
So who survived?
Butts, actually. I don't know how. I didn't see the fight, so I can't tell you, but... yeah.
You didn't see the fight, just looking at other stuff.
I was running around, sorry. Like,
Get up, get a drink. Alright, I'm not gonna win this. Oh, never mind, I guess I did. Okay, one more fight.
Yeah,
If somebody
same.
wants to keep track of how much damage we do, be my guest, because normally I like to count damage, but here I'm just like, it doesn't really make a difference, does it? I guess technically it makes a difference, because I could predict whether it's even possible to win if there's like 2 fire counterattacks remaining, and I only have 1 character remaining or something. I have 2 blazes already without the counter. I feel like that
Ouch.
smells like a
that is too much,
not
yeah.
gonna work.
Then again, I did get one at the very start, which is why I was thinking I wasn't gonna do it, right? Like, you get to turn 1 blaze, and it's pretty much game over.
Okay, yeah. At this point I can reset here, because the humanoid form, I'm pretty sure this thing had over 1000 HP remaining.
Yeah.
And the humanoid form came back, I had 2, 3, and 1 HP, so...
Well, that
And this
was
is also the beauty of us getting exactly the same encounters in exactly the same spot after resetting, which is a bit inconvenient in this case.
Oh wait, no, I can't do it now.
You get 2 encounters, right? Surely.
Yeah, you do,
Yeah. Okay.
because you pick up the elixir.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Actually, do you skip it if you don't pick up the elixir?
No.
No.
But yeah, it's the rare encounter with 4 enemies, so it's really likely that it deals some damage to the character, so I always have to menu potion. And unfortunately I forgot to sort my inventory before saving, so I have to do this every time now.
Oh, I'm just realizing I could have just not quick saved for the escape. Ha.
Oh yeah, that's true. You don't have to.
It's too late, I did, but, you know.
Alrighty, attempt number 2. Good luck everyone.
I'm just entering the ship now.
And another turn 1 Blaze. By the way, it's a 1 in 3 chance for him to use Blaze. Turn 1.
You sure about
It
that?
is going to happen. Yes. It is
Sure,
going
it's
to
not 1 in
happen.
16.
I'm pretty sure it's 1 in 16. And second humanoid form immediately. Back to the hand form. At least the hand form can only counterattack with fire rod 3 times, and then it's out of MP. So theoretically, even though we took a lot of blazes here, if it just keeps going back and forth between the hand form and the tornado form, it is technically possible to win. Oh, also, the tornado form's counterattack is magnet, just pulling a character from the back row into the front row, but we are already in the front row, so it's whatever.
My loot goblin tendencies have just really taken over. I don't need to
Fiesta
grab
time.
the Moonring blade. Just let it go.
Goodbye.
I mean, I still get it just because I can sell it. And it only takes a moment to grab.
Yeah.
Okay, humanoid form. Good night. I think it would be faster for me to manually reset here. Maybe I should keep track of the exact HP. I assumed it wasn't gonna be enough because it healed twice, but I didn't know.
I usually, for this one, I use a calculator just to play along.
Right? Because that's the only thing you can
It's
do.
something to do, yeah.
It's true. A liquid flame has 3000 HP if you want to keep track.
Do I ever?
So
Alright. Into my first go.
good luck to you. How many attempts is this for me? I think it's the 4th one.
3 or 4, I don't know.
This is your first attempt.
Nice try.
I'm actually horrible at counting, like, over the course of this thing, like, meta.
There's a delay
counting.
between each tick up, essentially.
Yeah, I'm not good at keeping track of, because I'm always so distracted by everything.
That's what I have spreadsheet for.
So maybe chat could introduce me how many attempts this is. I think it's 4. If it's 3, let me know, because then I would need to do one more.
4 sounds more
alright.
likely.
Out of my first 4 attacks, 3 of them were misses.
That's impressive in its own right, really.
Ah, good. The back attack right before going into the engine room. Wonderful.
Wow. I guess at least it doesn't really change much because you get hit anyways.
I was gonna say, like, it's basically the same.
Go, Lena. Oh, that was Fairies first. Rip Lena.
Fine, okay, yep. Well, here we go. First try.
Good luck to you.
First attempt.
I guess we'll have to commentate his own thing over there because
I'm
I don't
just
know where we are.
running around. We're about to enter the library, but it's more interesting to see you guys do Liquid Flame.
The library.
Alright, open the blade.
Start.
Nope.
Still technically possible to win, I guess.
Into Tornado. To hand.
Also, technically, it is ideal if Gallof is the guy remaining because he actually deals slightly more damage than everybody else.
Yep.
Theoretically, if I get like 3 switches between Tornado form and hand form, I think I might be able to do this here, but
To human.
We'll see.
Oh, nuts. Oh, maybe actually. Hold on.
And
No! Don't miss, you idiot.
tornado.
I need
Don't miss
tornado.
twice, you idiot! I was one hit away, and a liquid flame human form got 3 attacks off. Because
Oh, no.
I missed twice, and then
Galuf.
the last one was rush.
Galuf, do it! Hit! I got him.
The last hit. Let's go, Lena. Oh, he did an extra blaze. I'm not dead.
Good luck.
No, it's not enough.
Galuf pulled through for me. It was unlikely at that point, but it was... Galuf decided to just do it.
Yeah, GG. I don't like Bart's anymore. Like that was there were a total of 6 misses in that fight from my characters. 3 of them were from Bart.
The 2 and her 2, the human form has a 2 and 3 chance to kill you because Rush does 90 damage and Blaze, obviously.
Yeah, well, with the shield you can block Rush, I think. Can you block Rush?
You can block Rush, technically, yes, but, I mean, it's still almost a guarantee to be killing you at that point.
Yeah. Galuf for me had, for some reason, I think I only saw 3 blazes, so he had enough HP to survive a Rush at the end.
That was my most likely outcome, actually, like one character left standing, getting hit by Rush, and then killing it off.
Yeah.
Alright, take 2.
But yeah, for me it was basically, again, ideal. Galuf deals like 30 more damage than the others, which does add up over the course of the fight, if he is left standing.
And again, the fight just starts with a character missing.
Rip.
Take 2 for me.
I guess ideally, your characters ends their cycle of attacks in the hand form.
I was
It's not
gonna
like
say,
the
a miss is not necessarily something bad early on in the fight. Later on, definitely, but like early on, if you're on a good form, you might want to miss at that point.
I think this one's doomed.
Silver specs should increase accuracy. At least they prevent you from getting blinded, so that's nice. Alrighty, I need to not forget to reset here because, well, I don't want to get into 4 encounters on the way over here. And the slow ones too.
Okay. Good.
So, Galuf already murdered Ifrit. Basically, if you manage to get past Liquid Flame, Ifrit is not a big hurdle. He is effectively much weaker, all things considered.
Say that,
Biblos,
if you
on the
get
other
back
hand.
attacked, if you get back attacked on Ifrit, it's
I forgot that could even happen, that's true.
yeah, I got
Uh-oh.
that in practice. It wasn't fun because your Berserkers are in the back row, and yeah, it's not
Yeah.
very cool.
My characters
That-
cannot hit. It's just...
Oh, boy.
Well, that was a bad blaze.
Yep.
Oh crap, paralyzed.
But yeah, Biblos has 3600 HP and is weak to fire, so if you can somehow take advantage of fire damage in some capacity, it is a reasonably doable fight. However, once he drops below 800 HP remaining, he will have a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with Drain, dealing about, what, 250 damage or something? It's a lot of damage, basically, to one
210.
character and healing him. 210. Yeah, it's a lot of damage, because Drain for some reason has a really high base attack power, even if the boss doesn't have particularly great magic multiplier.
Guys, you want to
Okay.
hit for more than 100 at this
Still
point.
hand.
There we go.
Yeah.
Block.
made it. Yeah, the main thing about Biblos is every second turn he has a chance to cast Wind Slash at 1 and 3, which is hurts very badly. It's an AoE for 240-ish, and our Geos only have 400 HP. But Geos are pretty good with their fire attack. They are guaranteed with Gaia to use Ignis here, and that will, generally speaking, do at least roughly 400 damage.
I hope this hit kills it.
Good luck.
Please? Damn.
But yeah,
That was looking
maybe-
really good. It just never went back to human form, but I got one bad human in the middle that killed 3 characters.
I have a Berserker now.
That happened to me in practice too. It doesn't matter. Spoiler.
Nope.
You have a what now?
A Berserker.
Oh.
So, in the escape here, we pick up the Mage, which is a really strong dagger with an additional 1 in 4 chance to just straight up block physical attacks. It's basically just ridiculously good, all things considered. And it has basically one of the best attack powers for this point in the game for like just general combat use. So I put this on Galef because once again he actually gets an additional slight boost to his damage from daggers right now until level 18, then he loses that one. I also pick up all the elixirs in here because, well,
Yeah.
we kind of can use them. We can get lucky and don't need them, but the odds for that are not great. Also, that was crazy. Galef went second in that encounter. What the heck?
Alright, round 3.
Good luck. But yeah, Biblos can be a huge hurdle for a bunch of 4-drop Fiesta parties because of the drain healing and Biblos having the tendency to halve your level as well, reducing your
That's a
damage
big thing, yeah.
dramatically.
Rude. All
Yep.
right. Third try failed.
Okay, I did not get Blaze first try, and Lena caped the attack. Hand second. Tornado.
Wait, do the Kurnax have evasion? I just missed.
Back to
Yep.
human.
They do.
Wow,
No Blaze.
Piano Flex. Sorry.
nice.
No.
I mean,
Piano
2 of
Flex
us
is
are
worth
just
it.
literally staring at a fight that we can't do anything about. Another
But yeah, the escape
human.
sequence here has technically quite a lot of treasures, and if you don't know your jobs yet, notable items to find here are the ribbon, which is an excellent piece of equipment if you get a dancer later on. But, well, you need to get a dancer in order to use that. Or a half a freelancer, that technically works as well, I guess.
Human.
But we don't need any of those, we just grab the elixirs and money. As well as Elf Cape and Mage. The Mage once again being the highlight of this entire area, in my opinion. The Elf Cape is nice too, just not as crazy.
Hand again. Block.
Oh,
That was
we
not a
already
block.
have them.
Kill it! Ah, nope.
The Mithril Shields do have a 25% chance to block, so it's decently likely, but not exactly reliable.
It's a nice boost over the leather shields from earlier.
Yeah.
Plus, one person can have the elf cloak, which is another 33% on top of that. Not additive, but it's a separate 33% chance.
Indeed. It's also worth noting, in this situation, I don't want to give Galef the Elf Cape that we just picked up here, because it gives +1 agility, which just barely pushes him over the threshold of dealing less damage with daggers because of the weird effect.
Yep.
It's really
For once, Gloof's low agility actually benefits him.
indeed.
My
He's a
characters
slow old man, but also very
cannot
tanky.
hit. This is sad.
You may want to rearrange your inventory if you see the same thing happening.
Oh no,
Alright.
it is different every time. It's just
But-
different characters
It's a
missing.
different myth.
Yeah.
Attempt number 4.
Yep.
It is what it is. You do have a decent chance with Gallup, though.
I think I need 2 more hits at this point, which
Yeah, with the
I-
healing.
yeah, which I don't.
Yeah.
I
Never,
think it still
never say
has-
never.
Oh, I think he still has MP for Fire. Oh, okay, that works.
Hey.
I did win 4th try.
Haha. That's the extra damage from
Nice.
Gallup right there.
Congratulations. It is worth noting, by the way, that the
Not
sergeant
taking
find
any opportunity to go refill my coffee and all of that. I feel like resetting to do that again, just so I can. No, I don't.
You can't.
Wow.
You can't. If you go into the Deathclaw fight, you can quickly grab a coffee. That's what I did.
that works. Yeah. Yeah, the sergeant is supposed to turn into Iron Claw, but my Berserker just knocked him out. We could do that, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that's what happened on my screen too.
Yeah. It's also kind of worth noting that the wolves in that fight in particular, they don't attack on their own volition. They specifically only attack whenever the sergeant tells them to, which is different from the random encounters where both the sergeant lets them attack and the wolves attack themselves, which is kind of something, I guess.
It is 6 attacks in total, yeah.
Wait,
Not still in 3rd place. I've been in 4th place for a while, so this was my chance to get ahead. Because I had a very terrible wing raptor that actually got into the protect phase. Oh, I actually did mean to mention that. Like, that's actually the purpose of those first boss fights in both, Final Fantasies 4, 5, 6, and 7 is to convey to the player the active time battle system. So each of the first bosses in those Final Fantasies does have a phase where it becomes immune, essentially, in counterattacks, and it's to communicate to the player, don't do anything, the battle's still progressing. So it's a tutorial boss for that kind of mechanism in this variation of turn-based combat.
that actually makes sense. Never thought about that.
Although Final Fantasy V is the only one where none of the characters tell you that in combat. You know, in Final Fantasy IV, you know, it'll say like, oh, is turning into mist. In Final Fantasy VI, you have Vix and Wedge say that, don't attack the shell, kind of thing. I think only Final Fantasy V is one where it just goes into that phase, but doesn't tell you to do anything, or to not do anything.
I forgot to Geomancer, whoops.
Alright,
No.
4th attempt.
Good luck.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
Good luck.
Opens with Blaze.
Okay, maybe real quick about Geomancers. Geomancers are a curious class. They have pajamas, so they look great for what it's worth, and they use bells as a weapon, which bells are an unfortunate case of there's just not a good bell weapon, because all of the bells have really terrible attack power, because otherwise they would actually be fantastic in terms of, like, how the damage formula works, because it basically fully considers your magic power and agility for the purpose of multiplier calculation. So theoretically, bells would have a fantastic way to deal damage, if only there was a bell that actually could deal damage. The rune bell being maybe the one exception that can be useful, but everything else is, you know, most of the time not great, but we actually do have some uses for these here.
They are
So this-
better in this version than in the Super Famicom version.
That is very true. Which I actually did not know until this year, where Dragon Dart told me that, hey, they are probably better.
Yeah, I was trying to do Sandworm, and I'm like, maybe the bells will just give me a bit slightly better damage from the back row. And then I'm looking at my formulas, I'm like, okay, they're not going to do that much, but it's still better than the daggers. And then I get into the fight, I'm like, 300 damage? What's going on here?
Right. Also, fun fact about Ifrit, you can Wilfred, you don't need to imitate Liquid Flame with your blazes, please. That's rude. Too.
Well, that's half the attempts. But yeah, what's going on with the bells in this version is that, so in the SNES version, when you equip a bell, your damage range is anywhere from half your attack power to your attack power, so it's 50 to 100%. In GBA, they boosted it, so it's actually 100% to 150%, which makes them far more useful. Well,
they are good here because we do not have anything else.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. Like, you know,
They're slightly more useful.
I mean, to be fair, that's still far more useful.
Mm-hmm. And they do full damage from the back row, so you get the defense boost of putting your dudes in the back row.
Yeah. By the way, Ifrit has 3000 HP, so he's basically the Liquid Flame Light for our case. I just use one Gaia at the beginning of combat because even though it heals him, it also confuses Ifrit, which means the Berserkers are guaranteed to hit. Ifrit, I think, has like, what, 20% chance to evade stuff?
Yeah, it's 20. I actually just stick Berserk on the Geomancer and full Zerk that fight too, but it's a lot easier because there's no counterattacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was initially doing that, but then I figured it's not really worth the menu. I forgot about level 5 Doom from these guys. You don't want to be a level that is divisible by 5 in the library, otherwise
but why?
you might get your party wiped.
But then how are you going to learn it for your Blue Mage?
Well... you see... Good question. Let's see. Geomancer.
That's right, try to confuse my Berserker.
One of the few good things about Berserkers, they cannot be confused.
Oh, back to human again. Tornado. Well, he's gonna get another heal.
Alright, welcome to Biblos. Biblos also has a 1 in 3 chance to... Oh, I forgot to put my dudes in the back row. Whoops. Biblos has a 1 in 3 chance to counter any attack that is not specifically magic with Protect, which in the SNES version actually cuts Gaia damage in half. But here, Gaia damage is considered magical for what it's worth. Wow, you confused me. Well, I guess that's better than...
Well, that's
the other option.
6 failed attempts.
Rip. It's also kind of funny. The Gaia attack, Ignatus, something, I forget what it's called exactly, even though I see it all the time. Ignatus Fatus has extreme damage variance. It actually uses the same variance as Comet or Meteor does in its calculation, which is quite amusing to me. So it can deal like 150 damage despite it piercing Ibiblos' defenses and him taking double damage. But it can also deal like 800 or something, it's crazy. And you basically hope for high damage numbers when he drops below 800 HP remaining, so you can hopefully skip as fast as possible past potential drain counterattacks. Wow, I took no damage in that fight. What?
Nice.
That happened to me yesterday, yeah.
That's crazy.
Alright, attempt number 7.
You got this.
We hope.
This is the first time that I've done the Sergeant fight where he has turned into Deathclaw. But he's only got like, I think, 100 hit points left.
I don't know, does he have separate HP?
Nah.
He does not.
It's just 1,000 hit points total between the two forms.
I see. He does have more defense for what it's worth, but
Yeah.
well, Berserker just punched through that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not looking good.
Mike is already flying around. Did you already get the death sickles?
No. No, we're about to try.
I was thinking, man, you're that far ahead? I literally see half of your screen because the other half is covered. So I don't really know where you are.
Yeah, I got the songs before I start this grind.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, if you thought that grinding for level 17 was already fun, we got more grind here. We do
Yeah.
want a drop for a very good weapon called the Death Sickle, which the name is programmed for that one. It has a chance to proc the Doom spell, which is pretty handy dandy, and it's pretty dang strong weapon for a Berserker in general at this point in the game.
I actually did all of my routing without it, just in case. But it would be certainly nice to get one.
Yeah, it is doable without on Soul Cannon. Like, my practice attempt
Lock?
had Gallop with the dagger, and that
Get
was
it!
good.
Nope.
But yeah.
Ah.
Also, by the way, after the Karnak castle explodes, there's this additional vendor in town where you can buy diamond bells from him, which is, I guess, quite helpful. But yeah, diamond bells actually usable in the Game Boy Advance version. Decent. They deal strictly magic damage, so they also account for enemies' magic defense. And for some reason, a bunch of enemies just randomly have like 10-20 magic defense, making it even still not that great sometimes. Also, Piano Flex. I didn't forget it this time. Last time I just ran past it for some reason.
Don't understand. Where's my Death Sickle? It's the one in 16, no? At the drop?
Attempt number 8.
Good luck. It is statistically more likely that you get it before attempt number 8.
Statistically,
At least I could.
yeah, statistics
Yeah.
don't care about my luck.
Yeah.
Didn't open with Blaze, and I blocked.
Good start.
Tornado form. Hand form. Human form.
Hit.
Tornado. I was hoping we'd go back to hand form. Now it's gonna get a heal.
While riding the boat down to the Crescent Island, we actually slink along the right-hand side of the waters, because in some specific areas we actually enter the no-encounter zone on water that you have at the very beginning of the game, because you just go by there. So you can potentially just skip 1 or 2 encounters.
Heal again.
Made a very bad Ifrit fight. But I am past it now.
We got 2 characters left with 1
Yep.
HP. 1 and 2 HP. Back to tornadoes. We're nullifying another hit.
If you get enough tornadoes, you cannot heal anymore, I guess.
Human form. If this doesn't kill him, I lose. I lose.
No. May I make a suggestion that you just use the freelancer now?
I'm okay with that.
Nah, I'm gonna give it the full 10. I only got 2 more.
Alrighty. I respect it.
If I was still on, like, 5, I might take that, but... 2 more attempts. I'd like to get it without. Just cause. Just cause.
Yeah, it would be nicer that way. Because it is part of the challenge. So
Leveled
maybe
up
real
for the
quick about
first time.
Geomancer. Geomancer Gaia basically has different effects it can call, and you basically deal magic damage based on whatever area you're in, as in literally the battle background or ground for that matter. In various instances, for example, on the beach, you get tsunamis, you get branch arrows in the forest, you get earthquakes in the plains, etc. So it's very variable on how useful Geomancer's Gaia ability is. It can range from incredibly powerful to entirely useless, which we will see the full range in this run for what it's worth. But on average, it's actually kind of a neat little button. Geomancer has pretty solid magic power, not quite as good as some of the pure magic classes, but it's almost there. And it deals pretty solid damage most of the time, plus it's literally, I think, what is it? 25 ability points to learn Gaia, so you can just slap it on any other job and have something to do if you have nothing else to do. It's nice to put on something like, I don't know, a white mage who just otherwise would flail bonk, I guess, which is not that great. So
I mean, in a
it
lot
can
of
be
cases,
quite
white
nice.
mages just have like status things it can do. It can do confuse on a lot of things.
Yep, and silence.
Yeah. All right. Only one drain counter for Biblos, and with one exception, all the Ignis things were pretty high damage rolls.
That's pretty nice. Oh, I went too low. Oh no, I'm too high. The only encounter in the sea that actually is faster than the cactus is the sea ibis bird thingies. But these are way faster than most other cactus. Most cactus don't go before those, so they just slap us before we can run. Also, I'm always a big fan of the old man who just starts running in circles, basically for some reason knowing that the earthquake is coming way before it actually is arriving.
He's part animal.
Yeah, I always
Block,
like
Ferris.
to... Good luck.
That's not a block. Alright, one more with 4 Zerks.
Wait, what weapon did I get on Liquid Flame? I actually did not pay attention.
What form did you? Oh, I guess. Yeah.
That's a flame scroll. So I need to buy a firebow for it. I guess I don't need to. I also buy a 3 Sage's Surplus.
Someone in chat
armor
said I
here.
only did 21-26.
Also, Magus, I believe at this point, should have the Bard in his team. The Bard is a very powerful late game support character. It's just early game. What you can do is give your entire party regeneration and sometimes confuse enemies and sometimes stop enemies, and that's it. Your damage output is terrible. Your HP, I believe, is the second lowest of any of the job classes. So it is not great for our scenario here. For now. But later on, it basically will enable us to go basically straight for the finale, for what it's worth. Yeah, the Ranger is not unlocked yet, because the Ranger is our Earth job, for what it's worth. Like, theoretically, you get Ranger at the same time you get Bard, but in the Forge of Fiesta, you basically unlock jobs as you get to the crystals. We have gotten the Wind Crystal, we have gotten the Fire Crystal, as well as the Water Crystal, but the Earth Crystal is something that is yet to be done, so to speak.
Yeah,
So
no
consequently-
flex.
Nice.
Yeah, weirdly enough, we unlock our 4th job when we lose a character and only have 3 characters,
Yeah, pretty much.
which is always amusing.
Alrighty, so on my screen, and I think Magus as well, we are hunting these crescent enemies. They have a 1 in probably 16 chance to drop us the Death Sickle.
Probably, he says. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Been at it
Earthquake
for a
is
good
pretty
while
good thing.
now.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Steam again.
I did have a practice run where my Death Sickle grind was basically, I think I only needed 3 additional fights after that for my level grind. It took a while.
Also, Black Flames absorb most elements, except water for some reason. Galef, you could have hit the other guy. Come on.
MP. And again. Tornado. Human.
My goodness.
Yes!
Oh, nice.
10th try!
Nice. On the 10th try.
Everybody made it.
Perfect. That is cause for celebration.
Nice.
Oh, and it does look like we are going to be fighting Necrophobe.
Nice.
That is pretty nice.
I'm gonna say I'm legit surprised all 4 of us didn't. None of us had to use the pity freelancer.
Yeah, it's much nicer that way too. That's great. I'm just gonna wait until Galef finishes the fight here. Thanks, Galef. I got a speed shake. Speed shakes are also the rare drop from the Black Flames.
And since you usually are fighting 5 of them at a time in some formations, or 2 at a time in another formation, because there are going to be multiple opportunities.
I have reached level 19.
Oh boy,
Yes,
that tends to be the goal level, huh?
Oh, my goal level for that grind is 21.
Mine's actually 22, but that's the last grind. That's the last point where I have to bother with experience for the most part.
I just want hide, but you know.
Yeah, I want that too, but
Yeah, hide on every character is really important.
I don't get it on Ferris, but that's because Ferris is going to be a Berserker for a bit.
Oh, well, yeah. On every controllable character, I guess I should
Yeah.
say. Yeah.
Somebody
fair.
has to tank, yeah.
That would actually be a neat mechanic
Oh,
for the Berserker if it just does randomly something from its list of commands.
God.
So if it's something like Gaia or Summon or something like that, it just randomly did one of those. Well, because that's what the characters do when they're confused, right? They just do a random thing that they could do.
Yeah.
So that would be fun. Give the Berserker Steel or Rapid Fire or Gaia or something.
You're gonna see a lot of Dragoon Lances then.
Okay, game, I'm ready now for the Death Sickle.
Good luck.
This is just where the game is letting the rest of us catch up to you.
Yeah, I'm basically, my goal is level 19. Hopefully I have one Death Sickle by then. I have an antidote. That's nice.
Encounters.
Also rare draw.
I said I'm ready, I get it, dude. Oh my god. This
Yeah.
game is so bad. It's crazy.
Preemptive on this vest.
Alright. Tend to make.
You attack the dogs.
Oh, I got
okay,
one.
you can just... That works too, I guess.
It's time to take a nap, Galuf.
Okay, one more encounter.
Okay. I'm allowed to get height now. Ray. I should probably save at some point here.
Might be reasonable.
I tend to forget
Good back
to
attack.
stop.
Just encounter back attacks are really rough because you can technically run away from these encounters and try again, but it's very unlikely that you actually get to run.
Oh, well. We have Frog aloof.
My goodness, my dagger-wielding guys are not hitting, despite cutting Black Flame's evasion in half. I think Galuf missed 5 times in this encounter so far. That's impressive.
Yeah, no flex.
Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot to kill that up.
Actually, on the point of bard songs, you do actually have to find all of them, essentially. You don't just get any of them. So the bard's ability, Sing, you kind of have to hunt for. And some of the songs are permanently missable in the game.
Indeed. So, I'm gonna finally go and grab Bart after Lena learned Gaia, so she has something to do as a Bard. That's basically my level threshold, and then I go to level 19. And since I have 2 Death Sickles now, I don't have to grind on those guys anymore, just go Black Flames.
Don't steal the Death Sickles from other people. Hello?
The 2 Death Sickles is actually really nice because that is part of my Soul Cannon strategy. Although I'm not entirely sure it's better to use 2 Death Sickles as opposed to 3 supporters.
I wasn't noticing that much of a difference between the Death Sickle and the main Gauche as far as damage went, just
gonna
because of the
say,
extra
yeah.
misses.
Yeah. It is very true. The Mangos is just almost as good.
I mean, at that point, you should just grind out 3 Death Sickles. Give a
Equip
character
axes?
a quick axe. Yeah.
That could be.
That could take a while.
That could be. No, that couldn't be. No. No.
That couldn't be.
Wrong way.
And shout out to the Black Chocobo song.
Well,
Huh?
You're also taking a vacation, Yaga, on the beach. Very good.
Yep. I haven't quite reached level 19 yet. My original notes say that if you get 2 death sequels, just go. But I'm going to level 19. I struggled so much on Soul Cannon in my actual practice run that I feel like
Oh yeah, you do want the level.
a bit of extra power is good.
Yeah.
But Black Flames are so much better in terms of experience.
Yep.
And if you get reasonably lucky with
Hmm.
Gaia, can be quick encounters too.
She got hide.
Alright, learned Gaia on everybody too. And I leveled up to 19. Perfect timing. Let's
Well,
go.
I need to make somebody a bard, don't I?
Once you pick it up, yes.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't pick it up until I had my Death Sickle. Well, until I had Gaia.
Oh, now Ferris is a frog.
Ribbit. It's riveting content for you.
Heh.
Fun fact, frogs have 0 magic defense and physical defense, as well as 3 attack power. Improved to 4 for a Berserker, thanks to Berserker.
Also, fun fact, frogs are, and I always forget this, either friend or food. I can never really remember. But they are one of those.
They're friends.
They are food, obviously.
No. So-
ADP. Alright.
Hold on.
I'm not going to very take these two as
Wait.
well, just for some extra ADP here, since Butts was dead for Liquid Flame. Normally I don't take these, but Liquid Flame is 6 ADP, and I do want Berserk on Butts.
Oh. I didn't expect the bell to deal that much damage, so Butts almost knocked himself out after the Berserker was already dead. Alrighty, the next boss we are encountering here is Sandworm. It has 3000 HP, it is always in the back row, so your melee hits are always halved. And it loves to just switch holes. If you accidentally attack hole, or intentionally for that matter, it will counterattack with Demi, halving your current HP. And the Berserker randomly attacking is not exactly a good metric for us to survive through here, so I'm not sure about the others, but I just knock out the Berserker so he cannot cause any more mayhem than he would help.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see Iron Claw this time. Good,
Nice.
Butts already has Berserk. That's exactly what I wanted.
Also, for the Bard song, we learned Mighty March, which gives regeneration to everybody. Oh, I did up Gaia. My goodness. Does that even... Alright, I just accidentally attacked Hole. I guess I'm the derp here, not the Berserker. Anyways, regeneration in this game is not that great. It is fine. It helps a little bit, and especially since this is going to be a reasonably lengthy fight, the regeneration ticks do actually help over the course of the battle here. Sandworm also likes to use Quicksand, which always deals exactly 60 damage and inflicts HP leak status, meaning that I want to menu as quick as possible, otherwise I lose more HP, because for some reason, while in the menu, it just ticks down very fast on your HP. Very unpleasant. Also, I have Lena basically just try to occasionally deal damage, but she's also dealing the least amount of damage with her Mage. So I'm just basically having her heal instead.
Elemental and
Also, a little fun fact, I guess, in the Super Nintendo version, you would think this is a 1 in 3 chance to hit the sandworm instead of the hole with a Berserker. In the Super Nintendo version, it's actually 1 in 6 chance because of how it's programmed, which is very unpleasant.
Yeah, there are a few enemies, or a few bosses that have, like, dummy targets that you can't normally target, but if something is just randomly attacking, you can hit them, whether that's through the Berserker, or Meteor, or Rapid Fire.
Yeah, I guess PlayStation is basically the same version, so it likely has the same quirk. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance version does use dummy targets in its post-game dungeon, from what I know, but that use is at least intentional to reduce the effectiveness of Rapid Fire. It's still ridiculously good there. Especially if you use it in conjunction with Osmose Blade. Anyways, that's random. Sometimes the sandworm moves at the same time I input the attacks for my Geomancers to attack, which is a bit inconvenient.
yeah, he cheats.
I guess the implication would be is that the sandworm is really fast and just dashing around, trying to make your cactus fall into the holes. Which is also why gravity damage actually makes sense in this scenario, because, you know, you fall into holes taking half your HP in damage. Except it's kind of weird that if another character misses, you fall into the hole sometimes because of the randomness of who gets the counterattack.
Oh, nice. Preemptive against Ifrit.
Nice.
Nice.
So say hello to a Berserked Geomancer.
Because why not?
I mean, he does pretty decent damage. He's keeping up with most of the Berserkers. Like, not completely, but close.
It's definitely more damage than my Berserker did.
Ring, ring. Ring, ring.
Wow, double targets bots.
I should have probably Mighty Marched.
Mighty March is actually good in this encounter for once. It's usually like the regeneration effect is usually so negligible, but there are specific cases where it's actually solid. Also, normally I get more encounters in the desert, this time too, and I just instantly run away. But Gaia actually has a chance to insta-kill things with quicksand, so it's actually okay experience along the way. And that's kind of how I plan on leveling, well, quote-unquote plan really. I just knock out stuff along the way that I deem Gaia worthy, which strongly depends on where I encounter things. Also, I don't remember, but you can just go into the cutscene trigger in front of the stairs, then to the left, and immediately go to the backside. I think other versions might not have this kind of little shortcut for the cutscene.
It might not.
Yeah, the later versions, you have to do the whole gamut.
I need to remember to equip Gallows because I unequipped him earlier. Usually I would say tell chat to yell at me if I forget to equip stuff, because it happens so frequently where, oh, I need to do this. 2 minutes later after the cutscene, I forget about it.
Yep. You just described my entire existence.
Yeah.
Aw, I thought I got it. I got an antidote instead.
No.
Hmm.
Wrong item.
The bell went off screen because I accidentally targeted a hole. That's funny.
Oh, what? I don't think I've seen that one before. Yes, I can confirm sand bears are fantastic for Beraga. Because I'm gonna steal your elemental.
It's silver armlet.
Fun fact, by the way, the ninja suit in this game has the exact same defensive stats as a mithril armor, except it also gives you +1 agility. Which is normally strictly better, except for when Galuf is level 17. As a Berserker.
How long have I been farming Death Sickles? A few minutes.
Alright, let's go Biblos. Nice back attack!
Oh boy. That sounds like a reset.
Let's reset that.
Ooh, nice. Got the Death Sickle.
Nice.
You just have to say you're ready for it.
Right?
Yeah. Thank you, whoever asked that in chat. That is what the game needed to hear. Yeah, there are a few bosses that can back attack or that you can get a preemptive on, and DD has shown both off. Preemptive against Ifrit and back attack from Biblos.
Thank you for the showcase.
Damage has been good so far.
Yeah, I told you we're going to diverge and show off just different parts of the game.
Yep. Willing or not.
Oh, I need a... Where's your butter knife? Lena's butter knife, always useful.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you don't sell it. Because if you buy any armor at all, it never deals any damage. So you can knock off, well, wake up sleeping characters as well as confused characters. Also, I don't know if that's true for the Game Advance version because I didn't get to test it. But if a character is singing for a stat increase and they get confused or put to sleep and then you knock them out of it, they actually just continue singing while you can do other stuff.
Yep.
I haven't tested it, but I know it does not work with the Wonder Wand, and it does not work... Oh, wow, I got him. Okay.
You got him?
Got 700 from Theris.
Nice. Yeah,
But yeah, I tried using the Wonder Wand to do that exact thing, and it still technically counts as a physical attack, so it knocks them out of it.
Ah. Right, I suppose that makes sense.
But we don't really have any reliable sources of being able to sleep or confuse our own characters this time around. Alright, good. Everyone was alive.
Yeah, I had the bard sing and become a zombie. That kind of it tends to be a thing.
Yeah, I had that happen in one of my X-Death practice fights, and it was still singing while punching my Geomancer.
Right.
Granted, it was good because my Geomancer was singing, so they punched it out of the sing, and I was able to salvage the fight.
That's something.
There are a couple of bosses that their seemingly normal attacks do not knock the bard out of Sing just because it doesn't count as a physical attack, or it doesn't provoke a counterattack. The Stalker / Wendigo in the Solitary Shrine doesn't count as a physical attack, so your bards will sing right through it. And then Treeform X-Death, that is to prevent you like counterattacking with a monk and killing Tree X-Death and thus skipping the Neo X Death transition.
Yeah, because we don't already have like 5 other ways we can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot to put Ferris into the front row. She was a Berserker for the Crayclaw fight. Crayclaw only has 2000 HP, really high defenses, so I don't even bother attacking with the other characters. And it could be insta-killed by Doom, but that didn't proc it. Also, I also forgot apparently to talk with the Bard after playing the piano. Whoops. Did I play the piano?
Huh.
You didn't call it out.
Do you have
did
Mighty
not
March?
say it.
I mean, if you have Mighty March, then you had to have played the piano.
I do have Mighty March. I don't... Oh, I never... Right, never mind. I was looking at Magus having Romeo's Ballad already. That's... I get that now, actually. Once I have the airship. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. I still need to buy one Mage Master. I guess it's nice if I count damage for Gilga Bridge.
Piano flex! Been a good long while since I got to do one of those. Someone in chat saying it's about 900 or so to all 4 tablets. I'm sure we can get that.
At least I think it would be more fun to just do a bit more in World 3, even though it is also quite special for this kind of group to just be able to breeze through the endgame even without getting anything else. But at the same time, more money for charity is always appreciated, so thank you for the donations so far, everybody. If somebody could post a link again to that, that would be appreciated. There, the lag. Bonk. Also, as somebody who has occasionally visited a farm in his childhood, I do not recommend getting kicked by a goat like that. Very unhealthy.
You don't say!
Yep. Sage advice, Edna.
Is that from like lived experience here?
No, but you hear stories. Wait, why am I here?
It's very bad if you do.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good morning. Also, I forgot to say piano flex. Because my brain is all over the place. Oh yeah, by the way, Crayclaw is technically weak to lightning, so if you have a way to take advantage of the elemental weakness, he's pretty easy to take down. Well, I guess he is easy to take down in a lot of cases, but sometimes you have only weak attackers and he has really high defenses, which can make the fight really awkward. Because he basically has almost every turn a 2 in 3 chance to use Tailscrew, putting a character into critical HP. In my situation, I would just wait anyways, because it's more likely for him to try and put a character into critical HP than it is for him to knock out a character into critical HP. And using Tailscrew and Tailscrew character just doesn't do anything. Anyways, what do I need to do?
It's funny because Crayclaw with most groups is just more of a speed bump.
Nice.
Yeah, that's true.
But occasionally you just get a party that's like, this is an actual boss. What's going on here?
Yep.
Crayclaw can be confused as well, so if you do get the alluring air before you get the airship, you can do that.
True.
Which I will be doing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm skipping that one entirely.
Same. Confused and then hoping for Death Sickle proc, honestly.
Yeah, confused is nice
What?
because enemies that are confused cannot dodge attacks either.
Like I use the confuse one in 2 separate fights, so it's at least worth it for that. Plus, going to Butts' hometown, you can buy half-price items,
Which is very nice.
Except for Phoenix Downs.
Yep. But the music is great
You
over
can buy
there.
ethers though. It's great.
Yeah.
Alrighty, welcome
And
to
you do have an
Adamantis.
ninja.
Adamantis
Oh,
has
yeah.
2000 HP, takes half damage from almost all sources because it starts with Shell and Protect, and all it does is just attack twice, attack once, attack twice, attack once, and that's it. It does hit pretty hard. It would be weak to ice, it can be doomed, but we're just hoping for stalactites to randomly fall from the ceiling in this case, because that's the most reliable thing, I think.
You have a Death Sickle, you can sometimes get lucky with the proc on that too.
Yep. Unfortunately, Galef refused to just demonstrate this as you said that. Ow. Wow, okay. Ferris taking a nap, that's unusual.
Usually a sign of not a lot of stalactites.
Yeah. Also, for some reason, I gave Ferris a Gaia, while she's already a Geomancer.
Double Gaia, maybe that helps.
I mean, at least I can press left or right in order to get Gaia.
I was gonna say that just now, yeah. Hard to make a mistake that way.
Right. Unfortunately, Gaia does not transfer the Geomancer's magic power stats, so Bard does have okay magic power, it's just not good.
Turtle.
This, we all have 7, so that is good. I'm just going to do a few fights and teach Gaia to 3 characters right now, while I still have 3 Geos.
Uh-huh. There's my stalactites. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
A lot of pointed things dropping down, it's pretty good.
I get a full round of fire in turn 1, I was like, oh, great.
Did any of the runs practice for 4 tablets? Well, I routed it, if that counts.
Yeah, I practiced
yeah.
for it.
I didn't do a full practice with it, but I did have a save file at the start of World 3.
Yeah,
and
that's
then
pretty
practiced
much-
it that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just made sure I had strats for each one of them. I didn't really do a
Right.
practice run per se, but it's just like, I'll just make sure that I can do it.
Guys, have you ever sold stuff? Like, you gotta say, no, we're unprepared. We wouldn't know what to do. Like, I mean, you can't just do that to us. Yeah, I have to put the mangoish on my bard.
Alrighty, welcome to Soul Cannon mini-bosses. You can theoretically manipulate whether you want to get rocket launchers or flame launchers, but since we have Romeo's Ballot, which is very likely to hit, I think a 98% chance if I'm not mistaken at this level, it works most of the time. Rocket launchers, they only deal percentile-based damage to you, so they never technically kill you directly. The only way you can die to rocket launchers is if they use Rocket Punch, which reduces your current HP by half, but also confuses the character. The confused character can theoretically just
Wouldn't slash your own party.
attack. Can they do that?
Yes.
Wow, really?
Confused character can do anything, I think, except use items from its list of command abilities.
I see. But yeah, basically, I'm just hoping that Lena is faster than the flamethrowers, and she's not right now. Oops.
You have to use Ferris to be faster, guaranteed.
I didn't realize that because Lena was just faster previously. It's fine.
Yeah, Lena is right. She is almost fast enough. Almost.
Yeah. Romeo's Ballad inflicts stop, which means the enemy cannot do anything for about 2.5 turns, which is a long time, let's put it this way. Unless the enemy is flagged as heavy, then they just do stuff anyways. Shortly after.
Yo, I got a Sonic Boom. Hell yeah.
I learned from practicing the other day that the launchers that are in the Soul Cannon fight, they can be stopped, but their death is a counterattack animation, so you can just keep hitting them and they will not die if they're stopped. And that is that is a very silly thing to learn.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There's Gaia on all the characters that I wanted on.
But yeah, as you can see, Wind Slash is pretty much a guarantee, almost. Well, actually, for me it's a guarantee, because I'm not higher level than 20. But the catch is, as amazing as Wind Slash is here, that deals really good damage to these guys, if an enemy is immune to wind damage, then you have a weak mage that cannot really deal damage in your party. And we have 3 of those. Or 2, depending on strategy.
Yeah, I swear they made Soul Cannon immune to wind just to screw Geomancer over.
It definitely feels like it.
I have to heal. One of the things didn't get stopped.
Oh no. What's your level? 21?
98% chance, you say?
Yeah,
It's a chance.
definitely 98. Yeah,
I think it's actually more like
116 maybe.
I think it's actually 99 for you, because at level 19 it should be 98%.
Of course, I would hit the 1%. Yeah, that would be a thing. Yeah. That does definitely sound like something I would do.
Alright, I'm gonna save before I go up to Soul Cannon, because this can go really wrong.
Yes, please.
I'm lower level than you.
Piano! What? Give me my song.
My potions. Put hide back on. Very important.
Actually, there's no reason not to have you guys in the front row. You get the mangoes. You get the bell. Alright, good luck everyone.
Good luck.
I'm not even close to that yet.
I'm gonna focus on this thing. I'm gonna count damage. So let's see.
Ring ring. Not the damage roll I wanted to see. I can deal with one. Ugly, but doable still. Really need Gallup to help me out, or I will reset, probably. Help me, Gloof. Help me.
Alright, that's a reset. If 3 characters get altered, then I reset.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's a
shall do the
good
same.
call.
But yeah, the launchers on the cannon's back only have 800 HP, but because the Berserkers are randomly attacking, we just hope they knock out the launchers before they can inflict ult on us. Ult basically reduces your HP to your stats towards 1. And 1 in any stat is really not good. So you just hope the launchers miss. I actually bought a Sage's Surplus and put plumed hats on everybody for a slight chance of resisting the launcher attack, but...
That can happen. I've seen it before,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Yeah, basically if you get a slightly longer break with nothing happening, that is when a launcher tries to attack but does nothing, because it's resisted.
Galluf, please! Mean.
Wait, I only play one.
Well, we got one this time.
Wait. Oh. You take. Doesn't matter.
So yeah, Gaia only uses wind in this area here, and these things are literally immune to that. Aye, that's 3 again.
Frick.
Usually not sitting on only one tent right now. That's the inn. I want the item shop.
Magus does have a slightly increased chance to resist, thanks to having a higher level, but it's not really making a big difference in terms of odds.
Okay.
Last shielding activated.
Good luck.
I need to kill my Berserker. Thank you. Okay, Lena is pretty much doomed anyway. Oh yeah, I don't have to take this one. Firing. It missed.
Come on, Berserker guys, knock out that launcher, please. Okay, that's actually good targeting.
Okay, my Berserker is still doing 500 damage, so ult didn't do too much there, hopefully. The only one that is not in a good spot is Lena. She will definitely be sacrificed to the gods.
Heat shielding activated. I have 3 characters that are not ulted and both of the launchers are down, so I'm pretty happy with that so far.
Nice.
Yeah,
It's a good start.
I agree. I'm not complaining at all. 128% capacity. So every time this thing does that, effectively what it means is you will take 50% of your maximum health in damage on the next attack. And inflict HP leak status, so you basically just take a bit more damage on top of that. You can heal it out with potions a little bit, but for the most part, in a lot of cases, we just don't have enough time to heal up sufficiently, so we will have to use elixirs. The regeneration ticks in this encounter actually do help quite a bit, especially on the characters, well, mostly the Berserker that has higher vitality, where the regeneration ticks are higher. And also, relatively speaking, the HP leak status does less damage. But it's gonna be a slow fight from here on out. This thing has 12,500 HP. It's not technically true, but close enough, yeah.
Its death animation is also a counterattack when it's reduced to less than 10,000. So in theory, if you grind it up to a ridiculously high level and got rapid fire on a character, you could kill it without seeing its unique death animation. But we're not going to do that.
Yeah, that might be a bit excessive.
Firing.
Basically, I'm just having, at this point, 2 support characters trying to keep the party alive, while the Berserker occasionally tries to deal damage. He hasn't missed so far, so that's... I'm not complaining.
I have 2 misses so far. My Bard is too fast, actually. That's funny. Getting turns on Soul Cannon. I gotta be careful with that. Yeah, I'll just use all my Phoenix Downs instead of healing, I think.
You lose the regeneration, though.
Past Sandworm.
Yeah. I don't. That you're implying I would have a regeneration.
Yes, I suppose that is accurate.
I only got one encounter in the desert after Sandworm.
That's
I was
pre-
too busy getting rid of the launchers, unfortunately.
Also, I did get to show off, I don't know if either of you did it as you'd finished. If all of your characters know hide and hide in a random encounter, that is the same as fleeing from the encounter. So for some
Yes.
difficult to run away encounters, you may actually want to have hide on all your characters to get away.
Yep, that's gonna get used a lot later on. When encounters at a nice back attack. Please don't kill anyone. Okay.
Barrel pressure rising. I guess I could elixir one more time.
$666 until we have to get all the tablets, by the way.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Indeed. Wait, that's not enough HP, is it? Galef, get a regen tick, please. Oh. We're okay, we're fine. Probably should just use an elixir in this situation. Also, I lost track of how much damage I dealt, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't bother counting. It dies when it dies, really.
Yeah.
It's mostly, I wanted to know if it's like 300-400 HP away from dying, so I would attack instead, but... Yeah, I guess I'm not doing that this time. I can get an attack in here, that's fine. I'm like halfway or something.
And yeah, Soul Cannon with this group is pretty rough. Or rather, it's just sort of like menuing intensive. Very micromanagey.
Not on miss! He broke my heart.
I'm also not using hide in this encounter because, at my level anyways, on average it's just not worth hiding. I get less turns total, but at the same time I do use a lot more resources to heal up.
Yeah, I've run out of resources even with doing hiding, so... Oh, that was apparently...
Lena might... Oh no, she's fine.
Alright, now I'm gonna go Geo...
Yeah, looks...
Clyde... Heavy Mantle...
Okay, should still be fine.
Gaia... Optimize Elven Mantle...
Gotta finish
Nope,
it with these
nope.
two now.
Not yet. Let's save...
We'll be raising Rom for an
Hey.
attack be worth it. Maybe. Could be an idea.
Got him!
Nice, congratulations.
I will go back and buy Phoenix Downs now, though.
Seems reasonable. I have 2 elixirs
Just-
remaining. I think I'm just gonna
Yeah.
let Lena go down.
I have 0 elixirs remaining.
Yeah. We basically
Yeah,
needed
you
the
should
ones
handle
we
it
picked
zero.
up.
Oh yeah, 11 Phoenix Downs, easy.
Oh, I went the wrong... God. Right, I wasn't supposed to do that.
Heal up Barris. Yeah, you have hide equipped, obviously.
I completely forgot what part of the story I'm at. I tried to fly the airship before they'd even risen it.
Alright, we got him. I have 1 elixir remaining. Good enough. I'm happy that
That is good.
it went pretty smooth, honestly.
Yeah, I had to kill off my Berserker because he got ulted, but somehow
Yeah,
recovered that.
nice.
Oh, cool. My memory cursor was on Hyde and not on Gaia.
Rip. Alrighty, yeah, also by the way, Berserker have that weird quirk where if you revive them, they immediately attack. I assume that's intentional programming rather than a Berserker quirk, but it could just be Berserker quirk. Because they also get their attack right after too.
Their ATB just fills while they're dead.
Yeah, but they also just get to attack afterwards again sometimes. Like twice in a row.
That is very rare, but sometimes yes.
Yeah. Basically, my butts had effectively 0 stats at this point. I forgot to switch party. Whoops. He had 0 stats at this point, so... Theoretically, he should have taken much longer until he got a second attack in. Wait, you already have Gaia? I think you go Bard then. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's in my notes too. I just forgot to read them because I was busy otherwise. Also, the Lonka ruins are actually quite nice because most enemies are relatively susceptible to the wind slash Gaia can use. Except for these wind wheels, which is very unfortunate because they have a rare drop of a dark bow, which would be fantastic to get for later. But, well, we don't get it, I guess. But yeah, the amount that I didn't grind before Soul Cannon is what I kind of plan on making up around here. If I don't get too many enchanted fan encounters.
Yeah, I'd thought about that, but I wanted the ABP more than the experience.
That's
why I do all of mine now.
That makes sense.
I don't trust this.
Wait. I did not need to buy anything from here.
Played this game before, and getting poison breath is not fun.
Yeah, Poison Breath has really high variance on how much damage it can deal, so sometimes it just hits and one-shots your characters. Get unlucky.
Yeah, no flex.
Nice.
Except, actually, I do need to buy something from there, just not from the armor shop.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it, butts!
Oh, Ferris was supposed to be barred here. Whoops.
Okay, then.
It'll be fine.
It'll be.
If you ever make merch, you need to have a shirt with that on it.
We do want to be in the front row. You guys want daggers instead. Yeah. Perfect.
Also, please note, toads are not friends. Frogs are. No, these frogs are not
Wow.
toads. And those toads are not frogs. Clearly not.
Now that's a hot take if I ever heard one.
It is not, what's the word?
It's the guy.
It's not scientifically correct, but it's correct in my heart.
And that just describes my entire field of research.
So if toads are not friends, are they food?
Yeah, absolutely. You can eat those.
I mean, you can trade a toad in to an old man who wants to have one for dinner
Yup.
in exchange for the Cornago gourd.
Very tasty. But yeah, Soul Cannon is one of those fights where if you have Geomancers and not much else, I can be real sketchy and grindy. But at least with Geomancer you have an okay way to grind out before Soul Cannon with the Black Flame location. So it's not all bad. But it's kind of awkward that basically the entire Geomancer toolkit is invalidated by that thing.
Yeah, they really did not optimize this game for a 4-job Fiesta. It's really weird.
It's crazy how that works.
There. That was not enough, huh? Okay, that's good actually.
Alright. Hi, there's a Ghidra here. This thing can be insta-killed by a Phoenix Stone. Like 75% of the time or something.
It can?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It also
I never knew that.
counterattacks with level
Yep.
4 Graviga once you kill it. It also gives you a Phoenix Down back if you kill it. Pretty good. The Ghidra is not the
That's pretty
Hayudora, by the way, that's a different thing. So two different
Right.
items. Alright, let's see. What's my plan? I should have probably read this beforehand.
You should not do what I'm doing, which is struggling.
Who has the mangoes, guys? You're not supposed to have it. Give it.
Oh, please.
Alright.
Thanks, Gala.
Welcome to Archaeoavis. This thing has 5 different forms. You only really see the transition between the last one and the other one, but it's actually 5. Anyways, this thing has 1600 HP in each form. Initially it is weak to wind, so Gaia actually deals a ton of damage. Also the general trend is going to be, it has 3 attacks. 1 regular attack, 1 attack with a status effect attached to it, and 1 attack that hits the entire party. Usually 25% of your maximum HP. Occasionally you can run into the Frost form, which deals 240 damage instead to everybody and inflicts HP leak. So we hope for that to not happen. Hopefully. Anyways. Wind Slash is pretty good damage. Basically it starts with really high physical defense, and over the course of battle and switching forms that you can't see after 1600 damage, it gets less and less magic defense and more, like less and less physical defense and more magic defense. So
And it
basically,
changes what elements it absorbs,
indeed.
essentially.
Initially it's weak to wind for some reason, even though it uses wind, which may or may not be a mistake. But it's fine. But yeah, basically, whenever you see a little bit of a longer break in between the turns after you attacked it once, that is when it switches forms, like the game secret switches out to the next form. I'm probably at form 4 now, at this point. I did not keep track. Lightning, yep.
I got pretty unlucky here. Jeez.
I probably should.
Paralyzed my Berserker in Form 5. Not
Wow.
very nice.
That is pretty rude.
And I got Maelstormed in turn 1, of course.
I have my Bard being a Berserker here at the front lines, because that just made sense when I wrote it. I have a...
Yeah, I mean, 1 to 4 are not an issue because of Wind Slash, but 5 is,
Yeah, 5 is unfortunately immune to wind, so we have to find some other way to do damage. And unfortunately, you don't really want to have 2 Berserkers because you really want the Wind Slashes for the previous phase. So you're just stuck with 1 person that can do damage and 3 people who can tickle it.
Yeah, I'm seeing the Maelstrom now. It can also cast Frost in this form, which is a guaranteed 240 damage with HP leak. But I'm sure Yaga's not gonna get hit by that. Surely.
I have 1 hidden character, it'll be fine.
Hey, I got my Death Sickle.
Nice. Okay, yeah, I didn't get hit by that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the last form basically... I don't know actually how it works, it's weird. It's sometimes
It
just-
chooses a new. It has different moves like every turn.
Yeah,
It
it's...
chooses a new one from a new pool every turn.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Basically, it feels like it can do basically anything anytime, unlike...
That is, yeah. That is basically how the AI is set up, but like it switches up every turn.
Yeah. Alrighty. But yeah, Archaeobus is honestly most of the time kind of a fun encounter. Unless you just have like a team of black mages or something. Then it's a bit slow, but honestly, if you picked up the mango, still very doable. It's just not particularly efficient. If you didn't pick up the mango, the Mage Master is your next best weapon, I guess.
I'm gonna have to hope for Nightingale on Gilgamesh. I use so many high potions and stuff, it's great.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. I forgot about that. That's why I wanted to have the other character be a ranger. Ferris was supposed to become a ranger right now for me, but she didn't learn hide yet. Do I do a quick black flame grind for that? To be back online with my notes?
I mean, you don't really need hide anymore, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Unless you plan on having equip harps later.
No, not
I
equip
wouldn't bother.
harps, but I use hide later actually for getting to access castle and such.
Mhm.
I think Ferris is one of the two that I usually hide, the other two just taken up. Because it's faster than teleport.
It is faster, that is very
Once
true.
you set it up, I guess.
Yeah. If you have like one character alive that is very fast and then you can hide, it's very fast, but it's also dangerous because, you know.
Yep, it is.
I mean, thankfully, Ranger is relatively fast.
Mm-hmm.
That is one very nice thing.
Not fast enough for a back attack though. That is the biggest problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does have enough HP most of the time though. Unless you get confused, then it's good night.
I don't know, a back attack from 3 blue dragons? Do you have enough HP? Do you have enough HP for that?
Well,
I don't think anything has enough HP for that.
the Berserker might if you give him the ice shield. But that would not be conducive to the high strategy.
Yeah, let me quickly abandon Ranger and instead use Berserker. You are actually right. That makes a lot of sense.
Alright, going into Soul Cannon.
Good luck.
Let's see how bad this is.
Hey, you'll just get no mages because they respect your routing, right?
More
We'll
here.
see. Okay, Bart's is old, but he's not my Berserker, so I don't care too much.
I do need to remember to pick up more
Oh.
money this time.
I forgot to turn Lena into the Berserker before the cutscene, because you get a free heal here. Oops.
I just
Okay.
leave my guys as they are. Well, I put on Ranger obviously, but yeah.
Yep. But yeah, once we complete the Archaeobus fight, this is where we get the fourth and final job crystal, Earth. And now we have to have at least one of each of the characters in the party at any given point. One Berserker, one Geomancer, one Bard, and one Ranger. Previously we could just choose whichever combination we would like to have. But now it is fixed, and that's going to be what we run with. Until Cryo joins the party. But that's not until a bit later.
Okay, yeah, I got one death cycle ahead.
It's good money.
What do you mean you're not gonna use it? Hello?
I mean, I unequipped Gallop, so that's why Lena gets the other one, I guess. I suppose I didn't need to unequip Gallop in this situation, now I think about it. But it's written in bold letters in my routing notes that I should unequip Gallop, otherwise I don't have access to the Death Sickle.
Oh, I actually forgot to unequip Galuf, so his weight is reduced. Not a big deal, but
Yeah.
For Berserker, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
Don't worry about that one.
It does very, very slightly, but very,
Hey,
very rare situations.
Yeah, it's a very minor optimization that I forgot to do.
But
Like, I think the only time I care about it is I do want my Berserker to be faster for Soul Cannon. I just want to make sure it's doesn't have any penalties from that.
would be a shame if you were on that fight specifically right now and forgot to
Yeah.
Two misses?
Ah, man, I had so many misses in Soul Cannon. It was a disaster.
I think I didn't have any, which is statistically unlikely. Or maybe I just didn't pay enough attention.
Three?
I believe. But yeah, hide is a really quirky ability. Your characters literally decide to just hide off screen, like step 5 foot to the right, and nothing harms them anymore, except for zombie powder. Then you soft lock.
Like, don't worry about those big full screen attacks. They can't hit past the edge of the screen.
Right? I mean, why doesn't everybody just do that?
Yeah, if it's not on screen, it doesn't exist. It's quite nice.
I can just see the character standing off screen, seeing this big wall of fire going towards him, just like eating a sandwich.
I could go for a sandwich right about now, to be fair. I like sandwiches.
We are getting close to that.
You think you're getting close to that? I'm still way behind.
Well, close being relative.
Okay, World 2 doesn't have much.
Okay.
Can autopilot.
If I've done everything right, this should be the last black fight I get. But AP.
Okay.
He is way short. Okay. I need to do a few more fights. Need 3 more, it looks like.
I'm gonna make an executive decision for myself to do 2 Black Flame battles, just so my AP route or ability points routing is in order. This is not in my route, but it just makes future planning much easier. Then I don't have to worry about not having access to certain abilities and attacks. Oh, Bart's is still Berserk, right, I forgot about this part. Oh, right, he is not supposed to... Wait, I'm not allowed to do this. I need to have a ranger now.
Illegal conduct! Ref! Ref!
Yeah, that's exactly how that ends up working. It's not the first time I've done that in opening race either. I think the last time I forgot after the fire crystal to put on somebody or something.
One more fight. One more fight, and then Butts will have the AP I want him to have.
I think I also got less
back.
encounters in the Lonka ruins than I did previously, so that's probably also part of the reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to not do too much random encounter ability pointing.
I mean, it's usually these threshold points where I'm catching up, but it's just this one I didn't get one of those.
Branch Spear, oh baby.
Okay, this is literally the least potential efficient encounter we could have had against the Black Flames. 2 tsunamis, the rest all of them got phantomed. Except for the last one. That one of course got tsunamied after being on low HP.
Yeah.
Soul Cannon.
Nice.
Nice.
That should be... Yeah, that's all the AVP I need.
Congratulations.
I still have 1 elixir.
Yeah, that's all you need. Right?
1 elixir and a dream, baby.
Geomancer with...
I have 0.
My...
I'm hoping to get one.
Good luck.
Hide, optimize...
What do I care about for this next fight?
Body
That's fine.
entirely... Row, make a save...
This airship is impossible. Dun. Gadzooks.
Actually, it's an interesting question. Why do you pick Game Advance over Pixel Remaster?
I do not own the Pixel Remaster.
Yeah, that's one good reason.
That is the only version of the game that I don't have access to. And the rest of the team did not want to do the PlayStation 1 version for some reason.
I mean, if you want to add like 2 hours of load times to it. Granted, it is the best translation.
Yes. But I mean, why even this version over not just the Pixel Remaster, but maybe the English fan-translated Super Famicom version? Is there are some quality of life adjustments to this, like the auto dash, that does help.
Also, the SNES version was done last year, so we have enough versions now that we can just kind of swap every year if we feel like it.
Oh, I'm out of regular potions. I bought
Oh,
99.
good one. Yeah. That is definitely a thing that can happen.
I also,
Yeah, I guess if you use them all against Soul Cannon.
yeah, definitely used a lot there. Also, welcome to the Meteor minibuses. Mag has probably already passed all of them. The Chimera Brain is not flagged as heavy in the code, which means, since it is susceptible to stop, if we manage to land Romia's Ballad, it's not gonna do anything for 2.5 turns, and, conveniently enough for us, on top of that, it is not immune to instant death either, so if Lena decides that she doesn't want to fight this thing anymore, she could just end it right here. Kinda like this. Case in point.
I keep forgetting that the ranger is faster than the bard.
The biggest danger about the Manticore or Chimera Brain, depending on version, thing I just thought, I actually didn't even read what its name is in this version. Anyways, the biggest difficulty about that guy is that he just loves to use area of effects on your entire party, and if you don't have a high enough level to survive these area of effect attacks, ways to heal up or deal with him quick enough, he can be quite a menace, honestly.
My stuff from... I have the double bell. Oh wait, I gotta make sure.
Titan, on the other hand, the most notable thing about that guy is that he's level 1 for some reason. He has 2,500 HP. He is flagged as heavy, so Stop Song is not going to stop him for as long, but at least it's going to delay his turn a tiny bit. It's like a quarter of a second or something, which is enough to make a difference compared to attacking most of the time in my book. He also has a 1 in 3 chance to use Earthshaker on his turn, which I just barely survive, I think, on Ferris. He also uses Earthshaker as a death counter when he is about to... Well, when he dies, he counters with Earthshaker, so... If you use Romeo's Ballad just before basically Earthshaker hits, he is gonna be stopped and won't be able to do anything. So I'm trying to time it basically so he is stopped and cannot counterattack with Earthshaker. But it's not exactly reliable with this team. But it worked here, nice. We also get a high potion from him, which is very valuable right now. High potions heal for 500, almost a full heal in most situations. As opposed to 50 from the regular potions, which is, you know, a lot less. See, Geomancer.
You have hide, you do. Alright, let's go Sandworm.
Good luck. And the poor Obolos, none of them are flagged as heavy, so any status effect is lasting for a long time on them. They're susceptible to a ton of status effects for what it's worth. Also, they don't do anything on the first 2 turns, and then the third turn they have a 1 in 3 chance to explode for however much HP they have left remaining, so... One strategy is to just let them explode on you and just revive the characters, but in our case we have Gaia for Leaf Swirl, which deals okay damage to all of them, so we would presumably survive, plus Romeo's Ballad is gonna stop them from doing anything, which is very helpful in our situation. The main downside is that I have absolutely no idea which one of these guys did get hit by Romeo's Ballad and which ones didn't, because the game doesn't tell me. So I just tend to spam Romeo's Ballad to make sure none of them can move anytime soon. Because notably, when you defeat these guys, they counterattack with life 2 on all of their allies, meaning they revive all of their fallen allies with 100% HP whenever they basically are not stopped from doing anything and die. So basically, I'm just hoping that the stop song hits the guys that are about to die, which usually just works by holding down the A button in this situation. Also, Mage is just getting abducted by an abductor. Crazy.
Yeah, I got lucky. I Hurricane actually hit in turn 1.
Nice.
I normally had set that fight up to be like just like, okay, I'm holding down Gaia, and if I'm getting unlucky, then he dies. Like, I mean, I don't know.
That's fair.
It's really difficult to do enough damage to yourself at this point to.
I
You
have
know,
Bartz as the
beat
ranger
that.
for that fight, so aim against self.
Even then, it takes quite a
Yeah.
bit.
It's 2 turns, which hopefully, you know. Yeah, it doesn't really matter too much.
How did Elmagus pull ahead again? I don't think you did any grinding in the Lonka ruins, where I just knocked out a bunch of encounters along the way, as well as a slightly earlier Soul Cannon knockout.
Yep.
Alright, there's Sandworm.
Hooray, Lena just learned animals. Wait, that's Ferris. That's good. Wait, well,
Very cute back attack game.
By the way, I know that we haven't really said much about this story, but with the cutscene that I'm in, or rather the part that I just passed, I really do like the way that the developers designed it, where Kryl comes in, and then you have the little question mark above Galif's head, and then he adopts his like victory pose, and then the question mark just sort of bounces off screen as if he is like physically throwing away his amnesia, and then he remembers who Kryl is and who he is. I actually really like that. I think that's very well done.
I agree, it's pretty neat.
Gaia. Optimize.
Accidentally sold all of my shields. Whoops.
All of them.
Yep, every single one. Buying a new mithril shield.
Oh, there's
Uh, makes you good.
Shell Bear.
Alrighty, hopping into the portal. Welcome to World 2, I guess. Little fun fact about the Gilgamesh encounter in the basement. You only need to deal, I think, 1,500 damage to Gilgamesh in order for him to run away. But if you actually do kill him, like through instant death with the death sickle, if you get lucky, you actually get an elixir drop for it.
Do you
Kinda
know?
like that.
Kinda like this, yeah.
That's pretty good.
The actual speed benefit is Gilgamesh has some lines he drops after you do enough damage, but you skip all of that with the death proc.
Indeed. Fun fact, if you manage to somehow kill the Gilgamesh on the bridge, he drops like a Magus or a Sage's hat or something like
Wizard's
that.
hat, yeah.
Yeah, that one. Which you don't get until later normally.
Mm-hmm.
But that one is not so easy to choose.
No, he's not. Okay. Don't forget to put animals on. Thank you.
Good reminder.
Animals have never disappointed me before.
No, never.
Gust? That's not what I signed up for. Rude.
And enjoy the music. Come on. Nice. First turn Hurricane.
Haha! Squirrel! Mighty March. Let's not forget this.
Oh yeah, Gilgamesh on the bridge is actually genuinely a tricky encounter. This guy has 6,500 HP, and once he drops below, I think, 2,500 HP remaining, he will cast Haste, Shell, and Protect on himself, effectively gaining twice as much speed, which he's already much faster than your party. So he gains even more speed there, and takes half damage from the remaining attacks, and this is kind of reasonably dangerous, which is also why we're kind of hoping for animals to proc Nightingale. Animals, kind of like Gaia, is actually level-based. Depending on your level, it basically rolls a random number between 1 and your level. And Nightingale is, I think, from like 10 to 19.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
So
noticing.
you have
It should also be noted that once he drops below that threshold, he also adds jump to his attack list, which does a lot of damage.
yeah, it ignores the row.
Ignores row, cannot be blocked. It's pretty nasty.
And just has a tendency to target the character you least want to be targeted by on that turn.
Yep.
He's a clever lad, that Gilgamesh.
I should have waited for Galveston here. Just don't hit Ferris. Hee hee. Hee hee. Ah, guess who he hit? Just guess. Guess who got hit?
Was it Kryl?
Probably, actually, yeah. This is a video game.
We're getting closer to the 4th tablet incentive. That's nice.
Alright, starting Cray Claw.
I don't want bees game!
Not the
Please,
bees.
everybody wants bees.
No, not the
You should have
bees.
stayed level 19. Biggest chance for Nightingales.
Uh-huh.
That's the true reason why I stayed at level 19.
Ah, yeah, of course. Of course. Any wind slashes for the fans? No? Ah.
No, the fans are supposed to produce the wind slashes.
Wow. Mean. I will revive her. I know better, but I will revive her.
Oh, there we go. Got the proc.
Nice.
Second try.
I got a
Tail
one
Screw
to do one
missed
of
on
those
turn
two.
1, too.
Oh, no.
I think my Berserker is ideal with jump because my Berserker has so high defense that he can actually take 2.
Oh. Elixir! Alright. Yeah, the thing you would like to see the most from Gilgamesh on the bridge is effectively electrocute, because that's the least amount of damage you can possibly do.
Scroll.
You're fine, you're fine. Right, Geomancer fairies, animals, elemental.
Alright, I have an airship.
Can you stop gusting? Oh my god, this was awful, but we're past it.
Good for you, save the surplus. Perfect, okay.
Get ready for it.
D-pad, thanks.
Piano Flux.
Nice. You got him? Nice. At least the bridge encounter should be easy.
3 Mage Mashers.
Yeah, it
Wait,
is.
you theoretically can avoid all the bridge encounters after the very first one,
Yeah.
but it's specific, very specific.
Stop
Or you can just get
holding the button like
luck.
3 tiles before, but yeah.
Gaia. Elven Mantle. I need a back row.
Alright, good luck everyone.
Yeah, I just delayed the bridge long enough so we can switch seamlessly, actually, yeah.
Planned.
Yeah.
Absolutely
That-
planned.
That's why I did that. Well, actually, I don't have to use a tent now because I got a nightingale in the extra encounter I did, so... Saving time.
Got an odd sound glitch. I got just this really weird tone just playing behind all the music now.
It happens on GBA, yeah. It's crazy. I don't know why.
I hope it goes away, because I'm going to save and reload otherwise.
Nah, it will go away. It just needs an audio change.
Squirrels!
On my end, you might even get to see flying squirrels.
I got one flying squirrel, but you couldn't see it.
It? Oh, no, it definitely did not go away.
Bees!
It should eventually.
Okay, I'm just gonna save and reload. That got rid of it. I am not listening to that for like an hour.
Yeah, I think I've had that happen to me once. It is annoying.
It was from the scene where I landed the airship to go back into the hidey hole there at Crescent, and it just did it going in, and it's just like, okay, I guess this is a thing now.
He did not like Lena.
Did I make sure to give everybody the right abilities? You have... Okay, good. I set up everybody in this fight, so I have evasion on the 3 people with Geomancy, and then Ferris can just kind of tank things a little better from the back row.
Why is Lena taking a nap?
Very tired. Lifting Gilgamesh is heavy work.
Start. Less than good start. Good block, Ferris.
My goodness, this guy's so fast.
Ow.
No, not bees! Ah!
Not the bees!
Where's my high potions?
This is why I initially didn't route with animals, by the way. It is just too good, though. But yeah.
Yeah, it's not reliable, but it's better than...
Anything else, yeah.
Yep. Alright, I guess Lena's just taking a nap.
The thing is with the fight as well is you don't miss out on anything. Gilgamesh actually just runs away, literally, so you get nothing from the fight. Outside of the music, of course, like you definitely do get that, but...
Squirrels!
I also want to subscribe to Plexel's theory about this cutscene being where all the SIDS in the Final Fantasy games come from.
Nice,
His
I like it.
multiverse theory.
Yeah, I mean, how else are you gonna get the work done so quickly? You just need to duplicate yourself.
Ah, there's Plexel, right on time.
Hey, my first electrocute. We're almost done here. I think we're smooth sailing from here on out. No, I guess squirrels are gonna finish it off now. Gilgamesh runs from squirrels.
Good.
I meant to use Gaia, but this was way better.
Alright, let's get the pre-Soul Cannon fights done. Do your shit down. Reload.
Also, if you use the Mage Master to silence Gilgamesh just before or as it phase transitions to phase 2, it's much easier. But with a Berserker, it's kind of difficult to time that.
I don't think you can do that in this version, can you?
This one you can.
Oh, I thought the only way you could do that is to cast Mute with the,
No, Pixel
Mage.
Remaster, it does not work, to my knowledge.
Ah, okay.
But I'm pretty sure it works in this version. I could be wrong.
Yeah, but you gotta hit it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's...
fair.
That is
Yeah,
a
it's
thing.
He's only like muted for a quarter of a second, so you need to immediately attack and deal the rest of the damage if you didn't do it with the mute attack.
Yeah, not only the Berserker, but like also our Gaia and stuff that does damage for us is not reliable. So
Alright,
timing
finishing
that
off
is
World 1.
rough.
Nice.
Nice.
Decent enough time, considering a 4th try Liquid Flame.
That's pretty good. Oops. I'm in the wrong way. See, this is why I always pick up the map. I just keep going the wrong way.
Oh, that one just didn't get stopped. Cool. 99% fail.
Welcome to the club. Hell yeah.
Oh, good. Lana got Sonic Boom on the last turn.
Actually, maybe... Do the launchers have evasion? Magic evasion.
They definitely do, because every run I've done, I've missed it once, so I would be surprised if I hit a 1% every single time.
Yeah, that probably makes more sense.
I missed another one.
That's very unlikely.
What is a Byrostris or Byrostris?
I don't know.
It's a thing that you can fight. That is the extent of my knowledge.
It might also cast Bio.
Oh. It does? Wow.
I think eventually. You can definitely control it and it can cast Bio. I know that.
Piano Flex. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy a bunch of anti-zombie water and some high potions.
Yeah, those holy waters come in handy.
Potentially, yeah.
If you're lucky, you never need to use them, but it's better to have them not use them than to need them when you don't have them.
Yeah, that's a big if there.
Yep. Oh.
Geo. Hide. Optimize. Diamond Bell. Silver Specs. There's Plumed Hat. Elven Mantle. Unequip the shield. Hide. Optimize. Elven Mantle. Yep, that looks right.
I completely messed up my abductor fight. I turned Bartz into a Geomancer too early, and so he couldn't kill himself.
Whoops.
Yeah, so I just had to Gaia the thing.
Alright, let's go Soul Cannon.
Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Also, welcome to the Moogle Eater Cavern. I do not like these guys that are called Moogle Eaters because they presumably eat Moogles. And Moogles should not be eaten. Definitely friends.
Good damage roll.
Are they though?
Come on, give me something good. Give me something good. Okay, got one of the launchers down before I got a turn.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
Hit butts, which is not ideal, but I can work with it.
Also, the encounter in this underwater way are fixed in where the location is, but which encounter you get is, well, randomized.
At least when you're being
Here that I've seen that before, I forget about it.
I mean, you're not going to use the Death Sickle for Dragon Pod?
Well, I do, but on the way there, I knock out some other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Also, we get a Moogle suit. This is for visitors who would like to fit in with the Moogles, which I think is a very nice gesture of the Moogles.
Alright. Music on my next few minutes of life.
Good luck.
Yeah, well, here's hoping Gilgamesh is not too terribly mean.
Yeah, he's only going to
Make
jump
it.
2 times. Other than that, he's just gonna be cute.
Just barely got him back there. Lena can come out this round. Last two behind. Oh, nice. Glue got the kill.
Nice.
Nice. Excellent. Soul Cannon was not a big hurdle. Once.
Squirrel.
Yeah, that's the. I don't run two Zerkers there just because I don't like the fact that they can't get off a turn before the launchers can. But with two Geos and a Bard, I just barely have enough damage to be able to kill one if I roll high on the bell damage.
That makes sense.
Alright, come on, Nightingale. Nope.
Friendly bird.
Squirrel.
Oh.
Squirrel.
Though he did, you know, he jumped on Gala first. That was nice. Who's my Berserker in this fight?
Goomba stomped.
Oh, wow.
I didn't even use that many elixirs in that fight. Normally I'm way lower, but I think I have like 6 left.
That's pretty good.
He really does not like my Berserker in this fight for some reason.
Also, welcome to Cutscene Town. I think Magus is almost out of the cutscenes.
Ah, you wish.
Then he has to... Oh, right. That's that's Aikman still. Well, at least closer to getting out of there. So yeah, welcome to World 2. This is where you normally start having all of your job classes for the full job Fiesta, and also start getting some good equipment for a variety of classes, as well as spells and other things. This is kind of where I feel like a lot of classes kind of come into their own for like a decent and sizable power boost, with some exceptions.
He
Would this
only
exception
jumped
happen to
once.
be the 4 jobs we have?
No, you have Bard for Requiem to wreck them. And arguably the killer boy is pretty solid. Yeah. World 2 is... It does have like 3 or 4 potential stumbling blocks. Atmos, the crystals, and Exdeath are kind of the biggest ones that can give a lot of teams a lot of trouble. Which, by the way, if anybody would like to do a 4-drop Fiesta on their own, that is always encouraged, I would say. Because there's a lot of people that are reasonably experienced with the game, so if you ever get stuck anywhere, just ask around, because people are happy to help. It's kind of one of those things where my very first playthrough of Final Fantasy V was with a 4-drop Fiesta, and I feel like that was very beneficial to me personally, because otherwise I might get stuck in analysis paralysis, trying to figure out which jobs I should do first, and then maybe even get lured into grinding some of the jobs too early, which is, not nearly as efficient as just doing it later.
Yeah,
that way it just kind of kept me on track to go.
Yeah, that was my first playthrough was on the PlayStation 1, and I only got like maybe to the Fire Crystal because I was like, oh, new jobs, let's mix and match and find out what everything is and so on, and I just never beat it. And then it wasn't until the 4-job Fiesta when I started doing that. It was like, okay, well, the decisions are made for me, and I was able to beat the game finally. Because, yeah, choice paralysis is a real thing.
Yep. So, I'm about to fight an Abductor. This thing has like, what, 2,500 HP? It's susceptible to a lot of status effects though, so it doesn't tend to be much of a problem. I literally haven't even made any notes for it. It just doesn't exist.
Right, if everything goes right for Archaeoavis, he won't get a turn until phase 5.
Oh, neat. Bonk.
See if it works.
That was
Yeah,
an
no
terrible-
flex.
Nice.
Okay,
Then
good
I-
start.
Using the Mage Masher to deal the 64 damage after putting the dude into critical HP and getting the mute proc. So unnecessary.
Third form.
Wait, I need the cutscenes first before I can buy stuff.
Fourth form. Very nice. Final form.
Good luck.
Mighty March up. Deal, I get that off. Good. Him. Oop, I forgot to change weapons. Oh, that is rude. You healed up. You healed up because you still need AP. Take one. Fine. I forgot to change the weapon again. Alright, we're through.
Oh.
Nice.
GG.
Only thing I really care about here is that Butts survives the fight because I need the ADP on him.
Yep.
Gloof too, to a degree, but it's mostly just Butts.
You have him as a bard.
Yep.
Oh, that's
That
right.
makes
You're gonna have more singers.
Yeah, I'm actually
Later
pushing
on.
to have 2 singers by the time I kill Dragon Pod.
That's a lot.
That's very, very ambitious routing.
Well,
I like
the main thing isn't just having 2 singers for that. The idea is I want 3 singers by the end of the game.
That makes sense.
Mhm.
Speaking of Dragon Pod, Magus is fighting this thing. This thing has 12,000 HP. It is not heavy. It is susceptible instant death. The little flowers each have 100 HP, and they always deal exactly 100 damage, modified by row, and would inflict various status effects. But if you choose Romeo's Ballad, the main pod, and kill the little guys, it just cannot spawn any new ones, so it is just a big punching bag. Or if you get lucky, you just knock it out before it becomes much of a punching bag, I guess.
Yeah. Just get the death
Yeah.
proc. That's easier.
Just get lucky, it's fine.
The
Seems like
death
a good
sickle is actually a big part of why Berserker is a pretty good job throughout a lot of the game, is because there are a surprising number of bosses and mini bosses and so on that are susceptible to it. And you know, we have the killer bow now with the ranger, which just has a flat 8% chance to insta kill an enemy that can be insta killed,
This guy.
or maybe it's a 1 in 16 chance. I don't know.
Ah. The little dude just walking in front of me, left, right.
Yeah, Killer Bow's flat 8%. which in some fights the proc rate on the death sickle is going to be higher, but depending on the level of the enemy, the killer bow can be higher.
Like the crystals, right?
Yeah, the crystals, the death sickle I think is like 6.5% between the proc rate, the level, other magic evasion and stuff like that. The killer bow is just flat 8% regardless. It just ignores all that crap.
Hmm.
Sorry, Chad, I got poisons.
You got poisoned or Lena got poisoned?
It wasn't Lena. But I guess it runs in the family.
Wrong guy. Okay, learn the Requiem. Requiem is a very offensive part spell. Specifically only ever deals damage to undead, but it deals a lot of damage to undead. It's pretty good.
High five, Yaga.
High five.
A couple of these. I'm very good at money right now. Scary.
Yeah. The headgear, I forget what it's called in this game, sells for 37,500 gold. And
Oh,
since
yeah,
we
they
don't
have-
have Beastmaster,
they have
we
no
don't
crown.
need it. Yeah, that one. It's pretty good. No, 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 no! Ah!
Uh-oh.
Phoenix Down is
What'd you
not
do?
gonna work if I use it on the wrong enemy. Surprising, I know.
This is actually one of the few years I'm not going to be like going after zombie dragons. Most parties I will actually take the time to step route that to get 8 guaranteed ones, but I just realized I don't need it with this one.
Yeah, I just get whatever I get along the way.
Yeah.
It'll be
Uh,
fine.
They're decent enough experience, but also the Dragon Fang that they drop is good money, unless you have a chemist, in which case they're a good item to have for mix.
Yeah.
Unless you're missing your Phoenix Downs.
Unless, yeah.
But it's just like I still walk out of World 2 with so much money, even without doing that, and I'm already level 22. I technically don't need any more levels to finish the game. If all tablets is met, I'll do a few fights in the trench just to grab a bit of extra HP. But beyond that, I don't need more levels. I'm good for the rest of the game.
Yep.
Speaking of all tablets, we are math $341 away.
Very nice.
Something like that.
Maybe we get to do more World 3 stuff instead of not. Because once again, if you guys would like to see more of our runs rather than us just going straight for the void, which with this team we absolutely can, no trouble. Donations are open and available. Although I think the summon thingy basically is now no longer completable entirely.
It's not. Still haven't technically missed Shiva, but it's not going to be very long before I'm not going to be able to get her either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the way I think the way we can set that up is just like if somebody gets to like if it's not met before somebody gets to World 3, no one else has to get the World 2 summons either, just to make it fair.
I was gonna say, you could get Shiva, and then chat, you could get us to the get all the summons thing, and then that way DD is the only one who's actually completed the run, and so they win by default.
They have like 15, they have like maybe 15, 20 minutes tops. I mean, if we can pull off, $1,340, sure, I can do that. I will get Shiva.
Well, there goes my last Phoenix down. Goodbye. Wait, there's one in the chest over there. I could fight more zombie dragons, but I just don't have to. It's kind of a shame just finding all these single zombie dragons, and I don't have any more Phoenix Downs.
Yeah, I've been there before.
Yeah. Basically, I just didn't have as much money as I expected in Kelp for, I don't know, whatever. Oh, right, I remember. I'm buying way more fire rods now. Never mind. That's the reason.
Oh, I completely forgot to buy fire rods at the end of World 1.
Oh no.
I mean,
Well,
it's not a big deal.
Yeah, you can still get them before Melusine anyway. You can walk to Karnak from down there.
Do you want
You
to do
can?
that?
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's far.
It's so not worth it.
It's
Yeah.
very far.
I disagree. I
The
think
first
it's worth it.
time,
Nah.
yeah, the first time I did this, I didn't have any flame rods anyways, and I did it.
Comet will do
Yeah.
just fine.
Yeah, Comet and Alluring Air to keep Melusine confused.
Oh, right. I guess if you have Alluring Air, I didn't pick that
yeah.
up.
Yeah, then
Yeah,
you might run into trouble.
Yeah, that's true. I will need to remember to pick some up though, since I do break rods for a panda.
What did the panda do to deserve that?
It doesn't look like a panda.
Doesn't act like one either.
As to what it did to deserve that, it had the temerity to be weak to fire and get in my way. And yeah, as far as summons that you can get in the void, you can get Golem in the cave section, and you can get Remo in the castle section, but unfortunately, Shiva, Goat / Catoblepas, and Carbuncle are just missable if you get to World 3 without getting them.
Indeed. Back attack. I run away attack. World 2 is kind of where it starts getting tricky to run from certain encounters more consistently, let's put it this way. Where previously, in a lot of encounters, we were just guaranteed as soon as we get an option to run, we would be able to run. But World 2 is kind of where that starts being less and less the case. Still mostly fine to just keep running here, but yeah. It's basically a trend towards... If you don't have a guaranteed runaway ability, it could get rather tricky. Thankfully, we do technically have two. Well, one right now. Wow. 2 golem slaps in a row, both of them blocked and dodged. Pretty good.
Okay, sure, we'll just Twister the Abductor. That's fine.
Gonna watch, see if I get any... If I get lag. Okay, no lag, so it connected. I'm basically, for Parobolos, I'm just checking to see if there's like a bunch of lag between some of my turns to see if any of them didn't get stopped.
In a couple of minutes, I'm going to be very silly in Kelb to show off that the sort of wolves that are dancing that you get Requiem from are just coded to move forward until they hit a thing and then turn left from their perspective. You can actually get them to wander around town that way by taking advantage of that and standing in the right place. It amuses me, and I'm nothing if not a child.
Oh, one of
We
them's
all-
not stopped.
We
Okay.
all are.
It's not that one. It was that one. Cool. Thanks, Ferris.
Oh.
It's again.
What I'm not gonna do though is show off sending the sheep to live in a farm upstate. That crosses a line for me.
But the potions are free. Alright, 31 Phoenix Downs, 99 high potions, I'm set for the rest of the game. Probably. There's always a catch that sometimes you need more Phoenix Downs than others.
Shit. Make sure this one's stopped. Alright. I got a potion drop.
That's all worth it then.
I didn't know they could drop potions.
I didn't either.
Go.
Did he go and pick up Float?
Yep.
Float is a nice spell to have. Would be a shame if I didn't get it.
I mean, you can technically get Blaze into Earthshaker into Zombie Breath, which like...
It's true.
I mean, Zombie Breath could just decide, yeah, you die anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the thing. And then getting hit before that, like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
The thing is, usually I get to phase 2 before, since I'm using a lot of Flame Rust to break,
I see.
so I usually don't even get to the Zombie Breath. That's where all my money went.
Alright, cool. That was nearly a perfect Titan.
Nice.
Nice.
If Lena had done Stalactite on her turn, it would have been a literal perfect fight. I just don't even bother with trying to stop him to not deal with the Earthshaker, just because I have enough damage. It's just like, yeah, he can die in 3 turns.
Also, welcome to the Gilgamesh on the boat fight. This guy has, I think, 8,888 HP. And once he drops below 6,000 HP remaining, he will summon in Enkidu, who is gonna heal both of them for 4,000 HP with White Wind. White Wind healing for however much HP the user has. So Enkidu has 4,000 HP. However, if you just get lucky, you can also just knock out Gilgamesh, because he once again is not immune to instant death. So that's kind of what you tend to hope for in this encounter. Can either kill above him or doom with the Death Sickle. Enkidu notably is also not flagged as heavy, so the Gaias from the Geomancers can put him into critical HP and then you can just knock him out with one more swing. So if he does get to death.
So do we want to start thinking about food break here soon? Since I'm nearly done with World 1.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I
fine
just
for
got
me.
Manticore to go.
I can take a break anytime right now. I'm about to fly around.
Oh, that's actually good timing, because then, yeah, I could goof around with the wolves in here.
Sounds good to me. Just let me know when you want to call it.
So Manticore is pretty unfortunate because it can be stopped. Also, Lena hits for like 900 with Stalactite.
Wow. Racker gets the dude stuck.
This is for all the NPCs that have blocked my way before.
It's great.
Alright, good. Ferris got animals.
Probably lots of bees in there.
There we go. I have
Should
trapped
be
them
on.
all.
Yeah, I don't need any more ABP, so I'm actually good.
Poor guys.
There. Job set up. Geomancer. Animals. Lena. Berserker.
Also, would anybody like to sink an island for me?
Hmm.
I heard if you are landing too heavy on an island, it's just gonna go into the ground.
Okay. Gauche. Tomato. Back row.
Also, notably, we pick up the Swift song here in Zizat's castle. That is an incredibly powerful bard song because it effectively just increases the speed of your characters during combat with up to plus 100 speed, which is a pretty ridiculous time gain for what it's worth. I didn't sink the island yet. Oops.
You should do that.
I did check the donation total. It is not high enough for all summons, so nope, nobody's getting Shiva today.
Rest in Shiva. Wait. The most powerful magic of all, dynamite. It's pretty strong dynamite to sink an island.
Okay, I'll make a save once I'm actually able to have control, and then we can do our food break.
Okay, I'll save at just before the Dragon Pod fight, since I'm in Drakenvale.
Sounds good to me. I'm just gonna stop whenever you say stop, because I'm gonna be flying.
I really like the Windrake flying music.
It's great, I agree.
Alright, I'm saved. Let's go ahead and food break it.
Alright, perfect. Break time.
We will see you all in just a little bit. Enjoy whatever music Risk decides to put up, and we're gonna grab something to eat.
Like
Alright.
15 minutes? Something like that.
Something like that.
Alrighty, I think we're back.
Are we?
I think we are.
I think we are. Alrighty. You guys ready to go?
Yep.
Sure. All I gotta do is use a tent.
Alrighty. Let's go and go. 3, 2, 1, go. And good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Alrighty. I'm gonna get to the Guild Gabot as well. Once again, this clown has 8,888 HP, but is susceptible to instant death, so I'm gonna try and go for that. Didn't work last time, but can always hope. Was it did you already open up the chest, Magus?
What chest? I
Cool.
opened a lot of chests.
The gold hairpin. That's fair.
No, not yet. No.
Alrighty. There's a reasonably dangerous chest that Magus is going to open, I think, on your route, that either contains a red dragon or 2 yellow dragons. Red dragons, they don't look very undead, but according to the game they are, so Requiem just wrecks them, which is pretty efficient. The yellow dragons are not too terrible either, although reasonably dangerous, I guess, but they are not flagged as heavy, so any percentile dice or insta-kill stuff can work on them, I think.
Well,
Nice, I got a dream harp drop.
We are $91 away from all tablets.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you for the
And,
donations, everyone.
I just got the Death Sickle proc on the Dragon Pod.
Excellent. On the ship, you actually only have to fight one goblin, and then you can proceed to Gilgamesh, but that one guy you have to fight. I probably should just wait. Come on, Galuf, don't miss there. That's silly. Are you serious? It's twice. Yeah. The Gaia Effect Whirlpool will put an enemy into critical HP, 9 or less HP remaining.
Really? I got the double yellow dragon. Interesting.
Wow, again? That is much less
Again.
common.
Singing. Also take a little bit longer, I guess, but it's a lot better experience. So there's that.
And you could get a coral ring. More
Very
money.
true. That I don't need.
Even if you get the 1 in 3 chance for the Doom to proc, which I think Galuf got 3 times so far, it's not guaranteed to land, unfortunately.
It's still not bad. It's better. It's a better odds than the killer bow.
Yep, definitely.
I did a practice run yesterday where neither the Killer Bow nor the Death Sickle procced on boat Gilgamesh. It was an interesting fight.
It might take a while.
Yeah, especially if the Berserker then decides to hit Enkidu, who wants to vampire at that point.
Yeah. I'm having an Enkidu here as well. Big wave. That's unusual.
Wave.
Oh, there we go. That's the one you just one-shot. Alright. Fine by me, I guess. At some point I'm always wondering, should I just attack instead? But I think the Berserker, in any case, is gonna deal more damage anyways.
Huh, this is very weird. So I just returned to Kryl, and usually moving through Vale and going up and all that, you end up clipping through the Moogle because the Moogle's going to be in a particular spot. The Moogle is now on the other side of the room. The
All the
NPCs are
way.
just not moving normally in my run. I don't like this.
Come on, Galuf.
Alright, Atomos time.
Good luck.
Yeah,
Good luck.
thanks.
Many sword dances in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I killed a bear.
That
Take
seems
that,
helpful.
bear.
There we go.
I forgot to take Berserk off of Blue,
Nice.
and I have him as the ranger, so he just just shot him. Oh, well,
And we are doing all tablets.
I don't.
Nice.
Very nice.
Thanks, everyone. There's a chance we get to fight some extra bosses in that future too.
Oh.
Yep, thousand more. We have to fight the summon bosses.
I think my A button is about to give up on my controller. That's not good.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna mash with my other button, I guess. Just taking the turbo button, but
Sounds good.
that's all.
All right, music.
Oh, we just
Everybody
tried
have the right
music.
abilities.
Nice.
We got double music, don't we? Oh no, you finished Gilgamesh.
Yep. Perfect relay race.
Three guys.
Alrighty, maybe to introduce everybody to Atmos at the top of the tower. This thing is always hasted, so it moves about 3 times for you getting 1 turn. And if no character is dead on the ground in the battle, it will always, well, it'll usually just cast Comet, which deals a very high variance of damage. Usually it will just knock out a character at this level that we are. And, well, it can do that twice per turn, so it can knock out to 2 characters at a time. And if somebody is dead on the ground, they will get slowly sucked in towards the big mouth on the left. If they go too close while still being knocked out, they will get sucked in and get removed from combat. So since we don't really have an efficient or clean way to deal with Atmos, our best way is to just deal damage instead of doing anything else. So we basically just try to change on whichever character is the one that is currently dead on the ground in order to get through the fight reasonably efficiently. Because this thing has 20,000 HP, which is a lot more than most other enemies have at this stage. Also, I don't need a reflecting, but I would take one. Oh, never mind, we run.
Oh wow, I'm already at phase 2.
That was fast.
Ooh, bots surviving with... Do I have high potions? Please tell me I have a high potion somewhere. I have 2. Good, right here. Bots survived with 4 HP.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
That was
Oh
solid.
my god, could you stop jumping?
Nice.
Another high potion. Oh my god, he's done jump 4 times in a row. Elixirs? Where are my elixirs? Pop on you. I don't really need those elixirs for later. 5 jumps in a row.
Ah.
Boss is dead.
That is really unlucky.
Tell Gilgamesh to be cute instead.
There's an electrocute, finally.
Aim for you. Okay. In preparation for the Atmos fight, I'm just gonna tell Lena to take a nap, and she probably is quite tired being awake for so long. So she obliges.
Gloof's down. Oh, no, he's not. He got a regen proc right before that went off. Oh my god, this is like 9 jumps so far. keep throwing elixirs, I guess. Another jump. Well, Gloof dies if he gets jumped again. He didn't-
No, that's the wrong thing. I get squirrels. Oh. Gloof is putting in work already. I guess I never talked about the Hunter. The Hunter's main ability is called Aim, and it does exactly what stands on the tin. Aim cannot miss against enemies, even if they have evasion, even if your weapon is inaccurate. And bows actually would be just as terrible as axes with accuracy, if it wasn't for the Hunter's Aim command. Wow. Also, the Dancing Dagger has a 50% chance to proc a dance move instead of the regular attack. So, a dance move basically is either a sword dance, effectively dealing 4 times damage, mystery waltz, absorbing MP from the enemy, jitterbug duet, absorbing HP from the enemy, and
Leave him alone.
what's the last one?
Tempting
Tempting
Tango.
Jump.
Confusing a character.
Lena's still up. I'm gonna heal Lena, I guess. Last elixir.
Which
Oh, I got him.
notably, Tempting Tango actually...
Jeez.
Nice, GG.
That was like 15 jumps. I burned my entire stock of elixirs.
Alright. And I'm starting the boat music.
Perfect timing, because I just finished it.
Almost like we planned this.
We didn't. It would be nice if we...
Okay, you just need to stall long enough on that fight so I have enough time to get to boat as well, and then we can just go from you and boat to me and boat.
And then we can go from you and boat to probably Almagus and Castle.
Yes.
Wow. Sloga. Uh-oh.
Sloga is awful in that fight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, don't proc Death Sickle on the Goblin. Because now you're not going to do it to Gilgamesh. You're jumping the gun, Berserker.
That's how RNG works, obviously. Well, I really hope I don't actually need those elixirs later, because I don't think I do, but if I do, I guess I don't have them anymore!
Never mind, we get the Death Sickle proc immediately. Okay. Big fan. Okay, so you've got like 20 seconds to get to the boat so that we can continue the music train.
Yeah, that's definitely not happening. However, I can give a different form of music. Piano Flux!
Wow. Okay, I got pretty bad luck with a Sloga, but Galov did like 5 sword dances. That is well above average.
Very nice.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, at least you're
keep seeing
through.
the guy do sword dances there.
Yeah, that was really good. Alright, I switched my controller. Hopefully this A button is not gonna go the way of the dodo as well. I was using the turbo A button instead, so that was a bit awkward for me anyway.
Actually, I'm gonna go turn on my room fan real quick. Yeah, alright, there we go. Yeah, it is getting over... It's getting that time of year where it's over 100 degrees in the afternoon.
So Dryzalizer is correct. We can't technically do all summons, but we can do most summons. That's the new name for the incentive.
Does that include buying the summons from the shop that we can buy them from?
I didn't include it when I did it a few years ago. I worded it as an all non-buyable summon.
I didn't
The
even
intent
think
obviously
about
being
it.
we're going to do like the bosses and everything.
Yeah, Sildra, Phoenix Tower, Leviathan, Bahamut. Yeah. Odin. Makes sense.
Night. First try on Tyrannosaur.
Nice. It's always nice if you save some Phoenix Stones, considering how expensive they are. That's actually quite alright, I guess. You can hide. Wait, that's not alright, is it? Actually, that's fine.
Piano Flex!
Nice.
Good. Right on track for AVP.
Sure, actually.
Alrighty. Len on my screen is now deciding to stab Galuf in the back for no reason. Actually, the reason is because that way she can hide more easily. Specifically, this allows me to basically have a one-button run away, kind of like Flee, except that either all your party members need to hide, or the one person hiding needs to have everybody else to be dead, which is what I'm choosing to do here. Slightly easier to run away from things. And after Atmos, I always felt like it was a reasonably quick thing to set up for that. Since in Gida's cave, there's not really anything to fight or get, it's just you run through, and metamorphos are usually fine to run away from, but occasionally it takes a while.
Alright, going into Atomos. Let's see how bad this is.
Do we have to teleport away from Xdef and to get Catoplepus?
You can't
that's what
teleport
makes
in Xdeath's castle.
You can't?
Nope. I tried it the other day.
I actually did not know that. I guess I never tried. So we'll have to walk. So I guess technically Carbuncle is the one thing I didn't rock now that I think about it. I kind of forgot about that one.
He's easy.
Yeah. Especially with our setup, it's gonna be just fine. I have extra rods to break, since I didn't use them on Liquid Flame.
I mean, you can also gravity him.
Oh yeah, good point. I did in fact buy Gravity for once. Oh, I could just buy Gravity Jar, I guess. Or whatever the other thing
Yeah,
is called.
I picked that up because you can use it on the machine heads in the pyramid.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wrote it in now as well. Like in my test run, I didn't actually get it. The machine heads were just a big nuisance. There's also probably a bunch of other things I'm forgetting along the way, but it's definitely handy to have.
Actually, now that we're doing all tablets, I don't have to buy Comet anymore.
No?
Because I was only going to use it in one particular fight, but if I have Meteor, I can use that instead.
See. I mostly buy Comet because... Actually, I have no idea why I buy Comet.
Like, the only fight I routed it for was the Necrophobe fight, and that's it. But if I have Meteor, that's better anyway.
I just break some rods with that one. But I guess you might have a Time Mage that actually learns Time Magic.
Oh, I meant for the barriers.
Oh. Oh yeah, that actually is technically useful.
What is?
The barriers on Necrophobe.
Yeah, but what is useful for it? I wasn't listening. If you
Comet.
Comet.
You could poison rod plus quick Omega to death. Ah yes, a very quick slow death.
Yeah. How long is it again? 2.5 hours?
I don't know, it's a long time.
Wait, are we talking about how long it takes for the Meteor animation to go off?
I guess.
Among other things.
Oh,
Fun fact,
don't slow. That's so rude.
The Gaia effect you can potentially get on the plant pot thing, the dragon pot, is effectively Meteor if you get a cave in. Wait, I'm in the wrong spot. I went all the way around Cotoblopus Island instead of... I missed my exit.
840 to go for most summons.
Do you have a driver's license, Yaga?
I do, yes, actually.
And it's revoked.
Wow.
No, I'm just like thinking he would be driving a lot, like if he had a car. Like, you know, taking long turns and all that.
Maybe. I never enjoyed driving for what it's worth. I just get from point A to point B. Also, Piano Flex. Picking up the mangoes.
Teleport spell.
Oh, I didn't mean to buy old. I guess I bought old.
I use old in one fight only for all tablet though.
Omniscient.
I am an idiot. I accidentally put the bone mail on the Berserker.
Oh no. Good luck.
Well, yeah. Fortunately got, I think it was 3 sword dances off.
That should be enough on average. It should be close.
But then got hit with slow. So my plan was to kill it and then bring him back. And then I was disappointed with that.
Hmm.
Good luck on the crystals. I don't know if you actually kind of lose luck. Or want luck, anyways. Welcome to the Steel Guardians, everybody. These things have 7,777 HP. They are neither heavy nor flagged as, well, immune to instant death, so you can in fact insta-kill them if you get lucky enough. They are pretty high level and have a decent magic evasion, so the chance of landing it is not that great. But since the kill bow has a flat 8% chance to hit, it's actually working reasonably well for the most part there.
It should be.
Also, I actually literally cannot see whether you have anybody minute in your party or not. I just see the crystals on the left.
I have a mini Berserker, yes.
Nice. Alright. Yeah, we basically mini one of our characters. Specifically the Berserker. Because, well, you don't actually want to deal more damage to these crystals than necessary. Because once they drop below 3000 HP remaining, they will just nuke your entire group with area of effect attacks. And that is pretty dang deadly.
Sure do be.
So, Crystal Guardians or Seal Guardians or whatever, they are often actually quite a big hurdle for a variety of Forge of Fiesta parties. And this one is a bit of an exception to that, I guess, because while we are not particularly high level, we just need these mini mages, which is what I quick save and reset for, to mini our guy. I should probably have unequipped the weapon on Galuf in hindsight. Yep, there goes one mini mage. Goodbye. I specifically need butts to be... Wow, that's perfect luck there. I need specifically butts to be minute, but I also take Galuf being minute, because the killer bow preferably also wouldn't deal damage, but you can theoretically just throw potions at the crystals if necessary or desirable. So that works.
My setup can actually kill them if I can get them low enough on HP, except the wind one. The wind one I can't hit with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I'm gonna have two singers for that fight, so I can get going really, really fast.
Okay, let's redo that, but the right way.
I went the wrong way for my money.
Can you please? You're blinded. Can you stop hitting Ferris?
Yeah, worth noting the Leaf Storm from the Geomancer has a high probability of inflicting blind on enemies. Blinded enemies have a 75% chance to miss their regular attacks. That's all the Seal Guardians do. Pretty much.
Yeah, the Dark Bow is like an MVP for, I mean, I'd say for this team, but for a lot of teams as well.
Oh yeah, Darkbow would work as well, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I like to get the Gaia off, though, just because it's a flat 99% hit chance.
It is.
And it hits all of them at once.
This bow is not killer. And this scythe is not death.
I mean, it's a sickle. It's like an icicle. Just feed it to the enemies. Yeah. In this encounter in particular, you prefer to get lucky early, because the earlier you get lucky on killing one or two of them, the less attacks they get off, the less delay basically it is for your characters to continue trying to deal damage. It is worth noting that minute characters have absolutely no defense, no physical defense anyways. However, their evasion from the shield doubled, So the Flame Shield has a 40% chance to block normally, but when you have a minute character, it's 80%. Which is pretty efficient, because it's extremely unlikely for a blinded enemy to ever hit your Berserker that is minute behind the Flame Shield. And if they do, well, we also have Mighty Mage to heal up the characters, which is convenient. Also, you could pick up the shield here during the forest fire beforehand, which would be an Aegis shield, but the Flame Shield sells for more, so that's why I'm picking that one up.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, if we were going to keep Berserker, it might be a little more useful, but the Flame Shield is both better evasion and it sells for more, so it's just like we use it for one fight.
I guess I'll throw this. Jesus, take the wheel. That's fine. My Galuf didn't really do anything anyway.
Also, I do not want to heal my characters at the healing spring over there, because it would remove the mini status, and I kind of want to keep that.
Turbo.
Mr. Moogle, please move out of the way.
2 wizards. Gaia Gears.
Sometimes Moogle decides to just stay in one place for a long time. Mr. Moogle, thank you.
Oh. Power Sash.
Okay, wrong guy.
Optimize.
He hit my Berserker.
That's impressive.
Fine.
Should do what I wanted to
Not
do.
gonna use any holy roll that I want. 7?
Ah.
Alrighty. Let's see what the crystals have in store for me.
Don't Sloga now. That's rude.
Uh-oh. That is very
Oh, never mind. He had less than 147 hit points left when he did that.
Gee.
I'll take it.
nice. Seems like a good fight.
Yeah, it's amazing how good the fight can go when you like are paying attention to your inventory and who's got what.
Alrighty. Good luck, everyone.
Probably heal this thing.
Good luck. May all your death sickles proc.
I'm ready to move on now, game. I mean, miss. You know, I can just try to do damage here, actually. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, you could. That is an option you have.
Actually, yeah, with the flame shield on your Berserker.
Yeah. What does animals do? Flying squirrel. Alright, screw it. This thing is stupid.
Isn't that the one that can paralyze? Also, you need to.
I want the AP. Just thought about it.
Ah, come on, fairies! I need the leaf storm, please.
Game has
Ow.
decided not to be nice to anyone. So Yaga is doing Gaia in the hope that it procs Leaf Swirl, which will do a little damage to all the crystals, but more importantly will inflict them with the blind status to increase his survivability.
By a lot. And 3 branch arrows so far. I also unminute Galuf because if he gets hit more than once, he is in danger of dying. And I would prefer if he didn't do that with the bone mail, so because I couldn't revive him. Thank you for the leaf swirl, appreciate it.
Please.
Leaf swirl has a high probability of blinding enemies if they are susceptible to it.
That's good. Good.
Nice, one up.
Exhilarating content.
I think the longest that I've had that fight take just over the years with killer bows and death sickles and so on is like over half an hour.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
we're getting to it.
Yeah.
I need to be careful to not accidentally click animals, because Nightingale will kill Galuf.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Nice, nice. So far I have 5 misses.
That's a lot of
impressive.
misses.
3 from Galuf, 2 from Lena.
So
6
what's Len
misses.
equipped with?
Killer Bow and Death Sickle. And I'm now at 7 misses.
Wow.
Any day, no bugs. Any day.
8 misses.
What am I doing? I need to be less silly.
Ooh, nice. Cave in. Okay. There we go. There is Sing on butts.
In theory, because we have Time Mage and they can wear the staff class of weapons, you could grind out for Staff of Light against the Metamorph enemies in Guido's Cave, but it's a rare drop and not worth your time to do, but you could do that. Using it as an item casts Holy, so that is really good against World 2x death.
Indeed.
Sing.
Granted, a lot of that is also on the theory that any of us get to the point where we have a Time Mage in our party, because it looks like Magus is still struggling.
Oh, I'm not struggling. I'm just sitting here doing nothing.
Oh, that's fair.
Golems. Good.
I have seen enough. Watch him get a proc. Watch it. Branch Spear, here we go. It's gonna do its thing soon. I really need those AP, but hey. Can you do? Like one more branch spear.
Well, I think I have attacked both crystals 10 times with Gallus, so I need to start healing the thing.
Healing? I don't know about that one.
Yep. How many elixirs do I have? 5. Yeah, it's fine.
Exactly. Why burn? Yes, because of this. I can't wait to do like get a death proc at the end here. No, I didn't. Okay.
Oh, GG.
Alright, I only have the flame crystal left at this point, so I guess I unmini Galluf. Yeah, unmini Frontier.
I don't know if you need the ability points. I did. So, fun.
I plan on doing a short grind in XF Castle anyways, so I'm just catching up there. So it's basically either way is fine for me.
Very, unlucky.
Boom! Firaga. Alright. I'm gonna get a coffee. Wow. I did not have enough time to get a coffee. Yeah, the reason why we, by the way, turn Galluf specifically into a ranger is because after the Crystal Guardian fight, you're supposed to have like this epic battle between Galluf, who is too angry to die because his granddaughter is in peril and stuff, and XF. You're supposed to deal like what 7,000, 8,000 damage to him, maybe more, in order to proceed.
Flex.
Nice. But of course, because we have the bone mill equipped and the Phoenix down kills a character that is undead, we can just try to do that.
Now, unfortunately, on this team, the only two characters that can equip the Bone Mail are the Ranger and the Berserker. And if you're a Berserker, you can't use items. So by default, Galoof has to basically be the Ranger.
Yeah. Would have been kind of funny if we didn't have like another character that could use the bone mail.
I mean, I guess for certain definitions of funny.
Also, this is the part where the 5th job kicks in. So the original idea, I believe, for 5th job is because, you know, Galuf leaves the party and Kryle joins, that she should bring her own job. It used to be that you needed to replace your Earth job with, well, whatever 5th job you get, because, you know, Galuf is the Earth guy and Kryle is the new Earth person. So that's what you replace. But apparently this is new this year. You can actually just pick and choose whichever job you want to drop instead, which maybe makes slightly less thematic sense, but it is much more interesting strategy-wise, I will say, to just drop whatever you want. And I would be very surprised if any of us didn't drop the Berserker.
Yeah.
Although I will say, I was a coin flip away from just dropping Geomancer instead, just because I think it would be funny. But it also would probably have been a lot less efficient. Because Geomancer has its really good points later in the game still.
Yeah, it's like Geomancer is... It's a mixed bag. It's really... When it's good, it's really good. When it's not good, it's practically worthless.
Yep. But hey, it can still throw potions, so I guess it's easy, better than a Berserker in some cases. But yeah, at least for me, I'm going to be dropping Berserker.
I think I'm gonna do the same. That's what I routed around.
I'm definitely doing the same. The Dark Bow still gets so much use, so I couldn't see a reason to drop Ranger. And Geomancer is amazing in a couple of situations later on. And we're definitely not dropping Bard.
No.
Bard might not have had a big role to play until now, but with the introduction of the Swift song powering us up in combat, our speed specifically, it becomes more and more like crazy good to just get our characters buffed and effectively almost trivialize a certain late game bosses. Oh, I probably should stop mashing the A button, otherwise the cutscene's not going to advance if I keep poking Kryle.
Oh yeah, and mentioned quite a bit earlier, since I'm just getting to this cutscene. This is the cutscene when the forest is burning, when it's actually faster in the GBA version to be in your menu, because all of these little fire sprites that are going to be on the screen, they lag the GBA.
Yeah, between this cutscene and where you have to wait for the Moogle afterwards, you can literally just get all your menuing done while you're waiting on stuff. Since the timers thankfully do still run while you're in the menu.
Except for the flame shield, I can't equip that yet.
Okay, not gonna do like I did in practice and walk out of Surgate and try to go straight to the fleet. I need to go to Guido's cave first.
I had to double back for that, because I forgot initially.
Because normally you don't even go to Surgate right there. Like, it's really only if you have Bard that you're gonna go running over there. And I'm just so used to going. You just go. You get the Windrake, and you just go straight to Guido's cave. And now I'm going to Surgate first, and I just kept forgetting about it.
Yeah. In my practice run out of habit, I went to Guido's cave immediately, but it is slightly more efficient to go to Surgate first if you go there anyways. And well, we welcome controlling time, haste, slow, and let me put it this way, just if Time Mage only had haste and slow, it would still be a crazy powerful class just by those measures alone, because those are both the strongest buffs and debuffs. And most bosses, actually, interestingly enough, are susceptible to slow, although you might not want to use it against every single one, for what it's worth.
Everything I want for this fight. Let's see. Yeah, you all look good. All look good.
I might have accidentally sold one of my armors, whoops.
Oops.
Music?
Dead end day.
So we also buy the air knives in more here, because the air knives allow us to get a 50% boost to our wind magic spells. And while it is not entirely reliable for the Geomancer to use wind magic, it is very frequent and worth investment in my opinion. So I get 3 of them.
All right, on to the crystals.
Well,
Good luck.
wow, big wave.
And leaf swirl immediately. Very nice.
Nice.
Let's go boat, Gamesh. Okay, he's dark. March up.
High five.
Where's my check? Oh.
Hey, one down.
Tried to cast death there, but it missed.
2 down. Killer Bow doing some nice work early.
Hmm.
Very nice. Especially since the wind crystal is done. That one is the fastest one.
Yeah.
It's the most earned.
Come on, Darkness didn't proc.
Alrighty, welcome to the Meat Castle. The enemies in here are reasonably dangerous. And I don't know if the others are gonna fight anything in here, but specifically I fight stuff in 2 rooms where there's these magic dragons. They have 3000 HP, which is a lot, but they're also weak to wind, and we just often get wind slash as well as the wind knives on top of it, so usually we'll deal with them just fine.
Where are my high potions?
I even have my hunter use Gaia, even though it's not particularly good magic power, it is still sufficient to put in some work.
Oh, got the death proc on Enkidu as well.
Very nice.
Alright, that wasn't too bad considering Enkidu came out.
Uh-oh. Not a single wind slash so far on this one. Okay, we're probably fine. I need to not forget to unequip the bone mail on butts later.
So Bartz is my Berserker and is just missing like 3 out of 4 hits.
You should talk to him. That's not how the probability works, right?
No. He's missing as much as the crystals are, and they are blinded.
Thematically appropriate.
Butch just threw on a pair of shades and you can't see them.
Bartz is related to Artie from Mufia 2, apparently.
Oh, dude, getting unlucky.
Okay.
In case anybody's confused about that bridge, you manually stop it by pressing the E button.
Yeah, it keeps speeding up at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's very inconsistent. I just try to get the left chest and don't even bother with the other one.
I'm
Yeah,
not even-
it's
even
worse
going
on the
for the
GTA
chest.
than other versions.
Oh man, there's
I just keep getting an unlucky speed up.
main go. It's main goes.
And you can't even run from the encounters that you get. Wow.
Hello.
Back attack in the dragon room. We're fine.
Thanks.
I could theoretically cast teleport with fairies here, but just using height is theoretically faster if the rest of the party is dead, which they tend to be around here.
Alright, well, 3rd crystal's done.
And the ranger should reliably be faster than most enemies outside of back attacks. That's a lot of encounters, dude. So yeah, once again, if you hide your entire party, or the only remaining character alive is hidden, you automatically flee from an encounter if you can flee. Very convenient.
work,
That
I
is
guess.
a rather inconvenient encounter.
Some dagger. Elven mantle. Power slash. Here. Elven mantle.
Alright, short range for me here. It's not technically necessary, but it's just a little bit safer. Plus, I kind of want to have Sing on a second character, although I'm actually not even using it in this place here. It's just for the near future. How much longer? Actually, quite a bit. Huh.
It's empty.
Maybe I didn't need the ability points from the crystals. How much do they give?
15.
15.
Yeah, that's, I guess, quite a setback in hindsight.
Already half my level. Great start.
Cool. Didn't I had Swift Song so fast that killed the fire crystal before it could get a fire Aga off.
That's pretty good. Don't need that content.
And yeah, I at the start of that fight was deliberately aiming at the wind crystal because that is the fastest crystal. And I was fortunate that the killer bow procced after whatever it was, the 4th or 5th turn. That's a nice little showcase about how powerful Swift Song can be, because you saw how much damage the Fire Aga was doing to the others.
Alright, let's go Atomos.
Good luck.
On turn 1.
Do I need this now?
I,
We're probably gonna do the tablets, right? Actually, we do the tablets.
we are doing the
Two.
tablets.
It's tablets, yeah.
Alright, then I can just move on.
3.
Normally I would, in the previous route, I had Lena learn Sing here, but she can learn that
There will be
later.
plenty of time, yeah.
Oops. You can cast teleport in order to get out of enemy encounters, but it's kind of slow. So running would be more efficient, but sometimes they just don't let us run.
I do it in a few places just because I don't necessarily have high on everybody. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the time which is kind of slow, I figured hide is a bit safer actually for most of the castle here. Discord! Great, Kryler is already half leveled. But here's another fun trick that the Time Mage can do. You can actually just cast Return, which returns you to the beginning of the battle. And the randomness is re-rolled, and maybe he's not gonna use Discord this time. Hooray.
right.
Welcome to Gilgamesh 4. You need to deal a bunch of damage to him in order to push him into his next phase. I forgot to equip the Hayari bow. Oops. I knew I forgot something. And we also have Haste that we can put on everybody, giving us a dramatic speed advantage. Plus, Gilgamesh can be slowed, making him significantly slower. Wow. That
3
was good.
Phoenix Downs. Galuf refused to die.
Oh, it's already equipped. Never mind.
I have seen no sword dance procs so far. Ugh, Sloga.
Oh. Hopefully
That's no
not
good.
early.
Came out of that.
Alright, the Hayaribo we picked up has, I think, a 25% chance to use Rapid Fire as its move. Rapid Fire entirely ignores enemies' evasion and deals 4 times 50% of your weapon damage as damage. It's pretty good. If it procs. Technically, just breaking rods is more efficient, but that's expensive. Rods are never used.
That was a gamble.
I think you need to deal 13,000 damage to Gilgamesh until he goes into his RP mode.
Slow off the Berserker.
There's my... Froggy. Froggy. Why?
Singing through all this. It'll be worth it.
Also, if you have haste, the enemy is slowed, and
Gaia.
Swift Song on top of that, your speed advantage is basically immeasurable. Actually, I didn't even slow him yet, and I'm still way faster than him.
Ferris back up. I just go straight damage at this point and hope for the best.
Also, Mage is now on XDEF. This thing has 32,768 HP, which, you know, that's a lot. Once he drops below 16,000 HP remaining, he is going into phase 2, where he usually gets 2 attacks, where he can do 2 very heavy physical hits, or 2 spells, or a mix of the 2, and basically it's quite dangerous to say the least. In phase 1, he can do a huge variety of things, which is kind of difficult to keep track of, let's put it this way. So basically we are trying to defeat him as reasonably efficient as possible. And, well, with haste on our characters and the Swift Song, we get a huge speed advantage, which is definitely extremely helpful. It is worth noting that technically you can slow XDEF, but he's always going to counter your slow with haste on himself. So basically, instead of slowing him, you haste him, so you just don't do that. That would be very unwise. Alright, rip in peace, Gilgamesh.
No way. Second. You.
Alright. Wait, no, we don't do that yet. guess we time Mage you then.
This isn't looking good.
Ah.
Oh my god, he didn't meteor. And nope. He gave me some hope and then I lost it.
No.
Oh.
Rude. Very rude. Oh.
Alright, let's try it again. The complete lack of sword dance procs really hurt that one.
You didn't get a single one?
None.
Yikes.
Wow. So 1 in 8 chance. But sometimes it's not in your favor, I guess. Alrighty. Good luck on next step.
Yeah, I need to actually take some of these encounters.
No, don't think. Wind slash instead.
So, my main strategy on next step is, this is the reason why I bought 31 fire rods. So my time mage is gonna be almost entirely focused on just breaking rods over this guy's head, so we push through the faces as quick as possible. So that is basically my entire strategy.
A good strategy.
Do damage. I like that strategy. What I would also like is for my bard to wake up. You do like kind of put like stuff like Mangosh and Elven Mental on your singers mostly, but then when you try to, you know, knock them out of singing, sometimes they keep dodging. Not ideal.
Yeah.
Lena, you can stop mystery waltzing anytime now.
Okay, phase 2. Right.
Good luck. Don't die.
I mean, it basically means the fight is over, to be honest. As long as I keep haste up,
Usually.
he can't
Yep.
do anything anymore. You said,
Hey, we got one sword dance.
need to be smart enough to select haste, so like, there is that.
Indeed. Reverse polarity. Bring my cactus into the other row. I guess Len is just gonna stay there now. It's not like she survives a physical attack anyways. Funnily enough, my hunter is my support character, just throwing potions because the others are busy doing other important stuff,
Like that guy.
like damage.
Here are my rapid fires. Refund.
My bow go. Hello? Killer bow? There you go. Oh, okay. That's what happens when you get 4 sword dances, I guess.
Also, this is the downside of not getting float. Heel Shaker's just gonna hit you like a truck. But that's the chip I bargained for.
That's the difference between getting 0 sword dances and 4 sword dances. Sure.
That's half the HP gone just in sword dances.
Can we please get a 1/? That would be much appreciated. He should be dead technically, I feel like.
Got a killer bow proc against just a random reflect mage.
Seems useful.
Yeah.
Bro, you're dead. Stop this.
The biggest annoyance of rapid fire of a bow is that it's so slow in animation. Because it's very much not rapid. Phase 2. Rip Rump.
There we go. 0 blocks on anything there at the end. That's very annoying.
Next up, level 3 spells also have the habit of just one-shotting anybody anyway, so I'm not even sure it's really all that useful for me to heal. Uh-oh. This is not a good set of characters to get knocked out.
Oh, your Lena is still singing.
Yep. Uh-oh. Could you not do that?
Here was I complaining about my luck there. Jeez.
This is not good.
Yeah, this is not good at all.
No, I just clicked Gaia. This is definitely very not good.
Oh no.
Lena just blocking everything. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Get up here. We need you.
Panic! Panic! You should have died there, by the way, but it's okay.
Oh, I
Everyone-
probably will at this rate.
Give me his stuff. I should be fine from here, I think.
Guys, you could block attacks, please. Oh my god.
Yeah, you should be fine now.
Keeps killing the ones that could cast haste. He's so mean.
Here. I also had to use like a bunch because I got 0 blocks.
Okay, that's at least good targeting for once.
Berserker. Goes to Ranger. Hide.
Alright, we might have stabilized.
Until you run out of Phoenix Sounds.
True. But I'm kind of hoping that we knock this thing out before that happens.
Yeah, I had to use like
I think give her the bone mail.
15.
I think it gave her the bone mail. Yeah, it did. That's what it was. Then again. didn't want him dead too, but oh well. That...
He just does not like my time mage. I guess I can't blame him. Keeps breaking rods over his head.
I was gonna say, like, I wouldn't like that time mage either.
For gear? You are not. Get that off you. Better.
Quang.
Nope. A gust blew him over. Alrighty. That was a bit sketchier than it needed to be.
Oh, GG.
To be fair, to be perfectly fair, you should have died there, and you didn't. So like, there
Yep.
is that.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Especially when I just accidentally got you when... Yeah.
Yeah, that turn definitely.
But yeah, I usually just let Lena continue singing until she gets knocked down during that time, but she just kept singing. Maybe I should have just hit her.
You see, I had the same plan, but then I had the exact same thing that you just saw happen, and like, yeah. If you can't control the character, it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah,
When like 2 other people die.
indeed. Almost as if that's the reason why we may have ditched the Berserker.
Yeah. Do 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 do. Meow 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 meow. I should equip the mango. I should have.
Alright.
Yeah. Do need to restock on Phoenix Stones. I need to remember that. Very nice press buttons.
I see Dragon Dark is poking a turtle. And
Yep.
Magus is gonna soon poke another turtle.
What's for turtle abuse?
This Discord missed. Very good. Get over, son. And hopefully.
So, has everyone dropped Berserker for time? I think unless Dragon Dark pulls a rabbit out of the hat, probably.
I am definitely dropping Berserker.
Yeah. It's just, if you're trying to go reasonably fast in a marathon type setting, it just makes the most sense.
In some parties, it would be worth it to keep it. Like 2 years ago, I kept it over. I kept it over Dragoon, which is not really a choice. And then I also then grabbed Cannoneer over Geomancer and actually kept the Berserker through the end game. But in that particular case, I had the abilities to get synergized well enough that it was worth it to keep the Berserker on hand.
Makes sense. I think that's the second time we run out of a castle and somebody runs into us. Seems to be a common occurrence around these parts. On the bright side, for my notes, even though everything is just gonna be slightly off kilter now because Lena didn't learn Sing, Krat is supposed to be a time mage right now, so that's perfect. Also, Mage just beat an Antline. That thing is mostly more annoying than dangerous, but it can slow you really down if it decides to level down your characters at the wrong time.
Alright, and more. We need this thing. And piano flat. Piano flicks.
Nice. Unless I forgot one, there's only one piano left for me.
Oh, somebody have it. No? Where the heck is it? Oh, there it is. Tiger Mask.
Turtle.
Air knives. Don't need comment with time. Left. Go. Nope, that's black magic. Right. There it is. Viga, Hastega. Old, slow go return.
Right. Castle Gilgamesh.
Already had enough Phoenix down, so I'm good.
Well, that's an oversight.
Oh no, Tiny Time Mage.
You don't
Whatever
need
will
it.
I do?
It's fine.
Would be just very convenient.
Yeah, the dark bot, like, blindness is usually not necessary. It's mostly convenient to, like, not get hit.
Yup. So I will need to go out of my way to buy one. Can you buy one in whatever
You
the
are
city
still
is called?
access. You still
Yeah.
have access to it.
You,
Yeah.
you can still buy one in Kelvin World 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I'm going by there with the Chocobo anyway, so we're fine. No, don't hit that guy with this, Kurt. You're a meanie. Now my rapid fire deals half the damage.
It doesn't actually. Like, it's,
Slightly better.
you lose less. Yeah. Because of rounding in this game. Another time would be very bad, though.
Actually, Gaia might be better than rapid fire at this point.
Shoutouts to the
like
Restreamer
that.
there, the real MVP of the run. No.
I agree, though.
No.
Yes.
No, Liquid Flame is the real MVP of the run.
See, that I can agree with. True MVP. The Restreamer just sits there and laughs like the entire day, so like I don't know about that. I'm useful.
Very useful, actually.
So what was the thing about a confused singing bard? You knock them out of confused, but they're still technically singing?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Sort of. You have to knock them out and like.
Oh,
You can't knock them out with like a physical attack because then it still counts.
Ah, okay.
Well, at least on SNES you can. I don't know about Game Advance.
Like if we had a black mage, we could test it in this one, but we didn't end up with that this time. So let's see. I can't change Ferris now. Done as the Berserker. Kloof's the Ranger.
We had enough time
I
with the
can't-
bard singing Swift Song anyways.
Do anything else right now?
Already our 4th rumble.
The right time?
Yeah, I guess it never happened so far, but now that I see that you got flashed, darkness does actually prevent the aim command from being usable.
Mm-hmm.
And inconveniently puts your memory cursor on something else if you had it on aim before.
Yeah.
It does. It is thematically appropriate that he can't aim, but he can still rapid fire.
Yeah, you can still
and
rapid
hit
fire.
perfectly.
Which rapid fire is just, I mean, all around better, but aim, there is a tiny little difference between the two in that aim actually takes an ATB tick to actually charge, whereas rapid fire just goes the same as a normal attack does.
Yep.
Elemental, Berserker, Glue, Optimize, Killer Bow, and then Sing, Optimize, Optimize.
Also, I assume we can still use the chicken knife because that's way later in the incentive system.
Yeah.
Put it here.
Turtle friend.
That song that Magus just got at the top of the library, you can only get it in World 3, and where he got it is pretty much the only time in the game you have to get it, otherwise it is permanently missable.
Yep. Pretty rude. And it's also a pretty solid song because it improves your mana power. Okay, magic.
Mana power? Dang, we switched series all of a sudden.
He's fine.
That's the secret of mana power. You all were right not to laugh at that. That was really stupid, but in my head it made sense, and it wasn't until I started saying it I was like, this is really stupid. Stop talking.
Nah, it's fun. I'm just grinning over here. Mana's Pine. Bard sings something from the Mana series to buff your party's magic power. Would be kind of interesting if, when you have the Bard song sing, it would change the music to something like that.
That would be a
cool.
fun thing to put into the randomizer. Is whenever they sing, it is just like a quick MIDI clip from another song.
Okay, should be set up.
I can't wait for that to be a feature in the very next update.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Free Enterprise has the different songs for the Twin Harp, Dark Elf check.
True.
Yeah, I can't imagine it would be easy to do. I don't know programming, so it's stray thought, but it'd be kind of fun.
I mean, depends on if there is enough space left. I'd wager there is, so. There usually is in these games.
Okay, what is my strategy for X-Death, aside from try not to die?
Okay, I'm actually going to mute my microphone for the crystals fight because I keep track of damage here.
Alright, good luck. Jack and Dark is gonna do this much more efficiently. Because we do have enough power to and speed to overwhelm the crystals for what it's worth. It's just, you know, it's easy to just wait on the Berserker to eventually bonk the thing to death. Also, welcome to the Gargoyles Fast on Magazine. Each one of these has 5000 HP. If you kill one and the other one gets a turn, it will just revive the other one with full HP. So, very unpleasant on that side. He also did pick up a chicken knife, which has a 1 in 4 chance for you to try and run away from the fight. Which is not what you want in a fight where you cannot run.
1 in 4, you say?
Yep, it is 1 in 4. It does not work through the aim command. So, but the aim command still helps you not miss, for what it's worth. However, if you do get rapid fire from the ranger, then the chicken knife can do full damage. The reason why the chicken knife is so strong is for 2 reasons. For one, it gets 1 attack power every 2 times you run away over the course of your save file, up to 127 attack power, which is technically less than the other option for those weapons that you could get, which is the Brave Blade, which basically loses power every time you run away from an encounter throughout your save file.
Wait for this guy's turn.
However, because it basically uses strength and agility equally for figuring out your attack multiplier, the chicken knife actually for the most part is still a fair bit stronger than even the Brave Blade in most scenarios. Plus, more importantly for us anyways, we can actually equip the thing. Whereas the Brave Blade is a knight exclusive sword. So basically just can't use that based on that alone.
Not enough damage. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you know what? I forgot to put float on. I'm just not good at video games.
You can still put on float, it has an AoE.
Yeah. It's just a wasted turn.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
I mean, the front one did have 1000 left, but I did like 4500 damage and the back one didn't die. That's mighty impressive. I did slow them though, so like, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know.
the gargoyles are mostly just annoying rather than dangerous, is the catch.
Yeah.
And at least for me, unless I wanted to buy 10 more fire rods, I couldn't figure out a reliable strategy. So it's just a bit of meteor, a bit of attacking, hoping that it works out, and it's a mess.
I mean, it's not really a mess, just count the damage, but like, yeah. Do enough damage is also a thing.
I got that float off just in time. Earthshaker was the very next move. Nice.
Perfect. Didn't even have to worry about 100 Gs.
That is a lot of G's,
Yeah.
though.
It is.
I, of course, as a smart person, forgot to buy Phoenix Downs.
Oh, thank you for the reminder.
Yeah.
That is actually very helpful. Because that is kind of useful to stay alive with those things. Don't sell the flame bow now, I kept this the entire time. 11 Phoenix Stones more should be enough for now.
Go. Hopefully he eliminates himself now.
Good luck.
There we go.
Alrighty. I'm gonna count damage on gargoyles.
Good luck.
Thank you. Can I blind these guys? Oh, right, I still don't have the dark bow. Ah! Never mind.
You might be able to blind them, but you'll never find out.
According to my spreadsheet, you can.
Yeah, you can probably blind, like, the better part of everything, honestly.
Zombie breath. How bad was that? Actually, not bad.
Yeah, it's random damage, so... It looks pretty bad on my screen. You have, like, double-digit HP. We definitely teleport from her.
Well, I just meant only one person became a zombie.
Okay. Yeah, if zombie breath overkills you, it turns you into a zombie. Not very cool.
Yeah.
Alright, we're in the whole A part of the fight.
Nice.
Just got the wind one left and got two people swinging with air knives and one person with the killer bow.
Seems good.
Killer bow killed all three other ones, so I didn't even need to count damage.
Nice.
So we're getting the extra money. I should buy 3 sandals now.
I should probably heal that.
Alright. The guy in the front should be prepared to get knocked out.
Also, I set up
That's what I
Galoof. I set up Galoof in this fight to have enough defense that he basically takes single-digit damage from every hit. So he's not in any danger of dying.
Probably need the extra elixir.
Oh. Wait, are they susceptible to instant death? They are! I'm using the killer bow to do chip damage.
Here we go, crystal's down.
Did you know that they're susceptible to instant death, Yaga?
Yeah.
GGDD.
GG, nice.
That wasn't
Smooth.
that bad. I mean, granted, I didn't think this fight was. I knew this. I mean, my practice basically said this fight wasn't going to be that bad, and it's just like, all right.
Okay, we're fine. We're okay.
All right.
I'd really like it if Gust was not what guy I kept giving here.
The thing is, these guys are also slowed. I'm super hasted. So it's really unlucky the other guy just got a turn in between.
Right when it happened too, I saw it, yeah. You basically killed him and immediately he revived.
Yep. It was actually quite impressive, all things considered.
Yeah, Hermes Sandals are not only giving auto haste, like, because I see people mention that Time Mage with haste itself would be enough. It would be speed-wise in theory, but like they also protect you from some status.
Yeah, slow. You can't be slowed. You can't be stopped. You can't be paralyzed. And I can actually check
And
the last
slept.
one.
No,
Yeah, sleep, paralysis, stop, and slow.
a bunch of stuff that is very nasty that you get protected from.
And it gives you auto haste, so you don't have to actually apply haste at the beginning of every fight.
That's
You can
another
just
thing.
start with it.
Yeah. You just start ahead of the enemies too, which is big. No matter how fast they are, almost. Except for one guy.
Yeah, there's very specific exceptions to that. We are currently $800 from all summons. Or, sorry,
No.
most summons.
All remaining summons.
Well, we'll just have to reset. Oh, don't hit for a second, please. I didn't account for that.
They provide immunity to being hasted. I didn't think about that.
They're not wrong. They do do that.
One thing I always like to point out in the pyramids, those spikes, they can't hurt you if you have a Geomancer in the party. Guess what?
Yep.
I don't have a Geomancer in the party.
Oh.
Cast
Yeah,
flow.
it's the same thing for me. I won't have a Geo there either.
It's because I rearranged my stuff. So Ferris is... it's over. It's perfect timing too.
I was going to mention it. I did also like to walk on the spikes, but you had the funny thing happen.
Oh,
And GG World 2.
GG.
GG.
GG. Well played.
Kryl, who was singing Swift Song the entire time, only got hit once, and that was like maybe 3 turns before the end of the fight, so we were very fast.
That is pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was trying to go for, but
I just like to point out that this cutscene with Galoof makes so much more sense when he has the bone mail equipped.
It does.
Yeah.
They're casting Kiraga, throwing Phoenix Downs at him. They're throwing, I think they throw an elixir. It's just like, oh god. Stop!
Die
Wait
faster,
for him to
old
take the
man.
armor off.
Oh yeah, you don't have alluring air, do you?
Nope.
That's just one. Ah.
I mean, the Ignatus is just fine.
If
You
it
should-
lands, yeah.
I'm
Miss
about
Sal.
30 minutes behind Magus. That is a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I got some bad luck. Unfortunate stuff.
True.
You also got some good luck.
Uh,
Fortunate stuff.
yeah, but that's like not really that much time. The liquid flame alone is not that much.
It is when it's 1 try versus 10.
That is true. But I wasn't comparing to you now, was I?
Yeah, I was 4th try, which I think is maybe 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit more, I think. More like
It depends on how long the fights drag on.
Dragged on until they were done.
I was just wondering if I even cast the right song here. It hardly matters, to be fair, but
This is the part where I wish I had Thunder Rods.
why don't you?
Guess I didn't buy any.
See. You could have just bought them, I guess, instead of fire rods. Because yeah, you just bought them for damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could have also bought some. It's true. The main reason why Fire Rods is for the next boss.
Yep.
Could you? Which Magus might just be making an example of that case.
Yeah, Melusine has, I think it's 5 different forms as well, but she switches randomly, or can switch randomly throughout the festival. And each one has a different elemental weakness, or one is just physically weak, like 0 defense. But Melusine always starts out weak to fire, so if you plan accordingly, you can do the 20,000 damage before she does her first phase shift.
This. Actually, I should keep the Sage's Smiter.
Oh, that already.
Don't need these two. Okay. Let's hope
Crossroad.
I don't sell the wrong stuff.
Elven Mantle. Ghost. Ghost.
Doo-doo-doo. Okie dokie.
Alright, there's some encounters in the pyramid here, like this one in particular, that you're very unlikely to be able to run away from anytime soon anyways. So using the teleport ability on the Time Mage specifically for them is quite nice. Also, of course, these ladies in that encounter follow the age-old tradition of RPGs, where the less armor a lady has, the less damage it takes, because obviously, I guess.
Naturally.
The less armor she's wearing, the more armor she has.
There we go. Kind of butchered that.
It's okay.
Also, by the way, the most of the chests that we are skipping here in the pyramid are usually encounters, well, monsters are guarding the chests that I guess theoretically Requiem would absolutely destroy them, so it can be decent experience if you're looking for that. But also, the reward from a chest, for the most part, tends to be just dark matter or something like that. And those sell for 1 gold. Unless you have a chemist, they are mostly pointless.
Well, the damned are actually really good experience if you want it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I actually take 7 of those just to grab a little extra experience.
That makes sense. Especially since you have 2 singers.
It's mostly for, to be honest, it's mostly just for the HP. It's just a little bit of extra HP for like the final areas is kind of nice.
It is, I agree. Also, Magus is sailing a few times around the world because he can, probably. Maybe angry.
My butt is very angry right now.
Plus, it's burning all the nitro in the airship, so it can never have any more again. And also, for the last time tonight, Meat Castle.
Bum bum bum.
Okay, way to Discord my ranger. That's fun.
Huh, I think we all got that now. So far.
Yeah, I just used return. Did I? Was it this one? I don't even remember.
I'm just gonna use Comet.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense too.
Yeah.
Comet does not care about your stats, it just deals damage.
Yeah. No, I'm coming in with a ranger and a time mage, so.
That's
Killer
pretty solid.
bow.
Alrighty, do I need to change anything? Do I need to do anything? I don't remember. I should probably read my notes instead of watching you guys play.
I'm kind of in the same boat. At this point, it's just like, what is everybody else doing?
I'll buy 3. Okay, 3 of these. 2 of these. And 1 of these. And 1 of these. Okay. Should be... Yeah.
Wait, I did. Ah.
What did you do?
Remember the part where we said that the mana song is no longer accessible?
Oh, no.
I hope you didn't need that.
He doesn't technically need it, but it's kind of inconvenient.
Yeah, it's nice in the final fight, to say the least.
That is the one time I actually
Yeah.
abuse it, yeah.
It's not necessary, but...
Yeah, like, I originally tried to just work around not having it, and it's doable.
Yeah.
It's really tight.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried with between haste as well as the Swift song. It's gonna be fine. Just slightly less efficient.
Bright side, you don't need to wait for it to actually like put your magic to 99. So
That's
you're
true.
saving time there. Yeah.
I suppose so.
Yeah, no flex. It's the last one.
Would Manas be better than Hero's Rhyme? Hero's Rhyme is overall better, but you can boost both.
Yeah, you don't have to choose one or the other.
Yeah, levels are generally speaking better though.
Yeah, because they just
Yeah.
boost everything.
Yeah, they boost everything.
Alright,
I mean, in theory, you could boost Swift Song, Sinewy Etude, Mana's Pay-In, and Hero's Rhyme to boost everything, but I mean, that's just overkill.
Wasn't there a version where the strength song just didn't work? I think this SNS version was it, right?
I believe so.
I want to say I think it was something else that was bugged. I think it was like one of the chemist drinks was bugged. Strength 1.
There's a lot of stuff bugged, to be fair. Like, if we go that route, like, you know... Alright, do not go into the hole. Oof.
Yeah, one of
Got
the
some
scariest things
stuff.
about World 3 is accidentally running into the void.
I do need to buy the dark mode now, actually, now that you mention it. Which...
Also, I finally have use for the flame bow I kept all this time. 470 damage.
I don't know why I find that so funny. Oh god. I have finally used for this 400 damage. I mean, okay.
780. Was it? I mean, it's more than the Hayate bow. Less animations too than rapid fire. I guess it's technically less than rapid fire, but you know, less
True.
animations too.
It's true, it's true.
So yeah, Medicine, generally speaking, has like a 2 in a 1 in 3 chance to do something on turn 1. Or was it the other way around? 1 in 3 to do nothing. Anyways, if you confuse her, she is just not gonna ever change any forms or anything like that. But if you have haste and swift song, the time mage, generally speaking, should... Oh no, she just switched forms. The time mage should be fast enough, but this is also the part where I have return as a spell, it's fine. So we
Yeah,
just
she
try
does
one.
have a 2 in 3 chance to do nothing in turn 1.
She also has 20,000 HP for what it's worth, so it's not that much, all things considered. Also, I was supposed to have Time Mage on Ferris so she could slow Mary Jane. I forgot about that part.
That is probably a crucial thing. No.
As much as I like the name Magus, I don't want that weapon.
Oh, just to double check with getting all the tablets, that also includes going back to get all the weapons too?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yes. You have to see all of this.
Yeah.
It's content.
It's also money.
Is it though? Is it? I mean,
At that point in the run, though, do you need any?
Maybe.
I'd be shocked if you get more than 40k from all this. Like, at least from the one that you don't need anymore.
I have no idea how much they sell for.
It's not.
Some
It
of them
can't be
sell
that
like-
much.
They
Yeah.
vary. Some are 10k, some are like 5.
And the others
Yep.
are 10 gold or something.
Yeah.
It's really inconsistent too. Why is the rune axe in there anyways, I wonder?
That's a good question. I mean, a lot of the legendary weapons, well, I guess I'll say this. There's sort of like a bimodal usefulness for the legendary weapons. They're either really, really good in the circumstances that you would use them, or they're just kind of useless.
Yeah, it's more of a, like, the reason why I'm saying this is more of a case of,
Sorry,
you just find a random...
music.
Yay, Gilgamesh!
It's more of a case of, like, you find the rune sword and the rune bell in random other locations.
Yeah, that's true.
To be fair, the rune bell is just as legendary. Nobody has ever seen it before.
Magus and Diago both have the first tablet in the last world, which means they could go to the final dungeon now, but due to an incentive from donations, they need to get a few more tablets first. Yes, that is indeed accurate.
Very true. Oh my god.
And with this team here, we could, without too much trouble, just waltz straight into the void and defeat everything. Slightly
Yep.
more difficult without the mana song.
Am I happy with what I have? Sure I am. Sort my inventory so the magic lamp is not all the way at the bottom. No crits.
Cool. Third try slowing Greg.
Let me not forget to get the mana song. That would be silly.
That would be very silly.
Oh,
Do
was
that.
flying squirrel.
I have to wait. That's a crit.
I want a nightingale and I keep getting flying squirrel.
Ah,
Alright, well, that's over.
One would think there's wind slashes here, but no. There's definitely not.
They're a legend.
I guess I'm gonna buy a bunch of Thunder Rods. Just in case the incentive gets met for Leviathan while I'm there. I
do
always
want to
think it's
take
kind of a shame that we can no longer use the abilities from the job that you drop.
a damn
but at the
shame
same-
not being berserked. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword too, though, because if you were allowed to use them, it would incentivize you to grind out the thing
Yeah,
beforehand,
there's
which
different
would
modes for that one.
get more tedious. Wait, I went the wrong way.
Alright,
Alrighty.
Magus, let's not forget to teleport after the boss.
Yeah, I know that one.
For Cheeber. Back attack. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Why do I have to teleport? Oh my gosh.
To the end zone with you, Greg.
Also, yesterday I learned that Bahamut was not a dragon, apparently.
He's not, no.
Yeah, no, he's not.
But you know who is a dragon? Leviathan is a dragon.
Leviathan is definitely a
course.
dragon.
Makes
could he
perfect
not be?
sense.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Bahamut is the king of dragons.
I suppose it doesn't have to be one in himself then.
Now, I do know that it is
Diablo.
possible to land slow on these. That would be nice. There we go.
Okay, make a save. We're gonna reset the encounters just because it guarantees 0 encounters before X-Death.
Bahamut is a fish. That sounds about right.
Bahamut is not a fish, he's nothing.
Is Bahamut heavy? Yes, actually.
Alright, let's go X-Death.
Good luck.
Problem is, he is just as heavy as Omega is.
Indeed. So, Magus is fighting Stalkers. The Stalkers have 20,000 HP. Only one of them can be damaged, except for the very beginning of the fight. All of them technically can be damaged, but I don't think AoE is a good idea there.
You
Also,
can
fun
Gaia, but... Eh.
Rapid
It's-
fire,
Yeah,
also. Yeah.
the thing is, when you use area of effect against the dude, then it's just very unhealthy, because they just retaliate.
They do. Where's my chicken knife? Hello. Somebody must have found. Accidentally equipped it. Oh well. We'll find out momentarily.
So, also, we picked up the magic lamp. You saw already Magus use it. Basically, the magic lamp is an item that allows you to summon the strongest summon, and then the second strongest, and then the third strongest, etc., until you recharge the lamp.
Now don't confuse my time, Mage. I just unequipped my knife.
Also, this is where you fight the magic lamp.
Here.
Yagamoth is not ahead.
You have this, right? Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, you have a thief knife, you do that. What do I give to you? An air knife, I guess? Sure.
Also, I'm gonna go once around the world with my Chocobo, because this is basically a weird side quest that you can do,
Oh, I didn't... Wow. Completely forgot.
where a Mirage Village guy is gonna give you a Mirage Vest if you do that, for some reason. It takes a bit of time to do that, obviously, but it's a nice piece of safety, especially if your characters don't have all that much HP. Wait, wrong way.
I would like to not escape, please. That would be helpful. Oh my god.
Like it's gonna be a fair bit further ahead because I don't think you did the world tour of the Chocobo, did you?
Oh, I did not.
I just like doing this because you get the extended theme of the Chocobo just running in circles. And importantly, I didn't forget that I would like to buy a Barbo here, thank you very much.
Yeah, I really like Boko's animation for moving. The very exaggerated head bobs and tail waddle. I think it's just incredibly adorable.
Going
Yeah,
clockwise is
never-
psychotic? What? What?
Buzz is never
That's-
gonna get the chicken knife ever again. This is an outrage.
Wow. Does anybody else go counterclockwise with the Chocobo?
No, I
No.
go clockwise.
What is this voodoo magic?
Because usually what I'm doing is I'm going clockwise to go get the magic lamp first anyway, so I figure I'll just keep going that way.
Right?
It doesn't really make a difference, no. It's just one of them is correct.
They told me this is 1 in 4, dude. That's what they told me.
I have enough fire rods remaining.
Lena's not critting, Butts is not even getting to attack, so, but... Hiya! Dude! Do it! Thank you! Jeez.
Also, only one of the stalkers can get hit, so you don't know which one, so you just hope you hit the correct one. Sometimes.
There's a fun way to cheese that fight if you have magic. They can be put to sleep, and at that point, just use magic to kill them. But then you do need to wake them up for them to die.
Indeed. Which is really weird.
Yeah.
Let's see, quick vanish.
Singing, pasted.
Let's see if I can even afford my Hermes shoes here.
It's actually pretty short.
The Gaia Bell sells for 4,500.
Yeah, that's one of the few that actually does sell for some money. That was not ideal.
There we go. I still have my
Everything.
gold hairpin I could sell. I think I'm just shy. It's a bit awkward.
Mhm.
Okay,
I
there
mean, you don't need it. You don't need it, to be fair.
I don't need it, but I want them.
I want it.
That's not how that should go.
3
Okay.
is just much more convenient for doing the stuff in World 3 here, rather than just going to the Void. 2 were perfectly acceptable previously. Also, by the way, this guy is just straight up gone if you accidentally or intentionally go into the Void with your airship at any point. So you can no longer get your Mirage Vest. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. So, sir, I would like for you to get out of the way, please. Thank you.
Actually, really annoyed that the mech heads did not move the way that they did in every single one of my practices.
That will happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I need to remove the chicken there from Butts. You are never going to see that weapon again, my friends.
Piano Flex. Last one. Well, second to last one, I guess. Actually, no, that is the last one.
It's the last flex, yes. We're done flexing. Since we've mastered the piano.
Indeed. Picking up the truck over here because I'm pretty sure it's faster than going out of the
I'm through.
area next. Nice.
Nice.
Easy
job.
every time.
I don't actually know. Can you teleport out of Phantom Village? That might be
GG.
Actually never tried. Maybe.
better.
That's
Yeah,
a
me
good
neither.
idea.
That's why I'm asking.
Not gonna lie, it was
probably
a little bit touch and go because I completely forgot to float before the fight.
Oops.
And I remembered during the fight and got it off the turn before Earthshaker.
Nice. Also, at the very beginning, when the Pixel Remaster was released, you were allowed to get... Wait, did I get the hero song? Hold up.
Yeah. You do when you talk to him
Okay.
after playing.
Yeah.
You did play the piano, right?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Then
You,
get-
you used to be able to get the sinewy attitude before going to World 2, which I thought was a great change, and then they reverted it. And I don't know why.
How could you have gotten it just by playing the piano?
Yeah. I
Oh.
think they set the piano requirement to one less. For some
Oh.
reason.
The total you need, I believe, in this version is 7, so they must have brought it down by at least 2 at that, because there's only 5 in World 1.
Right.
Hmm.
You guys want air knives?
Okay, mine goes for you.
Your stuff all...
Did I give you the
Clip
thing?
you.
I did give you the thing. Alright, let's
Oh,
go.
whoops.
Do, do, do,
Mine
do,
goes
do,
for
do.
you. I sold Lena's armor. Good job.
Chicken.
Hermes sandals, Hermes sandals. And you get... I don't know what you get. Air knife, probably? Maybe I should read my notes.
Do you mean notes? Hello? I thought we're freestyling this.
Yeah. I shouldn't.
I mean, given how badly I am at keeping up with my notes, it's not entirely far off.
To be fair, my notes did say just hit the death proc on the crystals first try on everything, so I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
Those are some good notes. Simple, easy to understand.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the ideal way to do it, so...
Ah, got the blind proc on Minotaur. Very nice.
I mean, heck, my notes for... Where is he?
Doesn't matter though, because, you know... Why would enemies care about status effects?
My notes for my entire notes for Liquid Flame. Heal to full. Buckle ass.
Oh, come on!
Mine just say
That's it.
Mine just say pray.
Did you pray?
Yep, that.
No, not really. That's why it took me 4th try,
Yeah, I
obviously.
didn't go down that road on the sphere grid.
Yeah. Different job from a different game.
No! Why did you need to get a turn right there? On the right side, Elena singing the hero song here basically just gives me like invisible level ups, which is absolutely ridiculous on how good that is.
Invisible level ups.
Yep,
Yeah, so
because
I looked into
everything-
exactly how that works. It's a lot better than I think a lot of people think it is. It's not just like 1 per turn, it's just like every X amount of ATB, and when you're hasted, that number is halved, so you get way more.
Yeah. Same with
Being
the...
hasted is massive for getting your stat buffs.
Yeah, it takes like, what, 20 seconds if you just sit there and let the bard sing with the boss slowed and stuff. It's actually pretty ridiculous on how fast it is. It's basically the same speed that you lose stats at if you hold it for what it's worth.
Yep.
Also, Lena, did you learn the things? No, you did not learn the things yet. That's a shame.
Calculated.
Then I should have learned the things. Does the Game Boy Advance have the equipment bug thing?
Yes.
No. Not that I'm
No, it
aware of.
Which equipment bug?
Where if you
The phantom
have a-
phantom resistance is what you mean, I assume.
yeah,
Oh, like if you
Yeah.
equip the bone mail and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
take
it
it off?
does.
Yeah,
It
you can do
does.
that.
it does. Nice.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
It's
keeping
the only
bone
reason
mail.
I'm keeping the
that
bone
right
mail as
before I
well.
step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So White Hole doesn't hit at the end. I mean, surely this Minotaur is dead. Especially getting a crit here. Indeed.
How does that bug work? I don't think I remember hearing about that one.
If you switch equipment, let's say you have the Hermes sandals on, for instance, you're immune to sleep, right? But then you want a different accessory for the next fight. You swap that, and for that fight only, it will still have the Hermes sandals protection on for you.
Yeah, so functionally what you can do is, before the final fight, for example, you can put on Hermes sandals on everybody, and then for the final fight just get elven mantles or something.
Huh.
So you still have the paralysis, sleep, etc. other immunities. While getting the elven mantle too.
I don't want to use quick to hit ult, dude! Oh my god. It's fine, I'm getting buffed while this is happening. Okay, there we go. Jesus.
Alrighty, welcome to the Carpet Wizard. This is Omniscient. He has about 17,000 HP. Once he drops below 4,000 HP remaining, he will start using level 3 spells, which are reasonably deadly if you don't have a reflect. And he also absolutely loves just countering everything that is not very specifically magic with return, basically effectively putting your characters back at the beginning of the battle, which is very annoying if you don't have any way to deal reasonable damage or damage at all.
It's fine.
Gaia.
That's right, your stats are dropping, that's right! I don't think I need to wait much longer than that, probably. Sing.
Also, the gimmick of the double towers is the right side is supposed to be exclusively physical, the left side is exclusively magic. You can theoretically use physical attacks on the left side, but Omniscient usually doesn't, well, just resets the fight if you do. Unless
not
you
recommended
mute him
that you
or
do.
stop him or something like that.
There's the stop. Yeah, I should have quite a bit of time until because he's ulted, but
This is the part where I'm really missing not having a second sing right now.
I'm just gonna
But of the
switch
dislike,
up.
I think I should have it.
Problem is this guy has Shell, so Comet is not that great right now. But he convinced me to actually raise my agility so I get a billion turns on when I hit stop one time.
Oh yeah, this guy's not called Stalker in this version, it's Wendigo.
Basically the same.
Yeah. I just forgot. What do you do, Kryle? I literally have nothing to do for you right now. Because I forgot. He's immune to stop. He is not immune to slow, for what it's worth. Right, this is where I put my
There it is.
relatively weak Geomancer into the front row and just start swinging with the chicken knife in hopes of hitting the guy.
You still have it on, yeah. I don't want Sonic
Ouch.
Boom! Bro, I'm like level... Am I too high? I might be too high.
nice thing about leveling up your characters in combat is that if enemies use attacks that have a chance to hit, like Hurricane, you're much higher level now, so you're much more likely to resist the attacks.
Twister, Sonic Boom. Be a bit cautious here.
690
Oh.
left for all summons.
Nice.
Did I use the potion? Oh, I gave an ether. Oops. I was wondering why Butts didn't get healed. I gave him an ether. That doesn't heal that much.
Oops. That's what I wanted to avoid. It's fine. It's super slow, so it doesn't matter. Better, aren't you? Yeah. I just point out that overall, like, sure, I had the first try Liquid Flame kill. I have had pretty bad RNG throughout the run. I lost a lot of time on crystals. Gotten plenty of interesting back attacks. My Exeth kept killing two characters at the same time, even though they should be blocking that stuff. And can actually live through stuff as well. So, I don't know.
Sometimes they block if they feel like it.
If they feel like it, yeah.
Alrighty, second tablet acquired.
Yeah, Megas had, I think, just more efficient routing overall. Let's see, yeah, we do this.
Also, one thing I will say is, every time I look at my menus, I take a while. I probably lose 10-15 minutes in menus alone, to be completely honest.
You're not supposed to look at it, you're supposed to menu.
Right, that's the catch. I don't know what I'm supposed to menu.
I mean, I do, like, before if I don't know, I just do something. If it's wrong, oh well.
Is that what your notes say?
Happens. That my notes don't say that, but you know, if I forget, like I just do something, and then it's like, okay, if that's wrong, well, tough. Though I mean, the flow of the thing is usually the same, especially in World 3. Like you kind of just rearrange stuff in a similar way.
Oh, right, you're supposed to equip the Mirage Vest. I forgot about that part. So Lena's
Not even-
still not quite where she needs to be. So it's annoying. But I guess it's fine for the next boss fight. I wonder where I lost so many ability points. I probably just
You fought less.
didn't do nearly as much grinding. Yeah.
The thing is with a lot of formations is that the ability points start varying quite a bit in World 2. Because
Right.
you can get, formation can give you 1, but the next one could give you 7 or 9 even.
Really?
Right.
Which ones give you 9? Or were you exaggerating for effect?
No. Like Yellow Dragons give you 9 ability points, for instance.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason I thought they gave you the same as Red Dragons, which I think is 5, right? Which is, I mean, is still a big variance from 1.
You're gonna make me quick, aren't you? Oh, you are. That's rude. Where are my thingies?
It's funny if people's notes say stuff like kill boss, do stuff, kill boss, and you just know what it is. I mean, when you play a game long enough, you do kind of know what do the thing kind of means.
Yeah, then just don't go back to it after like 5 years. That's a bad idea. I have some notes that I go back to and read. I'm like, what is the thing, dude? Please, help me.
It's like I can't decipher my own notes. These are like hieroglyphics.
I mean, my notes are generally speaking questionable. Yeah, but I get along with them. Just
If they work for you, they work for you.
yeah.
My notes always start out, well, I never do routing, so my notes always start out with whatever like somebody's available guide and or notes are, and then I just fill it out with like everything so that it's almost a walkthrough, and then I start paring away.
I like writing my own notes because you learn while you're doing it. That's one of the
Yeah.
first things I do, usually. Oh, I am relatively close, but I don't think I should bother at this point. We are just going to teleport instead. Yeah, I can just make Ferris a 10 mage here, actually. Yeah. Because I am too lazy to use the magic lamp for the triplets.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I could have used the magic lamp. Now it makes more sense why I didn't have any notes for that one. Because obviously you just used the magic lamp.
Yeah, I'm not even bothering
Sorry,
with
guys.
like, the magic lamp.
I didn't route it in. Like, I mean, it's not really
It's
like you
pretty
need
good.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with this
Okay,
party,
this-
no.
Unless you forget the mana song. That is pretty nice.
Yeah, you can actually. Yeah. You should probably actually. Yeah.
Also, welcome to Minotaur. This guy has basically 20,000 HP, absolutely zero physical defense. And whenever you attack, he has 1 in 3 chance to counterattack, I think. He hits decently hard physically, but if we just sit in the back row and defend, we are generally gonna be quite fine. And thanks to the haste boots, we are usually also faster than him.
He also has 2 very fun interactions. One, if you throw the Assassin's Dagger at him, it's just instant death. No idea why, but that is always very funny. And then the other is, when he dies, he tries to counterattack with casting Holy, but he doesn't have MP. So if you give him an Ether or an Elixir or something, he can cast it as his death counterattack, which I just think is very funny to do.
Uh-oh. Oops.
Oh!
I hope
That's-
that's saved.
Uh,
I forgot about this part. Let's see if I saved or not.
that is not great. So Yaga had the bone mail on and tried to heal.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's fine for the climb because I just equip hide on the other guys so they get away from encounters.
Yeah. That
Okay,
is.
it's saved. Good. Good. We're fine. Who's worried?
We're fine.
I mean, I should have probably just noticed it when they Orbots didn't have the Mirage Vest effect. But I forgot.
Oh yeah, you even have a visual for it. That's even funnier, actually.
I mean, we've only been playing about, what, 7.5 hours? I should be a bit more awake still.
Yeah, it's getting late here. Which, to be fair, I did wake up at like 1 PM for this, so, yeah.
Wait, wrong guy.
I may have woken up at 4:30 a.m. for this.
Basically the same time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had set my alarm for 5 in the morning, and apparently my body was like, no, 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 you want to be up even earlier.
I have that too. When I have something to do that is important, my body will wake me up automatically, like half an hour before I set an alarm. It's crazy how that works for me.
I tried to sleep in late, and then at 11 AM, I'm just wide awake. Alright, I guess we're awake now. Do you not get any encounters if you saved reset in front of the tower?
I have no idea.
Because apparently on the left side at least I'd get none so far.
I don't have to go with hair
Check.
now.
I pretty regularly get none on the left side, anyways.
Yeah, I mean the encounter rate in general in here is really low.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just get strings of no encounters. Oh, immediately encounter on the right side. This is why I put hide on fairies and butts.
Do you mean Romeo's ballad missed? Go on, do it. Just
Realize I almost missed something.
I forgot
Oh
there's
wow,
three
okay,
goblins.
cutscene's still here apparently.
Oh, in front of the tree?
Yeah, I walked past it the right way the first time, and I just realized I almost forgot Mana Song.
Oh no!
So I'm going back for it,
Who would say
and I
that?
walked in front of the tree, and the cutscene's still here apparently.
Yeah, the cutscene is there for all eternity, actually.
Also, what is always amusing to me, thematically or story-wise, you're supposed to grab both spells on the left and the right at the same time in order to avoid the tower exploding. So basically, if you knock out Minotaur, then if you wait too long on the left side, you just straight up game over because of it. And the funny thing is, in various solo challenges, you just wait until Omniscient runs out of MP. So kind of interesting like that. Also, that was rude. Could you just not hit fairies like that? I think I'm lower level than usual because... Wait, no, she doesn't have armor, that's why.
Fine. What I'm really doing here is I'm just leveling up my chicken knife a little more.
Also, a fun fact about the Mirage Vest, when you switch an item around in your menu, it gives you the effect back of the Mirage Vest for some reason. Very convenient to basically have just one guaranteed physical attack being missed, and then another one. And then another one.
It wasn't as clutch as it looked. I knew they were going to die.
Okay. I think Minotaur really does not like pajama party person. You know what I just realized? There's no reason to keep Ferris around. She can just hide.
Well, that's rude of you.
Oh yeah. We should keep this. Can I please? Thank you.
Nice back attack. Uh-oh.
Good job, Brain.
Uh-oh.
We are gonna do this.
You always thought you had to swap the equipped items around? No, it's just that's what you always can do without fail. And so you probably don't necessarily always want to rearrange your inventory. Alrighty, let's see.
It's actually very fun to do that with a monk when you are rearranging their fists. that counts for the Mirage Vest thing.
I never thought of it that way. That makes sense.
It's okay, game. It's okay, game. This is fine. You can do it. I'm casting Meteor.
Alright, good luck.
Yeah, no flex for the last time.
You can do it, game!
Actually, didn't somebody ask if you can teleport from Mirage Village?
Yes.
You cannot. Or
Unfortunately.
at the very least not in this version.
I mean,
Don't know if you can in others.
generally the teleport points are pretty unanimous in all of them.
Wow, first try old and slow.
I wonder what that feels like.
That's nice. So I'm just gonna wait until Omniscient gets a regeneration tick of 1. He just hasted himself. Sir, you cannot do that.
Actually, I don't like how few Phoenix Downs I have.
Go right, go right, go right. No, that's not right.
The opposite of left.
I'm gonna reset this.
I just YOLO that, like, machine head room. Like, there is a 50-50 chance, basically. If you just dash through, like, you can get through the first guy and it will be fine. If I get hit by that guy, so be it.
Okay, I got through.
Lena, please stop blocking the attack that tries to bonk you out of singing.
Geo.
Hello. I would like to run away, please. Thanks.
5. 6. There we go. My goodness, Lena. Now we use the Swift Song to get a tremendous amount of speed. Wait for, I don't know, 10 regeneration ticks, I think it is.
10?
Actually, I have no idea how many.
Oh, you just, like, winging it, I guess.
Yep.
I see.
I could have checked it yesterday when I finally found the memory addresses, but I was too
Yeah, I didn't either.
tired.
Yeah.
I forgot to go get Heroes Rhyme. Let's go do that.
That is very useful.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Lena sing Romeo's Ballad to try and stop song Omniscient, so I can use Gaia to try and deal as much damage to this guy as I can. Emphasis on try, because she keeps failing.
Yeah. This evasion and shell is very annoying.
Yeah, Shell basically, even though we probably have about 100% chance to hit baseline, Shell just halves that to a maximum of 50%. at this point.
Shallow's pretty good in this game.
Oh, right, Gaia doesn't work properly anymore, does it?
Because of your levels, yeah.
So I wanted to sing the mana song if I had it. We're just gonna break a few rods, it's fine.
Yeah, that's what I should have done. Speaking of that, I should buy more rods.
But yeah, Omniscient would normally counter-attack breaking rods, because it's not specifically using magic, but because I keep using Stop Song on him, so he cannot counter-attack, well, he cannot do that.
I need to grab the weapons again anyway. I also forgot to recharge my magic lamp, I think. Which is really not a big deal, to be fair, but...
Yeah, I could use the magic lamp. Good shout.
You're welcome! That's what I'm here for. The magic lamp reminders. Yeah, my guy's still here. Alright, sweet.
You know what? I'm just gonna comment this clown. At least that way Kryl is doing something in the 5 times that Lena is missing. There we go.
Yep.
I believe even Lena can get an attack in on her own, theoretically. But I like to just keep trying to use Stop Song every turn.
Yeah.
It makes it a bit more consistent.
Yeah. Alright, time to collect all of these fantastic weapons.
I need to remember to buy more flame rods. Because I won't have enough for a panda at this rate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got that already.
But yeah, normally Gaia has a decent chance of giving you Wind Slash. But getting Wind Slash is level dependent, and I'm basically level 120 or something right now. And there's like an 80% chance to get an attack that is, I think, an instant kill or percentile based damage. Either way, it doesn't work against this guy. So it's
Did you
entirely
say animals
useless.
trying to go for the unicorn?
That is technically an option.
It should be
Not
noted
really.
that even
Unicorn just full heals the party. That it doesn't actually wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, not in this case. Does it restore MP?
I think so. I think it's a full HP MP restore.
That's pretty good.
It should be noted that all buff songs cap out at 99.
100 actually. I checked
Um,
it yesterday.
What was that?
100.
No, actually it is 99. I took a good look at it. The values that it can go up to are actually up to 100, but it caps the actual stat at 99 as far as the game is concerned for calculations.
Ah, that makes sense actually.
And you don't actually need like the full 100 or anything, since you already have some of the stat to begin with.
Ah, I see. That actually makes a lot of sense if it works that way.
Yeah,
Ah,
like
it does.
it's like you have your base stats, and then it has a separate memory address it uses to store like a buff value, and it just adds that to it.
And caps it at 99 afterwards.
Yep.
Okay, that makes actually a lot of sense.
I
Alright,
spent
Omniscient
a lot of
found it.
time RAM watching that.
So both Racodactylus and Dragondark at this point probably have a good chance of catching up to me, because
Yeah, Dark Bow. Oh, right. Yeah.
Not having the mana song slows you down in very key places.
I don't use it until the end for the most part, so you're good.
What are you doing against initiative? Guess I could have used the hunter there, huh?
You can.
Since I'm stopping him again.
Works.
One thing that I
you
do
know-
end up doing throughout this is using Mighty March, the regen, as a kind of like counter for my levels.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm doing the same thing.
You know, I
You just
just realized that if I used Sinewy Attitude and Hero's Rhyme, the Air Knife probably would have dealt way more
Oh
damage.
yes, it would. Yeah.
Hindsight. Because he is weak to air.
Okay, I'm not sure I recharged the time, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I'm right here anyway.
Do you already have all tablets?
Yeah, I got all the weapons just now.
That means there's no more Leviathan. Well,
She's there.
how close?
It can still happen.
Well, yes, you can go back there. It's more of a...
Yeah.
The incentive for getting all summons is closing, I suppose.
Still 690 to go on it.
That is a nice number, to be fair, though. Okay, rods. Rods!
Yeah, I literally was thinking, I'm just gonna go and buy rods right now. It's not efficient routing-wise, but I'm gonna forget.
Yeah, same.
Because everything is all over the place right now anyways.
Oh. And sell your other stuff. Where,
Lena still hasn't learned how to sing. My goodness, she needs more lessons.
oh, we want to keep that. We want to keep that. I guess we're keeping that for that. Keep this. Sell this. And I need to buy Phoenix Downs and High Potions, probably.
So what I did in my practice in the trench is I just knocked out everybody except for one character with hide, because that was pretty easy to do. And I didn't bother reviving them for the boss at the end, because you can just magic lamp it. In this case, I guess I'm just gonna keep Len alive, I suppose. Maybe I should save. It'll be fine. Oh yeah, Gargoyles, I forgot about these clones. Wait, the lamp just works on them, doesn't it? No, they're heavy.
No, they're heavy.
Never mind.
I used it for Sildar, though, after.
That makes sense.
Tablet 2.
You're
Nice.
Alright.
You're so much closer to me now at this point.
I mean, my Omniscient fight could be pretty bad. I haven't used the Mana Song at all.
It's pretty good.
It
Can
is
recommend.
pretty good.
It is.
Here we go. Swarm Chimera.
Oh yeah, I didn't even use the lamp in... Alright. Wow.
You were watching my screen and thought you used the lamp. That's what happened there.
That's probably what it is. Hurrah! Lena learned how to sing.
Melusine just literally did not take a turn.
Nice.
I confused her and she just passed every single turn.
Yeah, she'll do that.
It's like the Pokemaster passing every time. Alrighty. Stuff is finally back in order. Or something.
Now let me make sure that my ranger doesn't have the bone mail equipped.
It's a good thing to look for. I will agree. Alright everybody, you can take a nap. Our ranger's gonna take it from here. One nap. Wow. Crowd, come on. We need to nap too.
Just 5 more minutes.
I don't want to get up.
I guess I could have just attacked these clones, because they would have used Possess and knocked themselves out too in the process. Hindsight. Anyways, welcome to the trench. If you walk on lava, you take damage unless you are either floating or... I probably should heal that, at least. Might be wise.
Oh, yeah, you should.
Basically, the lava normally deals damage to you, but we have both a Geomancer in the party that just makes it not deal damage, but you also could also use float from the Time Mage, which is very helpful. Also, pushing this button makes you fall down, which is very convenient because that's where I want to go. And I did not actually use the lamp a second time, that's the second back attack. But thankfully, our ranger with Hermes sandals is faster than enemies, so even back attacks are no concern. The most annoying part is mostly that I can't use the magic lamp to prepare for the next boss fight, if they keep going before me. Because the third charge of the magic lamp is Santetsken, which effectively means that it's going to just kill anything that is not flagged as heavy in the... Heavy being most bosses, but notably not all of them. And the one coming up, or well, the 3 coming up really, are one of those exceptions. Also need to not forget to recharge the magic lamp when I go outside before teleporting. But yeah, I'm basically not even bothering to revive the other characters, because Butts is pretty much guaranteed to go first anyways. Even in back attacks, so there is functionally no concern on that side. Also a good back color to Steri.
Yeah,
Forget how much HP she has.
not enough.
17,000?
Zero now.
Well, I guess. That's one way to look at it.
Not enough.
Alrighty, let's learn equip bows. And my plan actually is to have the Geomancer with equip bows. Use the chicken knife in the front row. If we had to do all the summons, I would actually equip... I give rapid fire to my hunter with the chicken knife instead, which is pretty strong. But instead we're going to do a front row Geomancer. It's fine. Alright.
I think
gonna-
the Yoichi bow only did not crit 3 times in that entire fight. That was
Nice.
that was pretty ridiculous.
That's pretty good. I'm pretty sure in my practice, out of habit, I just walked all the way outside
Oh, I'm
of the trench.
actually kind of silly.
But at least I didn't forget to recharge the lamp. So, the trench, I just keep all the characters dead except for Butts because again, he just run away the fastest anyways, leaving his friends as bait behind, and then magically teleporting them back to him. We're fine. Also, welcome to a panda. It doesn't look like a panda, but it is a panda. He's weak to fire, so that's why you wanna buy some roster break. Oh, I forgot about these guys. I didn't want to keep the other characters dead. Just genuinely forgot that there even were those guardians. But yeah, Panda has like, what, 27,000 HP?
22.
He can be reasonably mean, especially since he halves the physical damage with his protect, counterattack, and drain. He heals a bunch. But we are probably a bit too fast and strong for him after a short while in combat.
Probably. Unless he decides to win slash.
Guess who forgot to buy old?
Oops.
Yeah. So we're just doing this with Comet.
Yeah, I didn't even originally plan on getting old. I guess nobody
Me
plans on
neither,
getting
and then
old,
just
but-
time slipped away from me, and now all of a sudden I'm 40. Oh, wait, you were talking about the game. Never mind.
Yeah, same difference.
I want to help out Ferris here real quick.
Those, that. Keep the air on.
But yeah, the most amusing thing to me is I'm not gonna even, for the most part, bother using bows to begin with on Ferris. I just equip bow on her because it gives her both the agility and strength of a hunter, which is very, very helpful in these situations here.
Just put back on. Equip. You also want the chicken.
Power armor.
You're fine.
No, not quick. We want to teleport.
Alright. Since you're awake now, Ferris, you're the new
Keep it. Definitely.
hunter.
Out of the way.
Geo.
Man, I always forget where to go through in history. That first room, it's just wrong way, wrong
Yeah.
way.
Wait,
The
what?
first room is... It confuses me too.
On.
Also, I think
Oh,
I'm
it's
gonna
really
go
like-
out of my way and actually pick up the items here
Oh.
because I have less money than usual.
We're going.
Yeah, I really
Oh.
wish that Comet was not low rolling.
I had that wrong.
Wow. This is a problem.
Okay.
Huh. Oh right, Crown with time rate is saying that's right. Hide. Ghost.
remembered. Oh, right.
We're at the crits, Lana. It's worth noting, I could be casting Meteor, but no.
Oh yeah, I have Meteor now. I forgot about that part. I didn't use Meteor a single time in my routing because
You're saving time.
halfway I was...
It's super laggy.
Well, but it's also
It is pretty
better
strong.
turn economy. It's technically better turn economy. But
It
not
is.
necessarily faster. You're right. Right, how far are we from having to beat Leviathan?
Still $690.
Alrighty,
Nice.
I'm just gonna run through.
Piano Flux.
Yeah, I mean, spoiler, I'm not going back, dude. It's like, that ship has sailed.
Yeah.
I would be going back
That's
on my own
completely fair.
terms. Maybe not on this stream.
I was gonna say, like,
I guess-
I do it, like, sometime, you know, but not now.
Yeah, you are so close to the end.
At least you could teleport outside if you really wanted.
I
Okay.
can technically teleport, yeah.
Cool. I gotta redo the tower.
Ooh.
Oh no.
He killed me. He killed my non-singer, and that's
Ah,
fun.
yes, that can happen.
Yeah.
Bonus piano. Oh, they don't flex if you played it already.
But what that does let me do is I can go back and buy old. I guess.
Seems reasonable.
Where
He at
does
least
one
would deal
get
less
that?
damage. In the Game Boy Advance version, at least, it dynamically updates how much damage he should do when he's ulted, unlike the Super Nintendo version, where it doesn't do anything except for when it underflows and just makes you take like 1,000 damage or 10,000.
Where is old?
More.
That is in more.
More? Oh, okay.
Gotta get more old.
Correct.
Ah.
Where are you? Hello?
Hi Leviathan, bye Leviathan. Let me tell you, the Leviathan is the friendliest guy, if you ask me, because he could have just knocked us out or at least tried, but he was just annoyed that the red guy standing in his waterfall or something.
I already have enough of that. Good there.
Nice crits.
Eh.
I mean,
My endgame could be so much smoother if I had the mana so.
Don't do this anymore.
But-
Mine would be so much smoother if I wasn't a dummy.
Listen, that's my job too. Can't have it.
I will let you have it.
Well,
Come on.
Comes right out.
alright. I'm just gonna buy some extra equipment that I didn't buy before because I didn't feel like I needed it. But now maybe a bit of extra defense could be helpful. Plus I have the money actually. Well, I might as well go to pick up the weapons first anyways. Sell them.
not the
I can-
baby. Sorry.
I can basically tell you guys when or how much these weapons are actually worth in the long run. Now here's the problem. Where is the shrine? Look, I pick up the map at the beginning of the game for a reason, I guess. There it is. Of course it's like one screen away when I open the map finally.
Nice crit, Lena.
No, no. Oh, okay. Actually, perfect.
I like how the music just continues playing the normal castle theme when you encounter XDev souls in the shrine thing.
Yeah, it's a nice little.
What do you mean encounter XDev souls? You're telling me there's not only shield dragons in there? Because I I haven't seen one single XDev soul, not even in routing. Like, I don't know.
That's impressive.
Oh,
I guess I could keep the Magus Rod.
You could, but it's not worth it. I wanted to. Oh yeah, you don't have it. You need it. There we go. Yeah.
How are we gonna survive, Almagest? Well, if you kill the thing before it kills you, it can't kill you.
Guess we're safe here. It's fine.
Going to dodge it by being very, very, very fast.
That is
Yeah.
entirely accurate.
Yeah.
So for anybody who's curious what the strategy for Leviathan is, it is weak to electricity or thunder, I guess. And if you use an item from your inventory to deal damage to it, it will counter with Entangle, which normally would paralyze you. But with enough Hermes sandals, we're entirely immune to that. So since we are super fast and super strong, thanks to the Bard songs, he doesn't really get much of an opportunity to kill us. Aside from the occasional potential tidal wave if a 1 in 3 chance. So if you have at least one character hiding on those turns, you're probably fine.
Yeah, you can also use the
If you set it up
Apollo
right, if you set it up right, you can actually just have everybody hide for that one turn and then come right back out.
Yeah, that works.
I might just dunk on him when I get there, just because.
I respect it. I didn't have a clean strategy for Leviathan, so
Mine was actually like 100% consistent, though I'm sure now that I've said that.
I mean, you just had to go ahead and say it.
yep. Also, welcome to Twintania. Twintania charges up for Giga Flare, and during the charge up, it is level 20 and susceptible to literally every form of instant death and status condition. So you just try to banish it to, like 10 tiles backwards, because
Yep.
you know, banish thematically banishes somebody to the void. Which is also why Twintania flies backwards, I suppose. Alrighty, I have contractually filled my obligation, or whatever say that. And I can finally go and sell my weapons.
Actually, we can keep this, no? Since for that guy... Yeah... Yeah, I can.
Let's see. I kept the dagger this entire time?
It's fine.
I need mark. Alright. You.
Keep the Artemis spell, because the thing's actually useful. I'm gonna keep the Magus Rod just because I can. Sure.
Sir, how would you like a meteor in your face?
Spaceballs from meat. I did this backwards.
Sure.
Alrighty. Hello, sir. I would like to buy... I didn't even buy the Lamia's Tiara. Lamia's Tiara give you the same magic power as the circlets, just a lot less defenses. but they also prevent you getting confused, which is why they're really, really good.
Yep. I knew I forgot something.
Wait, I bought the wrong thing. Doesn't matter.
Wyvern.
Alrighty, and this is gonna be my final setup. Lena, gonna go...
Creepy monsters lurk around every corner.
Alright, let's try Omniscient, but less mistakes. Fewer mistakes.
Good luck! No, it is incountable. Less is correct.
I'd like them to be countable. I'd like that count to be 0 if at all possible.
That makes sense. Alrighty, I think I got everything. Maybe. I don't know. I guess I'll see if I miss anything. Into the void we go! Also, Gilgamesh, you need to deal like, what, 7,000 damage in order for him to regain his senses and start talking to you?
Yep.
Something like that.
Alright, how much?
You can also steal like Genji shields from him if you really want
Oh,
to,
that's
but
bad.
nobody can use it, unfortunately.
I think the Genji shield's pretty good.
Well, that's a reset. I
Oh
can't
no.
win now. I forgot they could cast Confuse!
Yeah.
Oh,
That is not a good thing.
Yeah.
That's-
yeah. That's what I
that's an
needed Tiaras
unfortunate confuse.
for. Yeah.
Could have been on anybody else and would have been fine.
Yeah, that's why. That's part of the reason I would have had Lamia's Tiara if
Yeah.
I had enough money initially.
That's right. It's also my excuse. I didn't have enough money.
They're only 2,500 each.
Listen, I didn't have enough money.
Well, I mean, I didn't have enough money either, so I believe it. I had 150,400 or something.
Try that again.
Do you have the thing on? You do. Okay. I keep forgetting to put the gold hairpin on because I'm not very smart.
I sold that one.
I sold one too, but I keep one.
I didn't get the other one.
I think that's fair. That one is out of the way. It's very nice for quicking though, because quick is so expensive that it actually
Yeah.
is worth it to do it.
It's very good. I agree. I want the Lexus, I guess I should grab it. I always try to run away before using teleport, because teleport is such a long animation,
Yeah, but can you do
but
it?
it might not be fit.
You have an air knife. You have not an air knife. You need an air knife. Very good. You have the right bow on. I have hide on everyone that needs it. Alright.
Oh. Did you fight Apocalypse?
No.
No, there's no reason to.
I like to fight that guy just because I can. He's my favorite boss, okay?
I like
He's
having-
cool.
It's a good boss, yeah.
Oh, I'm glad. I had HP leak on there before that went off.
Oops.
Ooh, nice hits, actually.
Also, welcome to Necrophobe. He has barriers, so the guy in the middle is entirely in while the barriers are alive. And each barrier is 8,800 HP, and they cast massive spells on you. Well, specifically, they cast the spells on themselves and then randomly bounce them over back to you, so you cannot actually use your own reflect to reflect them, because they have reflect to begin with. And basically the idea is to knock out the barriers before they knock you out, because they always begin with casting Holy or Flare, which at this level is pretty much a guaranteed kill on any of our characters. Unless there's some secret sauce that I don't know about.
No, you're right. Alright, you hide.
But you can also just hide in order to completely circumvent their shenanigans.
Yeah.
And because they don't actually have that much MP, I'm probably just gonna wait until they're out of MP.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide.
Well, this meteor didn't help that much. Okay.
Oh, I can actually use a bow in this encounter, I just realized. Since I picked up the Artemis bow. Fun fact, Calatus Theory is considered a beast. So she takes always critical damage from the bows. Or the weapons that deal critical damage to beasts.
Oh, all of them. Okay. I did not expect to kill all of them. Alright. That's cool. You saying this. Front row. My invincible barriers. You've left me with no choice. It's all you can eat. Ah!
Oops, I did not mean to go, yeah.
He flashed.
12 damage. Alrighty.
Tablet
We'll
number
go
2.
with Hero's Rhyme. And Scenery Attitude. No, Attitude. Attitude? Is it French?
It is French.
It's Attitude. What? Does Call of Hysteria have evasion?
Probably.
yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure Artemis Bow has a 100% chance to hit.
With a normal attack without aim, I wouldn't be sure about that one, actually.
I looked it up. That's the one thing that Artemis Bow stands out for. Which is why I'm using it here like this.
Yeah, fair. Fair, fair.
Well, I mean, technically could be wrong, who knows? I just didn't remember that at all, that she has evasion. Could you? Yeah, it's
Alright,
fine, don't
done
worry
with
about
Omniscient. That took longer than it needed to.
it. Nice, but you got him. So that's good.
Yep.
Hide.
I'm gonna need to go buy more fire rods though.
Every single turn a drain counterattack. That's just me.
Bow. Left. Air knife.
Wait, so if your stats are capped at 100,
Wait.
I don't
yeah.
need to use equip bows, do I?
First.
Nope. You definitely don't.
Unless you specifically just want to equip a bow.
Well, yeah. I suppose that's very accurate.
That makes sense, yeah. Surely.
Right.
What? Gilgamesh?
Oh. No, come on, Omega. He's just walking into the thing. Very inconvenient. Fun fact, I didn't actually know about this cave behind the waterfall here for a very long time where the Angel Ring is. I just didn't know about it.
Yeah, it's
Think
very
that-
well hidden.
Behind the waterfall, like, that's the first thing you check in RPGs. But if you sometimes feel like you know everything about a game, you might not think to check anymore.
Well, it's also, I think, the only... Oh, no, that's not true. There's the waterfall in Waltz that you go behind to get Shiva. I was going to say
And
it's the only
Istari.
waterfall you go behind, because the Magic Lamp you go on top of a waterfall.
Yeah, but Istari is behind the waterfall. I guess
Yeah.
it's in the overworld. Alright, this is also a beast, right? So we can just do the same thing. Welcome to Attend. 27,000 HP, weak to fire, and has some special interactions that are kind of funny. If you use Ifrit on him, he turns around and is spooked.
What's funny is if you use Ifrit on him twice in a row, he turns back around and is still dangerous with his drain counters.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Shout out to the 3 goblins that can show up in here.
Yeah, the Fork Tower does have some with 1 enemies on both sides actually. Gilgamesh.
And I... Should be good.
Enough of this. It's my line. All one Gaia now as well for some reason.
Couldn't imagine why.
I don't know. I have a feeling. I have it so unique to say. Yep. Okay, chicken knife. You have the thing on still. Perfect.
Alright.
Oh, I should have used the cottage. I might have yet need to use another one. Yeah. Dang.
Oh.
It's a good thing that you've got that save point there.
I mean, normally I'd use an elixir, but the more I can keep of those, the better. Can't just use elixirs before the final boss, you know?
I mean,
You might need them
Try.
later.
Yeah.
That's annoying.
I'm not sure what's going on. Normally these encounters here on the air bridge or whatever it is are really tough to run away from normally, but I just ran away from like 4 of the encounters without too much trouble. That's good luck.
I'll get quite a few crits there.
Alright, because Magus just skipped that clown, I'm gonna go and show you Apocalypse.
Just because I did that.
Yep, that's the only reason.
Okay.
Not because I just want a save point. Yeah, anyways, Azul Magia. He's basically a blue mage. If you use any blue magic on him, actually most blue magic on him I think, he is just going to copy it and use it against you, which is kind of a fun interaction with him. Which does include explosion, so that is technically an easy way to defeat him. In this case, he does have a lot of magic as well as physical defense, for what it's worth. And I'm just gonna chip away at him with the chicken knife, while Lena and Kryl are singing their songs to power up our party. He does have a lot of very nasty abilities and attacks. Most of the time they're
dude.
a single target.
Tell me you're gonna end up on a 5 multiplier when he casts level 5 death, please. Please!
That would be kind of fun.
Oh, well, that was rude. Well, I guess we just gotta wait for... Oh no, she's still singing.
Oh, I didn't give you the chicken.
Yeah, he can use almost every blue magic spell except for a couple, but you can teach them to him and he change his script accordingly if he learns them.
But if you are still looking for, like, Mighty Guard or something, you could,
Well.
I think, get it from him, right?
Apparently, I was
Tough,
multiple
but
level
possible.
2.
Yeah. Oh no.
Hmm, okay.
Yeah, it's tough as possible to get Mighty Guard from him.
I think she's glitched. I can't get Ferris out of Sing.
Uh-oh.
What did you do?
She was singing and then got silenced, and now she's just stuck. Okay, let's try.
Do you have anything to put her to sleep with? Maybe the Wonder Rod?
Well, her ATB's not even moving.
Right, that's what I mean. Put her
Uh,
to sleep or something.
Kill her.
Kill her,
Try-
perhaps?
Kill
I
her.
was gonna say I'm gonna try killing her.
Can only be one.
Also, my entire
I have
party
never
is-
seen this before.
This is new to me as well. That's
Yeah.
funny though.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, worst case scenario, you can cast Return, probably. But, yeah,
Okay, she's good.
okay.
Just had to kill her off.
Okay. Alright, I'm just going to reset this because my entire party got ulted, so that's pretty inconvenient, I will say.
That is not very
So I'm
nice,
gonna-
no. Alright, double checking. Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
Do you want to start with these? One Mighty Marsh, just for me to be able to tell, ideally. Oh wow. Of course I cast Quick and then slow hand lands first try.
I forgot to cast that. Could have been bad. Fine.
Alright, good luck with the tree.
Thank you.
So the strategy is probably going to be very similar for all of us, because if you just give yourself the Bard buffs for extra speed, extra power, and everything, it does carry over to the second phase, which means you can kind of get like 10 turns in for any of the parts getting 1 turn at most. So you likely are just going to just absolutely nuke them. And on top of that, convenient enough, in this boss battle, you are guaranteed to get Wind Slash from the Geomancer. This is one of the big reasons to keep Geomancer over a Berserker, because it just guaranteed deals massive area of effect damage to the guys there, which is really good.
Listen, I'm also not the biggest fan of Kryl, but you don't have to keep killing her. She's gonna fall behind on everything.
Flamethrower. It's a lot of damage, dude. I would prefer if you didn't do that.
Okay. That was not Kryl, at least.
Oh my god, dude. Time slip inflicts stop and ult. So well, sleep and ult. So I would prefer if you didn't use that on my guy.
All right, Rug Wizard's down.
Nice.
I've still never seen that happen before. Never
Yeah, that
seen
is
that
very
before.
strange.
Show me the region ticks.
580 off of all summons now.
Alright, the Apocalypse done. That took a while.
Mono with you.
Okay.
Alrighty. Next up for me is a certain Catastrophe. And Catastrophe, all it does is just cross Gravity 100 as long as at least one of your party members has the float status. So if it's hitting 20,000 HP, we just basically do... Oops. The wrong thing.
Oh, don't do the wrong thing.
Okay, I think my level is fine now. Yeah. Get back here.
Alright, I'm just gonna cast Float over and over again, because that makes Catastrophe just use Gravity 100 again, instead of just Earthquaking my entire party to death. Which, you know, is pretty unhealthy if you think about it.
Oh, I need to use Lena for testing. She has to lose magic. Yeah, still a bit to go. Root.
Oh. Lena's out of MP, so you get an elixir.
Could also lamp golem here. I could. But what fun would that
I do that in phase 2.
Does a hasted bard sing faster? Actually, yes, they do.
Yep. Test again. 4,800. That is the number I've been looking for. Congratulations. No, bots don't block!
I have a good old problem.
Okay. I believe you have to put it out. Yeah, it is noticeable, but it's fine.
Bard buffing is low but unmatched in power. It's actually surprisingly fast if you look at the stats go up.
Yeah.
I guess it can feel slow because there's often a lot of turns in between when you're just trying to keep the party alive and such.
Elixir?
Good, on it.
I don't know if she used MP, but she probably did.
Reset. No, I reset up here. Wait, no. Alright, wait, just say this right. I wanted to reset encounters there. I wanted to reset encounters somewhere, and I just couldn't remember exactly where I wanted to do it.
I need to
Alright.
cast Quick here once. I need to remember that.
4th tablet acquired.
Nice. Alrighty. Welcome to phase 2 for Neox. Neo XDF consists of 4 different parts. The back part is the one that usually casts magic, has 60,000 HP. The central 2 parts have 55,000 HP each. The top one is the one that casts Grand Cross, one of 18 random status effects on you. The one at the bottom is the one that casts Almagest, which will nuke your entire party for like 1,400-ish damage or something. I actually forget the exact number. Anyways, it's a lot.
1,700.
Yeah, it basically
It's
it can
quite a
be
bit,
reduced
yeah.
by shell and other things, but with this team here, we should usually be able to knock that guy out before he can even remotely do anything like that, if that makes sense. Also, I have a singing frog now. Alright. Riveting content. Yeah, because Windslash is guaranteed on XDEF, you just nuke the entire thing. Like, normally what you want to do in a more casual approach is use the third charge of the magic lamp in order to guarantee knock out the magic part, so you just don't have to deal with that thing entirely. But yeah, might not be entirely necessary, funnily enough.
Time!
GG.
Gee,
GG! That is actually real fast for how slow as a start we had.
I had a rough run actually, like a lot of bad things happened. But I did save those 40 minutes on Liquid Flame. It's very true. Yeah, but all my grinds were kind of... yeah. Desticle took until I was level 19, which is...
See, that's one of the speedrunner type of things. You just know how much more or how better it could have done in various places.
My first run, granted, I didn't get all the tablets, was 7 hours, so... yeah.
Yeah, you just... The thing is, the more you know about this game, the more you know about the run and route, etc., the more you know on how much it could be improved theoretically. But we do have only 1 week of routing, and practice for that matter,
yeah.
so...
Yeah. I've already adjusted like a bunch of things, like even compared to my last practice run, I did some adjustments. But yeah, there's a lot more that I would try to test at this point.
You know, it's kind of a shame that frogs cannot sing in this game. It's because frogs cannot cast spells, for what it's worth. Which I also disagree with, but, you know.
They can cast Toad.
It's true, actually. That's the one thing they can cast. So they technically can use black magic.
It's like Garula. Which is a very fun way to deal with that fight if you ever end up with a blue mage and some time on your hands, is to get the Toad, whatever it is, from the frog enemies in there, the Toad blue magic, and then use it against Garula. The only thing he does, because he does turn into a frog, the only thing he does at that point is cast Toad.
Oh.
I think I did that a few years ago in one of the ones where we got Blue Mage.
Yeah, like, you have to go out of your way to do it, but it's just fun.
And that's kind of the most important part, I would argue. I forgot to put hide onto Lena. Whoops.
Alright, well, since I've screwed up a whole bunch of stuff, let me go...
Alright, Twintania has, like, what, 40,000 HP, 50,000?
Something like that.
I don't remember. I could scroll down on my notes and then I would know. But I haven't scrolled down in a while. I'm just winging it at this point. Alrighty, so I'm pretty sure. Wait, that's the wrong person. That's not you. There we go. Alrighty. Once again, as soon as Twintania starts charging up for Giga Flame, we can just use Banish on this thing and try to insta-kill it. It's not guaranteed to land, as indicated right here, but it will usually land, because it's a really high probability. The downside is, if it doesn't land, Lena takes 3000 damage, and then I have to count to 5 again. One, two,
Oh, I didn't
Three.
get on. Did I not get on Croyle? Actually, that's
4, 5.
Oh, I actually meant to stay at the end before I came into the void for no reason. Oh well. I've got elixirs.
so do I, and I'm gonna throw them at these pigs.
Seems reasonable. Yeah, that would be my strategy if we were not allowed to use the magic lamp.
Oh, I would have just done Requiem until they're dead.
That seems
I'm gonna
reasonable.
finish them with Requiem.
Hmm?
I'm gonna finish them with Requiem. Throw 3
Oh,
elixirs
yeah.
and then boom,
Really?
done.
Yeah, that's fair, actually.
That
Why
takes
not?
a lot longer than going to get the lamp.
Lena, come on. That's a second miss. 1,
Or
2, 3, 4, 5. Was there incentive for Shinryu or Omega? Yes, there was, but it's way ahead. It's a lot of monies.
Yeah, it's also a little late for Magus.
Just a little. Alright, attempt number 3, Lena. You have a really high probability of landing this thing. Come on, I believe in you. Hey, good job.
Nice.
Yeah, the pigs are not heavy, so using an elixir on an undead enemy that is not flagged as heavy is going to put them into critical HP. And then you can just AoE them afterwards, since they have 9 or less HP remaining. It's pretty efficient, I would say. Alright. In case anybody's wondering, there's no reason why I should keep the frog in my party, but it's the leader. It's fine.
I mean, but there's also no reason to get rid of it right now.
Maybe. I should probably go into the back row in hindsight. Gilgamesh actually does hit pretty dang hard. Ow. Case in point. Uh-oh. Fairies has the bone mail. That's inconvenient. Let's see, we have a return spell. Wow. Still alive. I think Apollo's Heart deals full damage even if you're a frog. Which, to be fair, is not that much. Oh, you have hide. You don't have equip bows right now. That's right. I suppose that makes
Forgot
sense.
to buy more flame rods.
Can you slow
Well, the
this
panda's
guy?
gonna be weird.
You might not be able to slow this guy. Oh, right, I have Meteor. I forgot. It's a pretty good spell for this situation here. I was fumbling around in my menus trying to figure out what else I could do. I think Meteor is pretty
Yeah.
good.
Meteor's pretty good for him.
Okay, I'm gonna scroll down in my notes and actually start reading them again. Then again, I already know the strats for Necrophobia, because yesterday I decided instead of doing anything fancy, I'm just waiting until he's out of MP. Or at least the minions.
No, I was able to 2-round the barriers, but I had a failsafe with one person hiding.
That makes sense. The thing is, starting from Twintania, everybody has hide anyways to get through the void encounters. So I just kind of keep it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I used to do. I didn't actually get hide on Kryle this time because, well, stuff, but...
Yeah. It always goes different. Bye, Greg. Thank you for partying.
And we'll never see him again.
Never ever. Not even once.
Tablet number 4.
I guess we see him 5 more times.
Oh boy. Yeah, I have dealt with this very, very poorly.
There's been a big donation apparently.
We've reached 4K in total.
Ah,
Yeah. That's... All summons is 4,500.
which... Maybe one day we get that. I pressed the wrong button. I think I have to add characters now.
I think the Leviathan fight is very interesting. Bahamut is just kind of, well, you can stop him the same way you can stop Omega, basically, which unfortunate.
He's not immune to song, but it's also kind of slow to do that.
Alright, I'm gonna dunk on Leviathan because I can.
Alrighty, good luck. Is this a race? Yes, this is a race. Technically. We
Oh,
might
wait.
be a little bit
Exhibition race.
equally spread out for now. As if we are trying to cover the entire game at the same time.
You hide.
To be fair, just these classes just made for so much RNG. Like, everybody will of course look at Liquid Flame and be like, yes, this is like the biggest RNG, but there was so much other stuff in here. Like,
Yeah,
so
there's the
many
sickle
other
grind and Soul Cannon, Atomos.
Yeah, all
Oh.
these big fights where you just had to get lucky in order to go past them fast.
Indeed. Also, I forgot once again that Ferris has still the bone mail equipped. It'll be fine.
You like the bone mail, don't you?
Well, it's technically useful.
Yeah.
And anyways, these barriers, I can employ my favorite strategy against.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Wait until they're out of MP, because they only have 300 MP total if I'm not mistaken. So,
Yeah, it's actually reasonable for the barriers to wait. Other enemies, usually enemies at this point have like at least 900 MP or something, which is too much, but for these
Yeah.
guys, it's a valid strategy.
most enemies you're not supposed to run out of MP, But if any enemy ever has more than 10,000 MP, you can give them an ether to reduce their MP to 9,999, because that's the maximum you can heal their MP for.
Why would you know this?
I might have tried that once in a while. Especially since I think the solo challenge with the Bard actually ran the magic part out of MP, and the Almagus part. Because
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would not have guessed that, actually.
Almagus does cost MP.
Well, that was Leviathan.
Yeah, I would have figured you would just hide and then unhide and then to dodge it, but makes sense.
That was a quick Leviathan.
Yeah, Apollo's Harp does some work there.
Indeed.
Does a lot of work, along with Thunder Rods.
Is there any other Final Fantasy where Leviathan is a dragon?
I mean, he's technically always a dragon, but...
Is he though? Is he though? Like, it's a sea serpent, man. That's not a dragon.
I mean, in how many Final Fantasies can you fight Leviathan?
Let's see. I know at least in 4, 5, not 6.
Well, GBA 6, you can.
Oh, yep, GBA 6. I don't think he's in 7. Maybe 3? And I know in 2 you get swallowed by something. That might have been Leviathan, I don't remember.
I mean, if you think about it that way, Final Fantasy X has a gigantic Leviathan. It's just not called that, I guess.
Set.
Not enough MP!
Is he a dragon in FF14?
He's a something in 14.
Boy, Heroes of Light has it. See, I wouldn't know that.
Alright, at least 2 of these things, 3, don't have enough MP to use Holy, which is the cheapest spell they have in their arsenal. Funnily enough, Holy is one of their strongest spells, but because of how cheap it is, it tends to be pretty useful to just spam. Alright, let's sing some songs. Well, we are trying to deal with the barriers. Oh, you don't have enough MP.
I can't believe I can't start my 4-job Fiesta yet. What the hell?
Just finish the previous one. Get the next one going. Oh, wrong dagger. Wrong guy! That does no damage.
How often is dragon type relevant? In this game, actually quite a bit if you are looking at exploiting it. Mainly speaking, if you have a chemist.
My goodness. I'm trying to target the barrier on the left and I keep pressing down, expecting it to go over to the bottom left barrier, but that's not how it works.
This is one of the things with GBA and SNES version, the targeting is different. So like, you build up muscle memory for one version, and then in the other version you have to press a different direction. It's really annoying. It gets me every time.
I would have just assumed that was a dingus, but you actually have an explanation.
Okay, yeah, I mean...
I mean, it could be both.
Yeah, reasonably so.
Alright, now... Pass
Oh,
the panda.
12 weapons.
Nice.
Let's hope I don't screw up Twintania or Necrophobe.
Good luck.
Because I screwed up a panda by forgetting, once again, to buy Flame Rods. After I used them all against Omniscient.
I actually shouldn't have sold my Magus Rod. I've just realized at the end, because I had to sell an air knife this time in order to have enough money to buy everything. But one Quake on the final boss was enough to compensate for that.
There it is.
I'm
I'm
also
gonna give us one
kind
more
of tired,
bonus.
of back attacks actually like hurting me. So
That's the
everybody
thing,
out of the
yeah.
back row. Yeah,
Wait, is
it's a
this
very
a,
squishy party.
is this a guaranteed win slash encounter here?
No.
Right, I guess I'm just
You're
getting lucky.
getting lucky, yeah. It's only 10 levels here.
Yeah, because that's the fun. Okay, now it makes sense. Because I'm
think
using the
it's-
hero song right now. Wait, actually, no, I'm using the speed song. That's why.
It's on Sonic Boom and Twister are on here as well, I
Right.
believe.
I'm getting Sildra just because I can as well.
Seems reasonable at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, in a sense, they got halfway to the donation thing, so you get half the summons.
Yeah, there we go.
That's only fair.
From 1/4 of the runners.
Fair is fair.
Man, this is a slow fight the way I'm doing this.
This is a slow fight regardless, really, outside of using the magic lamp for it. Like, that's why... That would have been the one fight where I wasn't going to use the magic lamp at all, but this one I decided I would use it on. Because, like, you have a hard time doing a lot of damage.
Yep. Alright, we're probably as fast as it gets. Wake up!
You should also cast Meteor. I know it lags the game, but...
I'm just into my MP. Mr. No Hairpin.
I mean, you have elixirs, surely.
Yeah, I do have plenty. I should just use it. It's true.
Hold those. That stays. Don't need it. That can go. Keep that. That.
Alright, I'm gonna sing the hero's rhyme. I'm probably gonna just wait until the song is full, because Ferris has the bone metal.
Oh shoot. That was silly of me.
Alright. I guess that means I'm ready for the void. Let me look. Yeah, that looks right.
Am I only singing the...
Where is the
Wow. That was stupid.
Did you sing the same thing twice?
No,
No,
I
he-
just barely got a float off on Bart's, but Catastrophe had apparently queued up Earthshaker.
Whoops.
So I almost just barely survived that.
You did barely survive that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a quirk with, like, if you queue up an action, enemies do the same thing, they queue up actions, so, like, even if you get a turn before him, barely, like, sometimes he will already have decided, okay.
Oh wait, I have hide on everyone.
Yeah, it's like with a Sandworm. You queue in an attack
Yep.
and then it's a turn.
Exactly. So, generally speaking, utility is usually Kryler Ferris for me, because they are the fastest, generally speaking, and they will not have that happen a lot. Whereas Lena and Butts are more prone to actually falling into that trap,
Yeah.
generally speaking. Unclassified in FF11. I see. That would basically equal to none in this game.
Alrighty. I mean, this is probably plenty. Oh, right.
On the bright side, unlike me, you are buffed now in this fight, which is pretty good for Necrophobe himself, because we are also struggling with elemental stuff here.
Yep.
I bought rods for this guy actually, like more.
I should have plenty, but in this case I will probably just keep them because I will likely just use them on next step.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You might want to also look into using quick, but that's a lot of MP.
It is.
Joke's on you, I didn't buy quick.
What? It's so good though.
It's good, it's just I don't need it with this party.
I mean, yeah, okay, need is a... yeah.
Definitely don't
Technically
need it.
don't need anything, like, all you need to do is sing and then, you know, you're there, but...
Can't escape.
Yeah, Butts is not gonna get a chicken knife again, this Fiesta, for me. He has outplayed himself in that regard.
He's doing an adequate job on my end. Failing exactly 25% of the time. Sometimes. Alright, how many staves do I have to use? Let's see. I have 10 thunder rods. That's probably enough. Well, 10 is actually just about as many as I would like to have. So... yeah, it's good enough.
Why would that?
You did no damage, Lena, that's silly. Wow, that was just rude. We're so much faster than this guy, but he does attack twice in a row whenever he gets an opportunity. And he does so much damage that even being in the back row basically doesn't matter for this party with the current levels we have. We don't have much HP to work with. I should not... uh-oh, have attacked. That is unlucky. Oh, right. Ferris has the bone man.
What's funny about Caliphus Theory is that she normally counters all attacks with Drain, but for some reason aim does not trigger that.
I feel like I didn't get the full speed song here. 'Cause that does not look fast enough.
Oh, what happened? I was like, oh. What did I miss?
Oh, it's just Furious has the bone mill equipped.
Oh, yeah,
And-
that's right.
Every single time
yeah.
he just decided to target the same person with two different people with two physical attacks, and I don't have enough HP to survive. It's fine.
That's kind of the trap with these guys. It's like, these classes are very prone to just being fine no matter what happens, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's fast.
Yeah. If I was willing to break rods, it would have also been significantly easier because Necrophobe is weak to literally every single element that you can throw at him.
Yep.
And Mage hide. Ding. Wait, where'd my main go? Oh, you have. Let me take that. Sandals.
The element of surprise.
Right. Wait, did I want? Oh, right. No, I don't need that. Here. She does not. Yeah, no, she's. There's mine.
Goodbye, Gilgamesh. Hey, I'm still a frog in this overworld thing. Wait, does that not update? It doesn't, I'm still in a froggy. That's kind of
What?
funny. I didn't know that.
It should update though.
Yeah, not until I enter the menu, it seems.
Yeah, but like... Did
Also-
you go into the fight as a frog? Is that what happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now it makes sense.
Alright, let's blow him first.
Alrighty. Everybody has hide, but that's okay. Because I can... You know what, Ferris, you're gonna stick with the bone mail for this encounter, that's fine. Can I do anything else useful with this status immunity?
If you have... Nah, not really.
Alright, very good.
As we are only looking for either Petrify or Death, we only have to bone mail for that.
Indeed.
Hey, did I accidentally sell the Assassin's Dagger? I
Maybe.
feel silly. Yeah.
I guess I could have
Guess I
used
did.
that one, but I didn't. Alrighty. Let's see.
Do you have Banish?
I do.
Yeah.
It's
Banish
just
works.
missing.
Oh.
Can I give you the element?
You can stop him with Romeo's Ballad, if you have it.
That's true.
Mangoes. And you get...
I've lost count. I
That
think
much.
that's 5.
Oh, Mirage West.
Alright, there's
Yeah,
a panda.
Banish's hit rate is not exactly great, but it is the best thing we have for an
It's
instant death.
50-50, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
yeah, it's 50% base.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 60% at least. That explains things.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good at all. Like...
There's no
Okay,
point
there we
in
go.
giving
Third
me
try.
cripples. And I
That's why you
guess
generally don't actually use it anywhere else, honestly.
I tried using it to heal somebody wearing the bone mail, but that doesn't work.
Nope, that does not work. Definitely not.
I'm like, oh yeah, I can just throw on the bone mail and cast banish on him. No, that's death.
Yeah, there's a difference in this game between death and dead.
I guess I would want to have more Gaia in this case, because previously I was running with 3 people just using Gaia. But in this case I think I should just have Lena be using Gaia as well, instead of breaking rods in hindsight, so I could have just broken them earlier. Oh well.
How many singers do you have? Or
2.
do you need?
I use two power.
You can get away with 4 Gaias technically then, but yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, Lena is the only one who has Sing as an ability. I guess I can turn her into the Geomancer. There's nothing stopping me from doing that.
Yes, that's why I use my Geo to sing, basically.
Yeah. I guess I mostly just kept it the other way around because I didn't need to change it up at the time.
Yeah,
because it was strong enough anyways.
That's fair, yeah.
But this just makes more sense now. Alrighty, Gaia on you. Because previously the Geomancer literally didn't need anything else for what it's worth.
Yep. That is the main reason why I put Sing on my Geomancer, or my designated Geomancer, is because you don't need anything else really, or you're not doing anything else.
Right. Also, I might as well give the chicken knife to my Time Mage. I'm not gonna use it for damage in this case. I'm just gonna use it for the speed.
Yep.
Just gonna double check my stuff because I'm always paranoid about making mistakes. And the funny thing is I still make them anyways. I'm pretty good at that.
Looks good from where I'm sitting, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be fine. Just a bit awkward because I'm not gonna deal like 4,000, 5,000 damage. Wind slashes is gonna be like 2,000, I think.
You should get up to 35, I believe, but...
You think? I guess we'll see.
I think so. Well, it depends on... Your ranger might not be able to do that, but the other should.
The ranger has time magic as a backup. The ranger is also the one that I guess I'm... Oh no, I should be using the magic lamp on Lena with the Magus Rod. Huh.
That's an option, yeah.
Suppose the first 3 charges I can use on anybody? Because...
Well, I would still use it with the highest magic user.
Oh yeah, right, I don't sing magic.
Yeah,
Never mind. Alrighty. Thank you for the strategy. So how many games have the tree as the final boss? I guess Elden Ring, huh? Kinda.
Spoilers, I didn't know that. But I guess. A tree as a final boss.
Kyle, you can stop trying to run now.
I mean... I know a couple of games that fight for a tree. I mean, I'm sure you do know those as well, but I'm not sure if that counts.
Maybe. I guess Final Fantasy Legend does. Final Fantasy Adventure has a tree as the backdrop for one of the final boss fights.
Yeah, so like, the final bosses usually draw their power from the tree, so does that count?
Maybe. Are the powers that draw from the tree splinters? Legend of Mana, I guess that's actually probably reasonably accurate, isn't it?
No,
yeah.
final boss is the mana goddess rather than the tree.
I mean...
Well, I mean, isn't that the tree though?
Maybe.
I think it's more of a case of like what you said of drawing power from the tree.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Good luck, everyone. Welcome to the final boss fight-ish. The first form has 49,000 HP. He can be slowed, we can be hasted, and that's kind of all I'm gonna be planning on doing, at least for now. Do this, cast slow on you. And the entire plan for me is going to be to just have everybody hopefully survive reasonably long, because we're gonna just try and maximize our speed, strength, and levels that we can have temporarily. He has a 1 in 3 chance every time he attacks to use White Hole, which has a pretty high accuracy, at least initially, until we gain the levels from the hero song. which inflicts both petrification and death. If you are immune against either one of these, and this version in particular, you will resist it. Ferris actually is going to resist it, or guaranteed not get hit, thanks to her having the bone mail equipped in the previous encounter, because for some reason the resistances of that still carry over. Alright, now just gonna try and slow him, and then we're gonna sit here until our stats basically skyrocket into the stratosphere. We could go all the way into the universe if I had the mana's pen, but I don't. So, White Hole didn't hit. And the higher level we're going to be, thanks to Lena singing the hero song, the less likely he's going to be to hit. Although the bigger concern tends to be that he has a really strong physical attack too.
Which is not actually a physical attack. Muhaha.
Yeah, it's really weird because it does not knock out characters out of the singing if they don't die from it anyways.
This is one of the reasons why I grabbed a few levels in the trench, just because Butts now actually has enough HP to survive a physical hit.
That makes a lot of sense.
Also, fun fact, the Geomancer has the highest HP on this team.
Which is really funny considering that Hunter you kind of expect to have like decent HP, but it really doesn't. He does not like Butts one bit.
Yeah, it's a very squishy party.
Yep.
But, I mean, glass cannon, I think, the phrase, given the combination of everything.
I just realized I could defend with Butts, that way he takes half damage. White Hole, on to you. He actually missed his White Hole so much in practice that I didn't bother buying more than 11 gold needles.
See, I did buy 21, simply because if he does hit, like, all the time, it gets close.
Yeah, maybe I should have bought some more.
Nah, you're fine now. Like, you have the levels already. He shouldn't really be hitting. Plus, he can also just skip turns, which is the thing.
It's a 1 in 3 chance to attack, 1 in 3 chance to skip turns, 1 in 3 chance to cast White Hole. And most of the time he is not gonna accomplish much, at least statistically speaking.
Yeah, and I'm taking the hide route for Necrophobe. Just sort of taking things easy in the end here.
Seems good to me. Alrighty, I think we have maxed out our stats because the regeneration ticks do not go any higher, so we need to knock our singers out of the singing. Both songs have sung approximately for the same time. Just gonna have Ferris knock them out.
Ooh, I forgot to bounce.
I think they're...
And then we sing the Sinew Attitude. I'm actually didn't plan on singing the strength song because it just wasn't necessary previously, but here I might want to have like a strong archer potential.
Do you still have the Hayate bow?
No, I do not.
Oh, unfortunate.
The Artemis bow is usually pretty fine, I guess, especially with the speed we have.
Yeah, I'm just thinking rapid fire fully buffed would probably be funny.
True.
What's the cheapest spell that the barriers cast? Is it the Aga spells, or is it
Holy?
It's holy.
It is holy. Okay.
20 MP for Holy.
Well, it would be great if they stopped casting Flare then.
Wow, this guy still hits.
Okay.
Hit my singer too, that's just rude.
No, I blinded her so she wouldn't be knocking my singers out of song, but she keeps doing it. Okay, she's dead.
Yeah, I feel justified in thinking not needing the dark bow, to be honest. I did buy it at the end, but yeah, not very helpful.
Alright, those... The back two, I'm not sure if they can still cast Holy.
Why, hello, Iron Giant.
Okay. Alright. Hey, alright, they're out of MP.
Always happy when he tries to hit Ferrix, because she does have the Mirage Vest for this purpose. And rearranging your inventory in any capacity just makes the Mirage Vest like trigger again for some reason. It's very convenient. Alright.
I'm guessing it checks what gear you have on, like just updating it and then, you know.
4.
Yeah, I guess that makes the most sense.
Here's Rhyme just raises your level. Which is the most important stat, really.
I'm gonna go for 8 more regeneration ticks. I don't know, it's probably already enough, but it's hard to tell.
First try.
Nice.
Are you serious, dude? He hit again. That's silly. You're not supposed to do that. Maybe I shouldn't even bother with casting regeneration. It's not like she survives any hit anyways.
I was gonna say.
Well, I guess she would survive if she defends against his
if
physical
you
attacks
defend-
right now.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That's the one case. Well, once she's full HP, that is. Plus, I guess technically Meteor can roll low enough that it might make a difference, but that's a bit of a stretch.
I've seen some wild finishes with meteors and stuff, so maybe.
Right. Alright, I think I'm good to go. Let's just aim to nuke this guy, I suggest. This means everybody's gonna go and try and attack as much as they can. And for this we equip the air knives with Gaia. Wind Slash deals about 2800 damage, it's pretty good. Not the craziest amount, but it's pretty good. I'm not complaining. Yeah, Cryle actually does less damage, so... Oh wait, no. I didn't sing the mana song. My goodness, I keep forgetting this for some reason. Yeah, I don't have it, so I can't sing. Alright. And with this, we just try to go through his phases as quick as possible. This is 49,000 HP on this guy. His second phase, he will usually cast Flare or Holy in his first turn, or a physical attack, once he drops below 30,000 HP remaining. Once he's below
Nice!
10,000...
Back attack!
Uh-oh.
Oh, by what?
Gilgamesh. That's impressive.
Wow!
I forgot you could do that.
I just don't even with this game right now. What am I even doing? This...
This happened to me in practice. It wasn't very fun.
Just gonna switch my strats up a little bit here. Wow, these damage rolls are not good. Yeah, that last one's alright.
Alrighty. Welcome to phase 2. Should go and grab the Magus Rod.
Okay. Still got through it. just...
Alrighty, phase 2 of XF here consists of 4 different parts. The back part on the far left has 60,000 HP, but it is also flagged as not heavy, so the third charge of the magic lamp specifically will just straight up kill him. So you don't usually have to worry about that one. As long as you can use items in combat, that is. The top part that is actually a dragon type, so theoretically Apollo's Harp as well as certain... the Dragon Whisker Rip, maybe other things that deal extra damage against dragons, deal a lot of damage to that part. That's the one that casts Grand Cross, which inflicts one of 18 random status effects on you every so often, like 3 or 4 turns charging time, depending on HP thresholds. And aside from that, what else do we have? The far right side is the physical part, 50,000 HP. He mostly just attacks you physically. He can actually cast Dispel as well, which is occasionally quite annoying, but we just hope that doesn't happen. Well, I guess I'm also hoping that he doesn't hit me to begin with, for what it's worth. Let's see, where's the Magus Rod? Magus Rod increases all elemental damage, except water. Which is unfortunate, because the second charge of the magic lamp is water-based damage. Anyways, we are so fast here that for the most part we should be way faster than this guy. He does have a lot of magic evasion for what it's worth, so even though we are way over leveled compared to this guy, our chance to hit on spells is not that great, all things considered. I am considering still using slow on him though, but I think just Gaia is the way to go.
You're also not way over leveled.
Well,
He's pretty high level, like, so...
Well, I mean, over-leveled in my book is if you are on the same level as the boss.
yeah, okay.
Alright, then... I'm going to grab my... Wait, which bow do you have equipped, Ferris? The Artemis bow. No wonder you don't crit. Yeah. That's silly. Where's my dark bow? I did buy one, there it is. I like to blind the physical part, and the screen flashing indicates that it did in fact work. I could also theoretically blind the other parts if I really wanted to. Because if there's only one part remaining at the very end, that one will go basically berserk and cast Almagest, Vacuum Waves super fast. Vacuum Wave can miss, so at least if that stuff goes off, you theoretically have a chance to survive it, I guess. Anyways,
Okay.
I'm gonna have Ferris start dealing damage to the bottom center as well as the top center, just kind of equally damage. Because as long as I keep using like area of effect attacks, theoretically they should all lose HP approximately at the same rate. Because they do have about the same defenses for the most part. So they should also die approximately at the same time. But it's always possible that you just kind of get an outlier in terms of how much damage you deal to all of them. So it would theoretically be better if I were to just count damage, but I'm too lazy for that right now. Also, Ferris
My
just...
Yoichi bow stopped critting. That's fun.
hit that guy. Huh. Is the bottom middle a beast? I think it's a beast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can actually
Greg.
use the Artemis bow on the bottom middle part, which should guarantee a crit. Yeah, that's just max damage. Oh, that thing is dead.
I was going to suggest not doing that, but it's too late now.
It's fine. One more part dead. Uh-oh. I just used vacuum wave, it's fine. We're okay. We're alright. That could have been a meteor wiping my entire party, or an Almagest, which would guaranteed wipe my entire party. We just win here. Thanks, Ferris. Time! That
GG.
That was a bit sketchier than it needed to be.
You just wanted to demonstrate what would happen if...
Right. Sure.
Right.
If you forget mana's pay in and have to improvise.
Yeah. Basically, in my practice, none of the enemies got any turns because we were just wind slashing these things way too fast.
Yeah.
But here I was trying to whittle them down with fairies on top of that, which might not have been exactly equal. And I might have forgotten that the front part at that point had more HP than the others. But I think it might have also had its attack queued already. So that's maybe why it used Vacuum Wave, although it could just be luck.
It might have been queued up. I think he gets a double turn if he does the Berserk thing, so... And I only saw the one vacuum wave.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyways.
I believe in one of the double turns it can skip the turn though, so... Maybe you got that.
That's very possible. Anyways, bards make everything very easy, as you can see, even if you blunder and appear to be a dinkus.
Yeah, bards are like they're lackluster in World 1, they're decent in World 2 once you have Speed Song, and then they just absolutely demolish the game in World 3.
Yeah, you can literally have a full party of bards and you're still perfectly fine here.
Yeah.
You would hate World 1.
Yeah.
You would hate Soul Cannon especially.
Well, I guess at least you can hide every turn. It's just very slow.
This would be very difficult.
Yeah.
Starting out being high physical defense.
It would take a while, yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Greg.
Bye. Thank you for playing.
And
Well, my
Greg,
game was so slow.
Greg steals the kill here. If you go in here and Greg doesn't show up, you get some AP for defeating Necrophobe. But if Greg is the one to kill him, you get nothing.
Is there an all bosses speedrun of Final Fantasy V?
Not to my knowledge.
Shit.
Not on the leaderboards, but like there might be a person that has done one. I don't know.
Oh,
Let's go.
most right one's out, I think.
Can we please get a random encounter so I can get the bone mail stuff?
That one should definitely be.
Yeah. Normally I also go back after the big cutscene to save, but I already set up the bone mail stuff, so I didn't want to bother. Plus, as long as nothing goes horrendously wrong, it should be fine.
Oh, upper right one could still have some. Upper left one is out.
What was I about to do? Actually. And it turns out I did still have the air knife, I just had it equipped on someone.
Oh, because
Or,
it's
sorry,
all-
the assassin's dagger, I mean.
I don't know what lower left.
Because I am silly.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, it auto.
Lower
I have
right.
auto equip on rather than unequip when you change jobs.
Could you all stop using flare? I'd like to see holy.
Maybe my menus would be faster if I unequip, because then I would at least know what I equip on everybody, rather than bone mail once again.
That's what I do, actually.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I set it to unequip all as well, and then just do I'll optimize if I think I need it, and then just
Or adjust.
yeah. Okay, so we know upper left one is out. Upper right one? Upper right one is out. Alright, so we know two of them are out. Just lower right and lower left. Lower left one is out. Lower right one is... Okay, they're all out.
Also, for anybody who might be interested, because I'm very interested in this, there is now a mod to reintroduce the ATB of the Game Boy Advance or Super Nintendo version into the Pixel remaster. So I'm gonna try that out for my first run, I think.
The damage is done for me.
Hey, I mean, at least what you can do in the Pixel remaster is you can go into the trench with just a white mage and haste, and you're just fast enough to knock out 2 of the flowers, then it regenerates 2 more. Then knock out 2 flowers again and repeat that until the game crashes. Because it gets too much experience and money.
Alright. Here we go.
Good luck.
And landed slow first try. Nice. Alright, let's double up on Swift Song.
Wait, does doubling up help actually?
Oh, yeah. I'm tripling up on it right now.
I never considered that. That makes so much sense. It didn't occur to me that more than one song can... Well, one of the same can be active at a time. I could have just had 2 people singing at the end there. Whoops. But yeah, it's one of those games where I never stop learning, apparently. It's kind of fun that way. What I will say about Final Fantasy V is, to me personally, the game started being a lot more intriguing and interesting the more I learned about it, because, at least for me, part of the fun is strategizing with what you have and knowing what you can do, because every time you get a 4-job Fiesta party that you haven't had before, chances are high you find a unique solution to something that you could do. You don't always have to go for the most efficient approach. Like, you could just break rods in World 1 if you get a time mage, but maybe just use gravity on Biblos or something because you can.
Ah, there's someone knocking on my door, and they're gonna be disappointed because I am not moving from this chair.
Yeah, well, understandable both ways.
Good, well, 5, and... Okay, we are good. Just like Reiko, I was using the regen from Mighty March to determine what my level is. Oop, you already have the air knife.
Gilgamesh is at the door. He would like to be let in. He teleported to your dimension.
I might not actually
Quick,
have,
let him in.
I might not actually have done Swift Song enough before switching over to Hero's Rhyme.
Oh, right. I need to put the chicken knife back on. Lena's butter knife does not actually do damage.
I don't know why I'm bothering to heal. They all just died in one hit anyways.
Yeah, it's just... It feels more correct, I guess.
God, Lena, stop trying to run.
It's actually bonkers. As soon as Bard's acted, his bar is nearly full again. Yeah, that's the power of haste plus Bard. It is absolutely absurd. Like, in a sense, haste doubles your speed, aka it halves the amount of time it needs until you're ready again. And if you think about it, if you're just a little bit faster than the enemy with your base speed, haste means that you could, instead of getting slightly more turns than the enemy, get up to triple the turns, depending on, like, the situation. Like, haste and slow buffs in this game are absolutely absurd, and as are the Bard buffs. They're really good. But of course, you also need to have the patience to set it up for it, which, for some people, might also be kind of boring. Like, might be more interesting to do it differently, and you know what? That's the fun part. You can
Hi,
do it the way
Greg.
you want.
One last music.
Alright, I think we're good on Swift Song. And we are almost good on levels, so we'll just start with manas.
I think one of my favorite parts about the credits of this game is the little detail that whoever was knocked out at the end of the X-Death fight, they are going to have a slightly less pleasant ending until they are back up on their feet. At least story-wise, that is. Which is kind of fun to me personally, because in my very first playthrough of the game, I didn't know about that. But it just kind of felt more correct to revive the others, even though I knew that there was only one part left of Neo X-Death. Also at the same time, not having any idea about the dangers it posed, for that matter. And I got the full cutscene, which was nice. And yeah, the tree brings them back, which is nice.
I think I'm gonna wait for its next move before I go.
Sounds reasonable. Good luck to you. Don't get meteored.
I will try my best. Okay, you've got the air knife. Somebody has the regular knife. It shouldn't be you. Yep. Okay.
Alright, Necrophobe down.
Nice.
Excellent.
You get hide again. trigger the cutscene, then go make a save because I do a bit of a risky strat here with 3 singers.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
that could get pretty bad.
Yeah. But on the bright side, once you have all the songs done, you kind of know when all the songs are done because they're going to be done approximately the same time.
The only thing that throws a wrench into that is just every time someone dies, they stop getting stats for a little bit, so I have to account for that.
Yep.
And the beginning of the fight, it's really just the beginning of the fight before I have enough speed to just be able to outturn him for like 2 to 1. Once I get past that point, it's usually pretty free.
Might as well use quick. Just to rub it in.
I mean, you rubbed the lamp, right?
Hmm?
I mean, you rubbed the lamp. That makes sense.
It doesn't. It feels like it should, and I feel bad that it doesn't make sense.
It's okay.
Time.
Time?
Time?
Yep. Yeah.
That's
Sorry.
so fast.
GG.
Nice. Congratulations.
Gee.
GG.
There we go. Yeah, Bard and Geo is always a nice finish, regardless of what the rest of your party is. I instinctively went to screenshot.
TV! Get a screenshot.
We have to submit this, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, Arcade doesn't start it up.
Alright, so cutscene's
And
done.
thank you for the GGs, everyone.
Just gonna tell XDeath BRB going to take a smoke break. Save point. Alright, Ferris
Aw, I failed in my one goal is to not be more than an hour behind first place.
I only barely passed by the button metric.
Yeah, but you also fought Azul Magia.
Yeah, you did that to yourself. I just made mistakes and routed poorly.
And then reset on that guy one time as well.
I mean, it was just a reset in combat, though, so it was not that much time.
Uh-huh.
Equipment. Good. Do one reset.
Every liquid flame attempt is between 3 and 4 minutes, roughly. If you wanna lowball it, you could have gotten up to 30 minutes of a time difference with all 10 attempts. If you're highballing it, it's 40.
Oh, well, I realized how few steps I had to work with.
Oh, Ninja, it's less that I assumed that I was going to lose badly, and just more that I don't have the experience routing a game that the rest of the runners do. And I just, to put it bluntly, I didn't get anywhere near as unlucky as Dragon Dart did, having to do, say, all 10 attempts for Liquid Flame kind of thing. Like, I did get quite lucky in this run. So, I mean, for a first time routing a game out, that's my first experience really doing that. It's not a skill set that I've refined yet.
I mean,
I
I've
think
never
you
played
put
this
it
game
up.
before. Oh.
Slow did not connect.
And it's also not a skill set I want to refine. I just want to play games. I don't want to think about them.
Wow.
Good.
I've done so much thinking as part of my job. I don't want to do it for relaxation. I want
I
to
like
just like,
loading games.
yeah, I can imagine that there is actually something almost calming and meditative about it as you're going through the formula for this, that, the other, and contemplating various possibilities. That probably is very similar to a lot of other kind of relaxing chores to do.
Not take a turn.
But you have to be more engaged.
I think the most fun part for me are whenever it's like
There it is.
you route for one thing and then it just happens to line up reasonably well with something else, and then you can do it 2
Mhm.
or 3. I think that's my favorite part.
But ultimately, with like everything that this run had to offer, all of these are good times for what the game, for what the job set offered us, and what was kind of needed to surpass each major barrier.
Yep. I will argue that, at least for me, considering how much I muddled around in the game, the bird definitely hard carried me here. Which, nothing wrong with that. Wow, did you know that X-Def in the end cutscene is not heavy?
Yeah, actually, I did know that. Because, there's a lot of classes that do stuff to exit there that is not quite possible, actually.
Indeed. Going by racer animals, I would say that Wyvern is faster than a rabbit, is faster than a lizard, is faster than a snail. Just how it worked out. Oh.
Fast enough.
I like the idea of Fusel as a rabbit moth now. Now that Dryzalizer has said it's a rabbit.
It's very rabbity in a lot of ways, I agree. Huh, the GBA ending doesn't quite line up as well with the music at the end as the SNES.
Wait for mist. Another miss. Turn. Get Cryo. Just want to be sure. Actually, wait, not sure. Enough. I'm going to put Mighty March back up so I can know if Cryo has enough. Alright, that is enough. Where is my...
I wonder, does the aim command ignore blocks and dodges from the elf cape and stuff?
Yeah.
Nice. I didn't actually know about this beforehand. I just used the aim command because I was so used to use it on the hunter. That's kind of neat.
Your knife. I'll wait for the next turn before I do anything else. I think that was lag. Can't tell though.
Oh, I always go for the good ending with all the characters alive at the end. Like, it does get to the point where if I do defeat X Death and the character's accidentally down, I will reset and redo the fight.
So you've never done a solo challenge, you say?
I was gonna say, with the exception of like speedruns, because the way that the speedrun for the GBA has it is that there's a really good chance Bartz will die actually tanking a hit from one of the characters who's either going to be mixing or throwing or Ragnarok. But beyond that, yeah, in a Fiesta, I don't know, I like the good ending with all the characters surviving the fight. Also, hands down, Final Fantasy V has my favorite rendition of the Final Fantasy main theme that plays when Kryle's at the tree and everybody shows up. I just think it's the best version across all the Final Fantasies, and there are some really good contenders, so it's just personal preference.
Alright, good luck in phase 2. You probably don't need it with your setup, but good luck anyway.
No. The only thing that can screw it up is that the vacuum wave part is fast enough that if I don't get enough damage on it with Lena, it can actually get a turn off. But it's the only one that will get a chance. Okay with that? Yep. Tried to run. Vacuum wave part is dead. I've already done damage to the back one, so I'm not even going to bother attacking with Lena anymore. part. Time.
GG.
GG.
Nice.
Well, that was using up all my bad luck for the year, hopefully.
I mean, that seems like a reasonable way to use up the bad luck.
Yeah?
That was definitely some luck. Well, we can confirm that RK is online, but he's away right now.
Yeah.
Stocking up on mayonnaise, no doubt.
He needs to push the button. So, Reiko,
Yeah?
what are your thoughts on your first participation in the run?
Thank you so much for inviting me. The Fiesta as a self-imposed challenge rule set is what got me to beat Final Fantasy V in the first place, and I have always enjoyed doing this for however many years I've been doing it now, 5 or 6, to help contribute to the charities that RK chooses to draw attention to and to donate to, and I'm especially grateful to be able to help kick off, the charity fundraising season for the PCRF with the run. So I'm incredibly grateful to you all for inviting me to do it. I'm would have liked a little bit more time to route and practice a little bit more, but I guess that could just always be true. But I had a great time. You all are fantastic to run with, to chat with, to joke around with. It was a blast.
Well, I'm glad you could join. That's very nice.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun. This event's always it's both stressful and really, really fun all at the same time because of how much routing you have to cram into like a single week, and then sitting down and doing a, anywhere from 6 to 10 hour run, and then it's still just a lot of fun though, because there's always stupid stuff that happens during the run. You learn new stuff about how the game functions. You see new glitches. Hey, thank you, Omniscient.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was great. It was great to have you this year.
And thanks to everyone who donated, especially to get us to do like all tablets. Like getting that much more Fiesta content in the end game is really cool because I don't know. Final Fantasy V is just a terrific game. So there's no such thing as playing too much Final Fantasy V. I think with the Fiesta, there's just infinite replayability. It's super cool.
Yeah, and once again, if anybody has never even played Final Fantasy V, I personally think it's a great way to do your first playthrough with. And if you ever get stuck anywhere, there's plenty of people around that you could ask for advice, or maybe just look up some things if you would like to. Or maybe you just feel more inclined to figure out everything by yourself, which is also very awesome. And maybe just try it. It's also worth noting that even if you start a run and you don't finish, that's okay too. It's okay to just start and try and see how far you want to go. So, just why not?
Yeah, the community around the Fiesta is really great, and actually about a third of the accounts that I follow on Twitch I met through the Fiesta. Just, people playing the Fiesta raiding into my stream, or me finding somebody I hadn't heard of before and raiding into them because they're doing a Fiesta, and just really helped connect with a lot of people, and just like Yaga said, like learning so much, getting help, giving help, all that other stuff to play the game. It's really fun.
Yeah. Final Fantasy V was also my introduction to a job-based RPG system, in a sense, where I never really played one before, because I would have been stuck in choice paralysis season, let's put it this way. But basically, once you start figuring out what the little things are that you may want to just focus on, or just impose a self-challenge for anything like that, it can actually be quite nice to just keep trying, I guess. And again, if you don't feel like continuing, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either.
Yeah, the point is to have fun. So, as long as you're having fun, you're doing it right.
Alright, what else?
I think I'm mostly just waiting for the endings to finish, and I mean, definitely want to. Another shout out I want to give is to Riss for doing the restream today. He didn't end up with two people sounding like chipmunks like I did last year, so cool.
Yeah, thank you very, very much to Riesliu, both in chat, just kind of helping out behind the scenes, because, let's put it this way, I personally think that restreaming is way more exhausting than actually doing a run for something like this, because you kind of always have to at least somewhat pay attention to basically everything. It's, at least for me, quite a lot of mental taxation, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Riss. You at least get to take bathroom breaks whenever.
That is one good advantage.
To be fair, though, we had plenty of points in the early game where we could take bathroom breaks as well.
It's true. Somebody might have gotten coffee while just winning.
I mean, my coffee stood there for 2 hours, okay? Like, I mean, I don't know.
So it was almost like double winning. You got coffee and...
Yeah. It's a victory coffee. Oh, no. Oh, God, what's the movie quote? Coffee is for closers or something like that? Coffee is for winners.
Was it me? No. I'm usually lucky, but not always. Which, you know, that's nice.
I'd also like to point out, we actually started the run this morning with, it was a bit over 2,000 raised, and we're now over 4,000. So we basically doubled how much we raised just between the beginning and the end of the run. So thank you to everybody who's donated to not only get us to do all tablets. I think a few people were making pushes for trying to get us to do all summons as well. But yeah, thank you for all the donations. We very much appreciate it.
Yeah, it is greatly appreciated. I agree. So, if I might ask, just kind of in the room here, what is your favorite job combination of things? Like 1, 2, maybe 3 combo?
Well, I mean, my favorite job is Time Mage, but my favorite combo...
Yeah, something that synergizes or you just think is fun together.
Monk and Dancer.
That's a strong combo.
Yeah. That is pretty awesome, I agree. The fist dances. And if you get a crit on top of that, pretty good.
That is the real stuff, the crit.
Yeah.
Like, that's what makes it so good.
Is it maybe like Ninja and Ranger for dual wield rapid fire?
That's 8 attacks for you. It's pretty good. Yeah,
Well,
I like
actually, no. Let me take it back. Ninja plus Summoner. Have the Summoner's ability boost the Ninja's magic stat for just throwing scrolls forever.
Ah, yes. The Ninja dealing so much damage without having much of magic power, and then you put magic power on top of it. Yep, that works pretty well. I think for me at least, my favorite, like, triple, if you will, is Thief, to be able to steal early Lamia's tiaras, which increase the chance of sword dancers when you use the dance move. Dancer to, well, get the dance moves, and then on top of that a red mage because you can equip a Lamia's tiara and get the dance on top of it with that one early as well. Because red mage often doesn't really, like, it's fine as a job, it's not particularly strong, it's serviceable, but for me personally it's kind of fun where that's one of the few things red mage is reasonably good at, because it does have pretty solid strength for what it's worth. So the sword dances from a dancing red mage with swords, because they equip regular swords, is actually pretty good.
Alright, you know, actually I can blame all of my bad luck today because I named my main character, I named Butts Everhate.
Oh.
It all makes sense now.
Spellblade Ranger. That's a fun one. If you have Rapid Fire and use Osmose Blade, you can run enemies super fast out of MP.
Mystic Knight is just a strong job in general.
It's very strong. It's basically so strong that I just prefer the gimmick of just running enemies out of MP. Because that's more interesting to me. Red is good in Pixel Mass because they can use the judgment stuff and break rods. Yeah, there's definitely, I would say, a bunch of good redeeming qualities about Red Mage, even without the boosted rod stuff. But having the extra boost from it is definitely helpful.
I will say, 2 years ago, when I got Knight and into Berserker, that was actually that ended up being a very good combo. Watching Lena smack Ifrit and Liquid Flame for like 700 with a hammer was pretty nice.
Yeah. That makes sense. Zerg plus equip skills is a good time, especially equip harps. Equip harps gives you the agility of a bard, so it's actually, in fact, pretty solid as a berserker. I agree.
Equip
And
bows
if you
as well.
take advantage, yeah.
Oh, I'm just looking at my... So I'm looking at my following list, and it has I follow Limit Break, so it's just got a preview of the channel, which is after we all finished. I did not realize I got sub 10 on that.
Did.
I'll take it. With everything that happened, I'll take it.
So who's excited for the new Fiesta settings this year? The Sirocco and the Geyser.
They're interesting. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do one, but they're interesting.
What do they do?
They just differently weight the jobs randomly assigned for the water and fire crystals, respectively, I believe.
I think
Scirocco is wind and fire, and Geyser
Oh,
is water and earth.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting how you can actually, for instance, in Scirocco, you can get a wind or fire crystal as the first one. And then there's a bunch of like other interesting distribution things here, which you can all read about at 4dropfiesta.com. Should make for some interesting parties.
I mean, we kind of ended up with a Sirocco run ourselves. We just didn't get a win job.
Yeah,
3 fire.
How many runs will the 4 runners do this year combined?
Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly would like to do at least 10.
That's a
but
lot.
it's- yeah,
I'm not
but it's always
making-
going to depend.
I'm not giving any guarantees on this.
Yeah, like, life can sometimes get in the way, so...
I'll probably do 2 at least. And if I feel like more, I'm just gonna do. In most years, I've actually done like a solo character for Drop Fiesta, except for last year, I think. And usually I'm a bit played out after that. Maybe I should not do those. Who knows?
They are quite exhausting, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that each year I like to do at least 1 run on each version that I have, so the PlayStation 1 and the defunct Steam version, and I do like to try and do at least 1 Brave Blade run, just to remind myself why it's never a good idea to do a Brave Blade run.
Maybe I should do a full bestiary run sometime.
Those are fun, actually. Yeah. Because you have to kill everything once, and like, depending on what jobs you have, it can get quite interesting to kill off some random encounters.
Right. Shield dragons, notably, could be quite tricky.
For instance,
Gil Turtle.
Guild Turtle is a fun one that you have to do, yeah.
Yeah.
Before leaving World 2 too.
Yeah.
There's some dumb strats you can do for Gil Turtle.
Yeah, full as in, like, before the post-game stuff.
I mean, if I get a Beastmaster, is that the only requirement to do the post-game stuff? Beastmaster?
Thief, Beastmaster, don't
Can
let
you
me
Thief
lie
too?
here. Yeah, I think Thief is necessary as well. Geo, I think too, no? Maybe, I don't know. You definitely need it like 2 or 3. The Beastmaster is a 100% requirement. I think you need Thief to run fast enough in order to get past something. But that could just be faulty memory and I had a Thief in that run. I'm pretty certain. There was another thing in there that I already forgot.
Maybe it's time to revisit it sometime, just to see why you don't
No,
want to go there
it's
again.
not. It's not. No. That is a place you visit one time and one time only, and then you forget about it forever.
I don't even know if you can run away from these encounters, because I did it during a run where I was not allowed to run.
I visited it during my first Fiesta playthrough, like way back, and I'm still of the belief that that's the sole reason why RK asked me to do the run the next year with Quetzal. Like you were dumb. Let's see what you can do. To be fair, I did get to phase 2 of NUO with that party I had, with way less knowledge of the game. So
So you want to say it's easy nowadays? So
I would hope that my game knowledge would be enough to make it a little easier.
definitely easier. That's very true. Oh yeah, those weird Alteroid enemies. That's such a weird name. If you know German, that is.
The old men in the castle section of the void guarding
Yeah,
the dancer equipment.
Yep.
Yep.
Those literally called old people.
Yep.
If you know German and translate the R into an L instead of an R. Basically, it is such a bizarre word to me because of it. Like, alte Leute in German is literally old people. And it's almost certainly kind of a phonetic like adaptation of that how would they know how to adapt that into English? You just do your best guess.
Today I learned how to say old people in German.
Yeah, this Final Fantasy V game. If you're not having fun, you're learning. You're just always learning. It has so much to teach.
You give them acupuncture, right? There was a special interaction with those, that's right. What was that? Oh, if you give them a soft or a gold needle item. Isn't Butts German? What is his last name?
Quartz, I think.
Yeah, I think it's Klauser.
Pretty sure he's
Okay.
not German because there's no Germany in this world. But yeah.
I mean,
Fair.
there's
Oh,
multiple
it's Ferris.
dimensions.
Ferris, who has the last name Schweritz. Sorry, Sherviz. So.
They are kind of German, like, yeah.
I mean, there's certainly inspiration there.
Yeah.
Alright, we have reached the end.
Congratulations
Thank
to
you all
of us.
for
We all
watching.
finished.
We did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for running, everybody. And